and I do it because I love the kids and I want to get back to them as soon as I can. But thinking about if I potentially had 28 next year, or if there was some kind of a hybrid model with having some students in the building and some students doing remote, I would still be responsible for all of them. So it would be just as challenging, if not more challenging, to be doing both platforms for me, thinking about having students that I might have in the building and students I might have virtually. So I am, like Chris said, we make a great team and we do the right things for kids. And I feel like we're doing a great job for them, but our numbers would even be that much larger, and that we'll do it and we'll do well, but it's overwhelming, especially going to grade level meetings and hearing about class sizes of 8. And we have, you know, a lot more than that. So I hope that answers people's questions.
Yeah, thanks, Bethany. Dana, then Al.
I was just wondering, are there any other options that we can do? Because I know this is going to come back and bite us in the butt next year when the taxpayers realize we deficit spended. But I still don't want to hurt the kids. They're going to need this. Is there any other options? Bill?
Yeah, I'm not going to pass the buck, but I'm going to tee him up. That's the first question I asked of Craig. You know, how could he use the existing resources and how could he reorganize? You know, could he look at having like a K1 class or 1-2 class? And I think it's important for him to kind of share his thoughts about why he felt compelled to continue to say that this was the best option for students, because I think he explains it the best. So Craig, if you could do that.
Yeah, Dana, thanks for the question, and Bill, thanks for letting me follow this up. You know, we do have another configuration that we could use, and I found that the quality of education that we could provide for those kids at the lower grades and the higher grades would be better in this situation that we have now, given the fact that we're already in this 3-4, 4-5 combination class. And as Bill mentioned, the other configuration would be a K1 and a 1-2 class, combined classroom. And if we split those classes, now we've become 17 and 18 in each one of those classrooms. And Emily pointed out that we could possibly get more, and I anticipate having more students move on in from the higher dense areas to relocate to Vermont. But when I look at 17 and 18 students in K1 and 1-2, those students are going to need the most attention from us, and are going to have the greatest academic needs and the greatest need for regulation, and or we'll be using a lot of resources that we have throughout the school. And so when we have classes of K1 and 2 of 12 each, having a teacher for 12 kids is ideal to meet those needs. And if as soon as we bump it up to 18 and 17 and we get any more kids, now we're beyond that threshold that we talked about last year of having more than 18 in a classroom in the primary grades. So given the fact that we've done the 3-4 and 4-5 combination this year with success, we went with that model, so we're not relearning and reinventing the wheel again. We just thought that that was the best way to do it and provide the quality of education that we could and provide the support for the youngest learners who are going to be needing us the most.
Thanks, Craig. Al, you had a question, comment, then Ken is waving at me. Peace, Ken.
Feel pretty sharp. Hey, Ken. First of all, I just want to say, you hear the words front lines bandied about quite a bit. And speaking of people that work in hospitals, but I would say that our teachers, our administrators, they're our front line right now. And I would certainly do anything to support, and I'm sure, as Bill mentioned, probably Bill and Craig had multiple conversations about this and what is the best path forward. So they don't come lightly to us with this suggestion. So I fully support it. And I would go on further to say that this is probably a good reason why not to cut deeply as you do with budgets, as we just did. It gives us no flexibility. And I probably remember as we were going through it, I was not entirely in favor of a lot of the cuts or the suggestions. So again, I feel like we've put ourselves in a bad position, and now you're right, Dana, it's going to be difficult next year to crawl out of it with deficit spending. But again, I'd fully support Craig and Bill in this decision, and I'm sure they made a lot of hard decisions in coming to this. Thanks.
Thanks, Al. Ken? I might see your hand, Bethany. You did it.
Yeah, well, this is more a question for Lori or Bill. Right now, where are we with this year's budget? And I know we have some revenue coming in from the federal government that's supposed to filter down through the state and eventually get to your office. But we don't know when that's ever going to get there.
Yeah,
So I'll answer the first part of the question. Lori, you can answer the second part. How about that?
okay.
Or I'll answer the second part. We are not planning on receiving any money from the state of Vermont on the $31.1 million that is supposed to come to the LEAs. But that pot of money has been part of the ongoing discussion to somehow, some way, make that part of the solution for the $167 million in the ed fund. And so I don't think it is fiscally responsible for us to count on money until we get the money. And that phrase right there is from our director of finance. I tried to be much more forceful and creative, and she won't even let me walk down 2 steps. But that is the approach we are taking, which I think is the appropriate approach to take. So to answer the second part of your question, that we are not counting on any money coming our way to do anything like this. But I'll let Lori answer the other question about where we stand right now.
Yeah, we've done our just to follow up on Bill, we have done our due diligence. We've created a system of coding expenses that are over this year to COVID-19, a project code, and we've done all of that, which we were advised to do very early on. But the more that the further down the path we get, the more we're hearing that we're not going to get the money. So it's unfortunate. As far as where you're coming out, I'm actually I was working on that today to pull together a look at where you're at for this year. I will tell you that revenues are down approximately $300,000, which is going to, expenses are also down, so there is some offset there. But there was a big drop in tuition, which I talked about last time, last meeting. There's some drop in revenues that we would normally get that are COVID related, different little grants from the state for transportation to the tech center, for example. So we're not able to bill for that because they're not going to the tech center right now. So there's Medicaid funding. Medicaid is quite a good revenue for West River, and without getting too far down into the weeds of Medicaid, basically, if you have a one-to-one that is with a student and they are billed at what we consider a level 4, and obviously there's no one-to-ones now, so we are able to bill some amount of services for virtual learning, but most all of the students are billing now at a level 1, which is, could be upwards of $6,000 a month for those students. So revenue is also adding into that $300,000 of less revenue. So, you know, I'm hoping to come out actually with a small surplus this year. But I'm not making any promises, as I told the last board meeting we were on, until I get all the data in.
Okay, so you're saying by July, when this school year ends, this budget runs out,
Mhm.
or, you know, is supposed to break even or give money back to the taxpayers, or, you know, however, or hold it over for next year.
Right.
That we might possibly come out with a surplus.
Yes. You do have a surplus right now of around $354,000 that you came into when West River was formed. So that is there now and potentially could be tapped for this. I will caution, however, that as we go into next year, we're not exactly sure what will happen with ed spending. Will they, you know, reduce our ed spending number because they're trying to fill a gap? So, you know, I'm sort of like holding that aside, knowing that you're okay if they decide to cut ed spending a little bit. But yeah, it only goes so far.
Well, first off, I'd like to say congratulations and great job on holding on to the money at this time. I'm sure that was very hard to do, especially with every numbers juggling money in going through, you know, filtering out through different areas and less coming in. Kind of reminds me of my well, actually. But that's fantastic news. Have we heard anything on the legislature going through? Emily might know about this, or Emily will know about it. Did they put a stop to the talks on the what was it, the term they used? Waiting students.
You're talking about the waiting study.
Yes. Has anything happened with that?
Emily, you can answer the question, and then you can roll right into, you had your hand up and ask your own question.
I did have my hand up, but I want to allow the administration to respond if they want to, because this question came for them, but I'm happy to respond if you.
It really, the only question was the waiting study.
So the waiting study has, like much of our legislation, has taken a back seat to, I would just say anything that's not COVID related has taken a back seat for the most part, but we are starting to break out of some of the work we're doing in the legislature because we have wrapped up a lot of COVID legislation, and we're opening it up a little more to sort of related issues. I will tell you that for many of us in the legislature, especially those of us in Windham County who are dealing with a lot of challenges around that waiting study and would like to see it implemented, we're not sitting back and saying, don't do it. There are people who are taking a lead and saying we should be doing it. And if you are following the legislature, you will continue to hear that chime. I still believe that the waiting study has shown some amazing deficiencies in the way we operate, and that we should be implementing a waiting study. But I also know that we're in a state of emergency, and you know, there's other things take priority. But I haven't let it go, and there are many other legislators in the district, in the county, in the state who have not let it go either. So I can't say that it'll be taken up, but I know it's not off the focus. I would say, though, and I'll step into some of the others, I don't know if there's anything more you want to ask Ken about that. I can't really answer because it's not on the table right today. But it's but we're being reminded of it all the time. So I would say that I just want to, going back to this deficit spending, I'm not a fan ever of deficit spending. But I also believe that we need to meet the needs of our students, and I've always felt that. And I think that this request is coming from a need of our students, and we are in a very unprecedented time. I would encourage our administration. I mean, it's not just Townsend we're talking about here. We're multiple schools in one district. I would encourage our administration to try to find savings wherever they can so they can cover this deficit spending this year, this coming through this budget. We know that we are now, Lori just mentioned, we're talking about potentially, if we're fortunate to see a surplus, if there is a surplus next year, we'll cover it. I don't anticipate that. I think we're coming into a really, really tough time. But at the same time, and many of you have mentioned this before, we still are responsible as a school board and as communities to make sure we're meeting the needs of our children. And you've heard staff members speak about this. You've heard principals speaking about this tonight. We are entering a time that is, we're in a time that is really challenging for our students. And I am going to say, I'm going to go right out front and say, I'm going to support this, even though I'm not a fan of deficit spending. I'm going to support this because I really do believe the need is there. And I think that we can probably find enough savings around to cover it. And if we can't, I think actually we can convince voters that it's the right thing to do. Now I want to take that's just how I feel about that piece. I just want to take one more moment of your time and step back and say, there is no way I know what is coming. There is no way any of you know what is coming. But we're all in the same position across the state. We're all feeling this same challenge, and there is a ton of work being done in the legislature and in the administration, trying to find a way to make sure that we are going to be able to fund what we can. There's a lot of connection going on between the legislature, between the administration, and mostly the legislature, I would say, and the congressional delegation to try to get a little more flexibility around dollars that are coming to us so that we can use them. And there's a lot of work going on Ways and Means to try to find a way to use the dollars that are coming to the state to support our public education system. And I believe that in the end, we'll find some supports. I don't know what those supports will be. And I think Lori is right to be cautious and concerned, but I don't want to take away from the students who are here right now and the needs that they have. So I would encourage us to support this proposal right now and continue to look for efficiencies wherever we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I see Craig has his hand up again.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Ken, for speaking to that. And I don't know the number offhand, and Al and Lori, somewhere 2 years ago, when I took this job as principal of Townsend Elementary School, I came in with a deficit and we erased it within 2 years. So I want to let you know that I'm sort of fiscally conservative, and we'll try to find those pockets of money to help this this ask, this want, this need to come to fruition. So I don't know if Lori has that off the top of her head, or Al has it off the top of her head, but
it was $212,000.
Thank you.
You are.
So in 2 years we erased that at Townsend. So this is a big ask for me, I know, and it's a big ask for the taxpayers. But again, as Emily said, this is for the kids right now, and we're preparing and we're setting them up for success. So thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Craig. Keegan.
I would like to make a motion to allow Craig the opportunity to post his position to find a fourth grade teacher for the coming academic year. Can I do that now?
You can. It wouldn't be Craig, though.
Oh, would it be Bill?
Don't make it specific to a person. Just, allow the West River District to go forward with, the 1 year fourth grade teacher.
Yes, that is what I would like to do.
Okay.
So can we make a motion to allow?
You just did.
Perfect. Who wants to?
You just did.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Mike.
Joe, could you repeat that? It was really hard to hear, Keegan. I'm sorry. It's just, you're very quiet. So if you could just repeat that for everyone.
Yeah, sure. Keegan made a motion to allow the West River Education District to hire the 1-year fourth grade teacher for Townsend. And Mike Foley seconded it. Okay, now that it's been moved and seconded, any further discussion? We've kind of beat it around a little bit. Okay, so we're ready to vote then? All right, it's a roll call vote. Just in case it's tight, I'll actually vote instead of going with the majority. Dana.
Yes.
Ken.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Keegan. Gotta unmute, Keegan.
Yes, thank you.
Al? Didn't hear it.
Aye.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Howie.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, say that.
Abstain.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. Mike?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, folks.
Wait, Joe, you skipped me, but I'm an aye.
Who did I skip?
Trish.
Oh, sorry, Trish. You turned your video off. I forgot.
I'm eating my dinner. Nobody wants to see that.
I don't know what's for dinner. Maybe we do.
It's really good.
I'm terribly sorry. So Trish is an aye as well. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Fourth grade, here we come. Bill, you wanted to.
Let me just thank the board for a very thoughtful discussion. I think we're going to have many more challenging, thoughtful discussions, and I appreciate the transparency with which you all engage in a very difficult conversation. We're going to have many more of them over the next few years. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that everybody's doing. I will give you a little bit of good news. With that decision, you've just added another equalized pupil to your count because we will be bringing in a new student to that fourth grade classroom that was not part of the West River equalized pupil count this year. So that's a positive thing. And then just to tee up Scotty again, so a reminder, Mr. Tabachnik is the administrator assigned to following the new policy, the updated policy of the West River School District about the age of admission of resident students. And Scotty, thank you for being patient, but if you could walk the board through it, and remember, we're in open session, so we want to make sure that we keep everything in a privacy conversation.
Thank you. And I want to also echo what Bill just said about the thoughtfulness of your conversation. Classrooms of that size are very, very difficult, and I'm so glad to hear that we're making decisions that make sense for our kids. So on March 9th, I received a letter from a parent who has a little girl who is going to turn 5 on September 2nd. And according to our policy C35, children who desire to enter kindergarten must have attained the age of 5 on or before September 1, in which they plan to enroll. But a request for exception should be submitted to the building principal in writing prior to April 1st. And then what I need to do is I need to follow a procedure that we developed a few years back, in which I met with the parent via Zoom. And we talked about the age of the student. We talked about how acceptance would benefit the student. We talked about the student's developmental skills in terms of communication, gross motor, fine motor, problem solving, and personal and social. And then after I completed my work and the parents sent in the ASQ3 Ages and Stages questionnaire, it's a readiness questionnaire that the parent was responsible to complete. My recommendation now is that I don't see any reason to not accept this student. We do have a large incoming class, but decisions of admittance or admission should not be, we should not be considering the size of the class. And right now, I don't even feel like my data is all that actionable, just because, you know, it is only May. And I don't know if any of you folks remember, but a few years back, I had 27 kids coming in May, and in August, it turns out there were 17. So I really feel like the board, what I would like would be I would like to recommend that the board allow me to admit this student, and then I will work with that parent to get everything all squared away, and we'll see what you know, what's happening with class size down the road.
Thanks, Scotty. Bill, you want to follow that up?
Yes, just based on our last conversation, I just want to let the board know that Mr. Tabachnik and myself have had very lengthy conversations about class size because of the conversation you just had. Because I can imagine Mr. Tabachnik and I coming back in August and saying something that is very different than what we're saying now. So he is exploring the opportunity to have different classroom configurations if necessary, make sure that they are in the benefit of the student, but also comply with our class size policy of shooting for 18 or less on average in K through 3. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Scotty, if you want to add to that, I just think it's important after our last conversation that the board understands the transparent conversations that you and I have had and that you are thinking about it.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. On the last page of my report, I created a chart for what we expect our projections for next year. And I'm thinking that with, you know, I think all of the principals are really trying to get our heads around how we will address the divergent needs of any group of kids next year, given the differences of what's happening at home right now. So I started thinking about my school in terms of bands like K and 1, 2 and 3, and 4 and 5. And maybe we'll be in homeroom a lot, but maybe we would be taking advantage of our peer teacher and possibly someone from academic support or someone from special ed in order to make the groups smaller for our math instruction and our ELA instruction. So given those kind of ideas, I came to the realization that if I was just using one other person from around our building, I could get those K and 1 groups down to 12 kids, and the 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 groups down to 11 kids. So I've been really, Bill and I started thinking about this a few months ago, and you know, I think that there's a lot of opportunity at my school for sharing responsibility and for making small groups and meeting the needs of all the kids. So I'm not, you know, I mean, I think that for this choice, the size of the classrooms doesn't really matter anyway. But when you're looking at my classroom sizes, it looks like we might be 21, 15, 17, 16, 20, and 13 as we move from K to 5, which those are really nice. I mean, I feel very lucky to have a school that's full and robust. So I don't see a big problem in it right now, and I would let you know if I did.
Thanks. Ken, you have a question.
I'd like to make a motion, if possible.
Certainly.
I move that the board waive the age of admission based on the parent and administration following our procedure to override the policy.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second. Keegan.
Thank you, Keegan.
Joe?
Yes, Scotty.
I'm sorry to be out of order, but I think the language we really need is they were requesting an exemption from the policy, and so Ken's right. Because of that request for exemption, I am now recommending an exemption from the policy.
Okay, Ken, you said exemption, right?
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, I did. Sorry, I had
bad audio. Okay, so we've got the language clarified. Any questions or discussion on this motion? Y'all ready to vote?
I just have one comment. After this long quarantine, we might want to look on widening the classrooms in another 5 years.
Okay. All right, so we're ready to vote. I don't see any hands electronic or waving at me. So Ken, it's just in the order your
Aye.
picture appears here. Leanne.
Aye.
Keegan.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Thank you. Lindsay.
Aye.
Emily.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Howie.
Abstain.
Mike.
Aye.
Did I miss anybody? All right, thank you, everyone. The ayes have it. We have an exemption. Okay. The next item was old business. We have a budget information meeting set for June 1st. It'll be a regular Zoom meeting, but pretty much a single item agenda to let the public call in and go over the budget. We did this. We did hold the. We never did get to the budget information meeting, did we? We had it teed up, but we never actually got to it.
Right. Lori's all prepared. She's
Lori
got
is
her
still ready.
wonderful PowerPoint ready to roll, and actually in Zoom it'll be perfect.
So that'll be June 1st. Do we have to actually vote to warn that, Bill, as a budget information meeting? Because it said discussion and action. I'm like, what's the action you're looking for?
Sometimes I cut and paste that.
Okay. So,
Joe, will we have a bigger attendance?
Bigger than what?
I don't know. The in-person budget informational meetings. Will we have a bigger one on Zoom?
Who knows? Probably. I'll have to look at the limits of Zoom. I think it's 250.
Okay.
If we actually are worried that we have more than that, I don't know if Google Hangouts gets larger or if there's another platform we can use to get a bigger meeting than 250. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. Do we? Ken, question? Oh, I see. You're next.
Just now that you're bringing up the budget meeting, I'd like to let you know that we have a warned policy meeting on firearms, or actually it's on weapons, but it has to do with firearms. And that will be on Wednesday on Zoom, and it is legally posted.
Okay, that's Wednesday.
This Wednesday, the 20th.
Okay. At 7
p.m.
5:20. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Emily, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say that it's super. I appreciate this date and this time and the way this is putting out. I want to make sure that we are as transparent as possible, getting people involved. I think we've been really fortunate to have more people join our school board meetings since we've been holding them on Zoom. And I pretty much live on Zoom, it feels like, and I'm sad to say that in some ways, but I'm also grateful because it's been giving us great feedback both at the school board level and in other meetings that I've had across the state. I want to make sure that we are sharing, and I know you're going to, Joe, as we move to the end of this meeting, that how we're going to hold not only our informational meetings and our annual meeting and our voting process. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing in getting that information out to the public, because this is a super big challenge right now, voting. And I'm super proud that we're one of those 19 school districts who don't have an approved budget yet because we were never able to vote, but we're still moving forward. And there's quite a number of votes going on the day that we are actually holding this in different towns. And I want to make sure that we're practicing all the social distancing that we need to be doing to make sure that our poll workers and the voters and everyone else is safe, but that we can move forward in this really unprecedented time and make this work. So I would encourage anybody watching this to pay attention to what your opportunities are for voting from now on, and to get engaged by involving yourself in these meetings and coming, because there is an additional level of transparency when we all are able to sit here in our homes, as hard as that it can be for some of us who are doing it all the time, but sit here in our homes and say, I can be involved and I can raise my hand and I can have my say. So I just, as hard as this is, I want us to embrace it and be as transparent as possible and move forward as best we can. Thank you.
Thanks. You're right. We are moving forward, and our clerk, Anita Bean, has done a wonderful job working with the other town clerks to set up the voting procedures. Every town clerk has been really cooperative and really helpful in putting this process together, and they have it figured out. Obviously, the more absentee ballots we can get ahead of time, that's the easiest thing for them, but they all have plans in place for either drive-through or walk up single entrance to the building with masks and hand sanitizer to let the vote go forward. They recognize the importance of it, and we'll do it as safely as humanly possible. But for anybody watching, request your absentee ballot and get it in ahead of time, and it'll save wear and tear on the actual date. Our annual meeting, I think, is just going to be Zoom. We had kicked around the idea of holding it outside somewhere socially distant, but right now the gathering ceiling wouldn't allow that very well, and we'd probably still have to make it electronic, and it would be a hybrid meeting, and this is just so much easier to manage. And we will make this, these Zoom links are published in our agenda, and I don't know if they're in the actual warning, but we could add that to the warning. I've seen them on social media in multiple different places to encourage people to attend the meeting. We definitely want participation.
Yes. Yes.
So our next actual board meeting will be in June. Will be June 22nd, after the annual meeting. We'll have the annual meeting, but there won't be any administrative tasks for that. Do we have administrative tasks for the next regular board meeting? Keep in mind, they're also working like crazy to get ready for the next long-term planning meeting. Next Monday, there's a committee meeting, and then there will be a long-term planning meeting on the 8th. We're going to have a trifecta, 8, 9, 10 of June meetings. Yippee, right, Bill?
Yes. No. I want to thank the board for the thoughtful engagement in the long-term planning meeting, and we've been working since that meeting to bring some clarifying things forward to the budget committee, and we'll get some feedback from the budget committee, and then we'll do some more work, and we'll bring it back to you guys for the long-term planning meeting. All of these meetings are warned, all of them are public, all of them are recorded. I really appreciate the transparency and the thoughtfulness that the board is engaging in, so that we can get to August and have some clarity on the path. It's not easy work and it takes a lot of time, but it's what our communities deserve, and I appreciate the board leading in this. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill. Lindsay, you have something?
I don't know that it needs to necessarily be an administrative task, but I want to throw out there that I hope that the administration is considering in all of the wild unknowns for this coming school year, and not knowing anything about what that's going to look like, that I hope they are considering some sort of remote option and how that could work so that we don't end up losing equalized pupils for families that are not comfortable with returning to school if that happens. And if that's a possibility, what that could look like. Anyway, just to throw it out there as something that I would hate to lose the equalized pupils for something that we don't necessarily need to.
So I would say this is another great reaction to the board's planning of over 3 years ago, because the New Brook School Parent Advisory Committee had that exact conversation with their principal, and about 45 minutes after that conversation, I was contacted, and then I had a long conversation with that principal about that possibility. I think that's really forward thinking. I don't know what the rules of the game are going to be yet in August, but I really think it is important to think about all those possibilities, how it may work for different families in a different way, and how we want to keep the students connected to the school. So we've already begun some creative planning on that, and I appreciate the forethought to make sure that that's on the table.
Thanks, both of you. Okay, so that just a little long-term consideration there for the administration. For committee tasks, the policy committee is meeting, the budget committee is meeting to talk about long-term planning and go through that. Those are the tasks that exist now. Are there any additional things that need to be done? Good. All right. So we have the minutes of April 13th, 2020. Those were in the packet. We just need a motion to approve those.
I'll make the motion to approve minutes of April 13th, 2020.
Thank you, Dana. Lindsay, you want a second?
Yep.
Thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? All right, seeing nothing. All in favor of approving the minutes from April 13th, 2020, please, Keegan, please say aye.
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Ken?
Yay.
Dana?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
And Mike?
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. We also need a motion to approve. Let me scroll up here and find it. Accounts payable voucher number 54 in the amount of $127,389.36. These are the pay orders that both Trish Scott and I reviewed last week, and everything was in order on those, and looked good. We both signed off on them, but now we have to officially approve the voucher.
I
Somebody
move
make-
to approve.
Hey. Ken, you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second it, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion or questions on that? Okay, ready to vote. All in favor of approving the AP voucher, please say aye. Keegan?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Trish?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Lindsay?
Aye.
Leanne?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Dana?
Aye.
Howie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it, motion carries. Any other business, folks? All right, well, thank you for your efficiency. There's just that one last motion.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second.
Want to go through the roll call one more time? Keegan.
Aye.
Al.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Aye.
Julie.
Aye.
Trish.
Aye.
Dana.
Aye.
Ken.
Aye.
Leanne.
Aye.
Howie.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. I will see you again in a week.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the, what is this? The 372nd edition of Energy Week with George Harvey and Tom Fennell.
That's what I got, 372.
Yeah, there you go. This is George Harvey. I'm going to change my name to Bob. That's an acronym for bald, overweight, and I forget what the third one was.
That's probably the third one.
There was a third one, but I forgot. And the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
By the way, everybody, Tom actually is amazing. I'm not kidding. Okay, Energy Week is based on a blog that I have called geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. We're going to keep you apprised of the dates of the articles that we're talking about, the dates they appeared at the blog, not the dates they were published. And we're starting on May 21st, 2020. May 21st was a Thursday. Today is, we're starting on May 14th. Today is May 21st.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Tom, did I confuse you?
Yeah, I thought I lost a week.
Probably so did some of our viewers. Anyway, you can go to the blog. If you're watching this at the BCTV website or at YouTube or wherever, there is probably going to be another place that you could go posted that you can get a link to, or you can even get a file that shows you the program that you could follow along with if you want, and it shows the pictures that are online, so people are going to be able to watch this looking at the pictures if they don't even have a TV screen in front of them, but can get the sound as they would in a what do they call them, Tom? Podcast. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right.
There you go. So we're starting on May 14th. We have a picture of a rendering from a planned project in Maryland.
That's what it says.
An item from E&E News. And
Looks like a little fishing boat there, huh?
A little fishing boat.
Yeah. Well, what it says here is it's a FERC order that could bar offshore wind from the U.S. power market. This is crazy.
Well, FERC has been working on this for months.
Huh?
And FERC has been working on this for months, and we've been reporting on it.
Yeah.
A controversial order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued late last year could block offshore wind developers from the nation's largest capacity market, analysts say. Now, states with ambitious clean energy goals say they are grappling with how to respond. And there's a bunch of things that they could do to respond to this. And Tom, you probably have something to say about that.
Well, this is crazy. I mean, they're trying to say we don't want you to use renewables.
Yeah, that's exactly. What they're saying is anybody who subsidizes renewables, those renewables are not allowed to put out bids that are lower than bids from competing fossil fuel plants.
That's it in a nutshell. My goodness. I mean, it's hard to wrap my head around that. That's craziness. Yeah. Well, I got a couple of notes here. States are trying to meet targets for clean power, while FERC is trying to support traditional fossil fuels. And FERC's move here raises prices for state-subsidized renewable generation. So Vermont, for example, can't give you a discount if you put in solar or something like that. And it's going to undermine efforts to slash carbon dioxide. Now my cat's getting in the way. He wants to get in on the show.
Yeah, I should tell everybody we're doing this broadcast from home, which is why we're not on the screen. I am in my home and Tom is in his, and we're doing this by telephone, and anybody who's got a cat knows what that means.
Well, anyhow, it's undermining efforts to slash carbon dioxide emissions by extending a lifeline to fossil fuel generators that would otherwise have retired. And in this particular case, offshore wind will bear the brunt of the impact.
Yeah, and you know, it's not just carbon emissions; it's particulates, and they are killing people. I mean,
well, this is all a hoax.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's Trumpism, really. What we're looking at here is Trumpism.
Yes, and you know, it's one of those things where basically what's happening is the democracy that we have is in trouble because it is, well, okay, I shouldn't be propounding on politics, but you know,
you can't get away from it though.
Hard when you're talking about energy. It's hard. There's going to be a lot of money lost by people who own fossil fuels infrastructure. They don't want that.
That's the bottom line, really.
Huh?
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And they don't want to lose that money, so they want to force us to live with their products. And they are especially upset if the states are subsidizing attempts to keep us alive because, you know, in Vermont we lose about 300 people every year just to the emissions from the transportation sector.
And we have clean air, relatively.
This is we're in a place here where basically politicians are saying, given a choice of offering more jobs or saving more lives, we want to offer more jobs. It's okay if we kill people as long as somebody's making money on it. I don't buy that.
Well, unfortunately, there's some people that do.
Well, I'll tell you something. Based on their actions in office, I think Richard Nixon would not have bought it, and I think that Gerald Ford would not have bought it, and I think that Ronald Reagan would not have bought it, and I think
you're right.
George Bush would not have bought it. And these are the people who the people are saying are their predecessors, who they look back to, who are their models. And I'll tell you something. Theodore Roosevelt would not have bought this. It just would not have happened. So anyway,
sure.
We got to move on, I think, unless you've got more, Tom.
No, we got a picture here of a very unusual thing. It's called a pump jack.
Also known as a nodding donkey.
A nodding donkey, exactly, exactly. And the show wouldn't be the same if we didn't show a pump jack. And we're going to do it again before the show's out.
Yeah. Okay, this is an item from The Guardian.
Long-troubled U.S. oil firms are capitalizing on coronavirus assistance.
Weren't we just?
Why am I not surprised?
We were just talking about the fossil fuels industry, having an effect on our politics, weren't we?
Yeah, weren't we?
Many American oil and gas companies are in financial trouble and were before the coronavirus economic crisis. And now they're asking for taxpayer assistance to cushion their fall.
They got hands out, baby.
What? Yeah, absolutely. Many independent drillers were mired in debt and got mired in debt chasing the fracking boom.
Well, we've talked about that.
When I was young, 50 years ago, I had a lot of friends who were in the I think the majority of my close friends were either or both in the John Birch Society or the National Rifle Association. These guys admired people who were, they admired Ayn Rand, for crying out loud, who I could never deal with. But I remember them saying, you can't solve a problem by throwing money at it. And that's what is happening in Washington right now. They're throwing money at a problem, and concealed in all that are places where oil and gas companies can get money, and it's not really concealed when you get right down to it.
They got $113 million in taxpayer-backed loans that were meant for small businesses. And the fossil fuel industry, somehow or another, has glommed onto this.
You know what? I just had a thought.
Yeah.
Maybe FERC is going to tell these people that they're going to have to, since they're being subsidized, they have to meet the prices of wind power and solar.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but it probably won't happen.
Well, there's more coming. The Fed also plans to offer bond buybacks to giants such as ExxonMobil and Chevron.
Absolutely. You know,
they're feeling a decrease in oil demand, so they want some more money.
Yeah, and these are companies that have, in some cases, hundreds of billions of dollars in income every year. You know.
Well, they've been subsidized from the beginning.
Oh yes, yes, indeed they have.
And you know, they want the subsidies, but you can't subsidize solar. Can't subsidize wind.
Yeah. Well,
we got a nice picture of a nuclear power plant, by the way, which is one of the most highly subsidized industries in America.
Yeah, this is from S&P Global. What do you got for a title?
Fermi 2 reactor in Michigan sees over 200 workers testing positive for novel coronavirus during outage.
Yeah.
I don't understand this one.
You don't?
200 workers?
Nearly 250 workers at DTE Energy's 1,250 megawatt Fermi 2 nuclear reactor in Newport, Michigan, tested positive for novel coronavirus during the ongoing refueling and maintenance outage, according to a union official. The reason why there were so many people who got sick is because they probably had 1,500 people, maybe more than that, in town from out of town just to do the refueling. That's what happens.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and so they have all these people packed into a small area, and you know it's like some people with these things were saying you can't close these plants down. You got to keep them going. We should delay refueling. I'm sorry, you can't delay refueling. And then there's other people who are saying they shouldn't even be refueled because there's you know, so you have two sides of the pro-nuclear, anti-nuclear thing here going on. But 250 people is a large part of the number of people at that plant.
There's about 2,000 people that are working there now, right now.
All right.
They're all over the place.
So this is 12.5%, and that's 12.5% that we know of.
Yeah. Well, they're trying efforts to remediate this, but it's still too little too late. You know, now they got mandatory face mask usage and stuff like that, promotions of physical and social distancing. They should have done that in the beginning.
They should have. There's no question about it.
Well, let's move along. This next one is very interesting and very important, I think.
Yeah, and it's got an interesting picture of a solar farm seen from behind. So it looks like a black line across the screen.
It is an interesting picture. I'm glad you told us what it was, because there's no way we'd ever figure that one out.
Well, and I should say we're up to Friday, May 15th, and this is from the Los Angeles Times.
Giant batteries are changing everything for clean energy.
Southern California Edison announced it's buying 770 megawatts of batteries. So one California utility is buying more energy storage than was installed in the entire United States last year. The CEO of SCE's parent company called it just another stepping stone.
Well, batteries are a big part of the short-term plans for energy in America.
Absolutely, and I think long-term plans too. And the
well, yeah, really they are.
They are, you know, and the thing is, you know, we've talked about this and talked about it, but when you have the old baseload paradigm, you have baseload power plants that just run flat out all the time, that provide enough energy to meet your minimum need. Because if you fall below that, you've got a serious problem of what to do with the extra electricity. Then on top of that, you have load following plants that provide electricity that costs more, and then on top of that, you have peaker plants that cost even more. And it turns out these batteries provide electricity cheaper than the peaking power plants.
Oh, by quite a bit.
And so what they're doing is they're putting them in to cover the peaking power plants, but also the load following power plants and the base load plants, because it's just cheaper than...
Well, the batteries are going to become the new base load.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what they're going to do. And what that means is our solar and wind power farms and rooftop solar and all the rest of that, what they're going to be doing is covering whatever load happens to be out there, but charging the batteries. And those, this is how we're going to get into a future where
it's a new model.
It's a new model. It's absolutely a new model. And the thing that's beautiful about it is not only does it cost a great deal less than the model we're working on now, but it provides more reliable and better quality electricity.
And it's instantly dispatchable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It means
flip a switch, it's on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a light bulb.
Yeah.
Well, we talked last week about this, and we talked about something that's going to change a lot. They got long duration batteries now. There's only one company's got it, but a typical battery has enough power to last for about 4 hours. This guy's got a battery that's going to last 150 hours.
That's at full discharge rate.
Yeah.
It's confusing to some people because when you say power lasting only 4 hours, some people think that means that you charge the battery and 4 hours later it's going to have leaked all that power out.
That's just a measuring stick.
It's a measuring stick, yeah. But what it means is that the cost of batteries is just going to keep going down. And this, you've said this so many times. We've got so many people who are working on these things who are coming up with ideas.
Well, battery storage, or any kind of storage for that matter, is very significant now, and people are working on it.
That's right. Okay.
Let's move along here. We got a nice picture coming up
of a glacier, Berry Glacier.
It's the Berry Glacier, and let's try and figure out what it's saying here. Prince William Sound, yes. I'm getting confused between Iceland and Greenland and Alaska. This is in Alaska.
Yes, it is.
And it's the Berry Glacier. That's what this article is about. And scientists warn about the risk of a massive tsunami in the Prince William Sound. And before you read about it, I will mention what the Prince William Sound is. It's a large body of water in southern Alaska, near the Aleutian Peninsula.
Yep.
And it goes right into Fairbanks. Fairbanks is at the end of this. This is a pretty big-sized piece of water.
It is. This is from Anchorage Daily News, and when I saw this, I actually got kind of scared.
Well, it could be a bad thing.
It could be. A landslide in Prince William Sound could trigger a large tsunami in an area sometimes frequented by hundreds of fishermen and recreational boaters. According to scientists and state officials, the slope, and if you look at the picture, the slope on the left side there is getting unstable because the glacier, which is on the right side, is retreating due to climate change. And so, one of the things that's interesting about this is you've got climate change, which is just a tiny little change in temperature, which is raising the temperature of the water so that the ice is melting a little bit faster than it used to melt. So the glacier is slowly retreating, a few dozen feet a year maybe, or a couple 100 feet a year. I don't know, but it retreats. That glacier is supporting the side of the mountain.
It's unstable.
It's unstable. And when they're talking about a tsunami here, they're talking about a tsunami in a very confined piece of water. And
a tsunami in 1964 and an earthquake killed more than 100 people.
Yeah.
So this is nothing to sneeze at.
Well, when these tsunamis happen in confined waters, you can have what's called a mega tsunami. And they had one of those in Alaska that was survived by two people who were in a fishing boat. How they did it, I don't know. But the wave was over 1,000 feet tall.
Well, this landslide is happening as we speak.
Yeah.
It's moving slowly right now.
Yeah.
But earthquakes, heavy rainfall, or rapid snowmelts, or flying permafrost could make this thing slide quickly. It could happen instantly.
And it could put up a wave that would be very, very tall. Not maybe 1,000 feet, but
it could maybe it doesn't have to be 1,000 feet, but it could be a very serious tsunami.
Yeah.
And it could wipe out parts of Anchorage.
Yep. Okay.
And it's scientists are talking about it. They say it's possible that it could happen within a year, and it's likely that it will happen within 20 years.
Right. So they're going to have to start getting serious about keeping people out of the water in that area.
Either that or make it happen and everybody knows it's going to happen.
Yeah, that's something that occurred to me too. Maybe they can figure out a way to have parts of this go consecutively so that, they have little bitty tsunamis instead of one great big one.
Well, let's say there's got to be some smart people working on it.
There are undoubtedly are smart people working on it.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up. I wonder what it is. Well, it says it's a coal-fired power plant.
Yeah, how about that? And this, by the way, comes from a publication called Green Matters.
Oh, I got a different one from Boonsey 66.
Oh, the picture is from Boonsey 66.
Yeah, right. Okay, the article came from Green Matters. I got that. The U.S. expected to generate more electricity from renewables than coal this year. We've talked about this before in respect to other countries.
Yes, and there was an article that I put up today, so it's not going to be in this week's show. It'll be in next week's show about performance in the first quarter in the UK. And I've been thinking about this. Renewable energy produces a little more electricity. In the UK, they had their offshore wind farms averaged a capacity factor of 60%, which is high. But the thing is, nuclear averaged 59% in the month of February. So what does that mean? It means the nuclear industry is losing a lot of money because you don't make money at 59%. And natural gas was at 37%, and coal was at 17%. What does that mean? It means the end of coal.
Well,
okay.
Coal, we've talked about this. Coal is a zombie already.
Okay, let me read this. Despite Trump administration efforts to bail out the fossil fuel industry during the coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. is projected to produce more electricity from renewable sources than coal this year. This is for the whole year. For the first time ever, the New York Times reported this.
Well, there's a takeaway here. It comes right from the article. Coal, this is a quote, coal is facing a triple whammy. As renewables grow, demand shrinks, and natural gas stays cheap.
Well, what do you do, Tom? If you've got a couple $1 trillion to throw around, you throw around some at coal because the coal industry has got friends in it. The renewables industry doesn't.
Well, there's truth in that statement.
Much as I hate to say it.
Well, the COVID-19 lockdowns have had a significant effect on the country's electricity over the past few months.
Yeah.
In addition, the U.S. electric power sector is expected to add 20 gigawatts. You've heard me say it, a gigawatt is a bigawatt.
That's right.
Of new wind capacity and 13 gigawatts of utility-scale solar capacity this year alone. This is scheduled. This is coming.
It's coming, that's right. And I should mention, every time you say bigawatt, it reminds me of a joke I was told by an Italian once.
And I hope we're gonna hear the joke.
He said, "Do you know the definition of a bigamist? A bigamist is a large Italian fog."
A bigamist, yes.
I had to tell you that was told to me by an Italian because I would not tell a joke about Italians to diminish them because, Italy is a country that has done amazing things over the course of history. So.
Oh, for sure.
What can I say? Okay.
Well, let's talk about this one. This one's kind of weird. Saudi oil rush threatens to disrupt stabilizing U.S. market.
This is something to talk about too.
This is weird.
This is we have a picture of a tanker here. I felt like looking it up, but I didn't have time. It's called the Hellespont Trooper. This is from Yahoo Canada Finance. Over 30 tankers.
And that tanker is empty.
That tanker is empty, and that tanker is also big.
It's very big.
Not a small ship.
It's very big.
Yeah. Over 30 tankers laden with Saudi oil are set to arrive at the Gulf Coast and the West Coast during May and June, according to ship tracking data compiled by Bloomberg. The oil they bring threatens to disrupt a positive supply development, which is a decline in U.S. crude stockpiles.
is weird. There's super tankers. They're carrying more than 50 million barrels of Saudi crude, which is a lingering effect of a price war between Riyadh and Russia back in March.
Yeah.
And what are they doing? They're running all this oil to America.
Why are they doing that? I think, and this is just a conspiracy theory on my part, and I really don't like conspiracy theories, but I think they are trying to destroy the American oil industry, and they are
doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, oil prices went negative in the United States because they didn't have any place to store anything. So what are we going to do? We're going to give them more oil.
Well, put it in perspective, the volume of this oil arriving in May and June of this year is equal to nearly a third of all the Saudi crude delivered in the U.S. last year.
What can you say? I mean,
like I say, this is weird. From our standpoint, it's weird. The Saudis have it. I know they think they know what they're doing.
Well, I think they have a pretty good idea what they're doing. But the only thing that I can say is this is not an accident. This is something that
no. Somebody sat down and figured this one out.
I think so. And they're saying, okay, you want to undermine the oil industry in the United States? Do it, because that means we don't have competition from fracking in the United States. And honestly, I think that they see the attempt by Washington to push the fracking industry and export products as a war on them. Saudi Arabia and Russia have an oil war, and they both shoot at the U.S.
That's kind of neat, isn't it?
It's a very weird. We live in strange times. Okay, we're up to Saturday, May 16th, unless you've got more about that.
No, we got a great picture here.
This is a great picture.
This is Monument Valley, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah. Well, I look at this like I always look at Arizona highways, for example, and I look at the thing and I just say, these pictures are so beautiful, and I'm so glad I'm not there. I would get such terrible sunburn in a place like this.
Well, Monument Valley it's a juncture of 4 states.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely a beautiful place. I have a screensaver of Monument Valley, so I look at it a lot.
I'm not surprised. I have a screensaver of the Lee River, which is extremely beautiful, and it's in China, and I look at that a lot, and I've been doing it for years. Okay, this particular article is from Earth Island Journal.
The Bureau of Land Management is planning a vast overhaul of the Greater Chaco Land Management Plan. And the Greater Chaco is that part of the 4 corners of the U.S. that includes the Monument Valley.
Which is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
And they're planning this during the pandemic. The U.S. Bureau of Land Management is holding final public comment sessions on oil and gas drilling in the Greater Chaco region online through May 28th, effectively excluding local Navajo and Pueblo Indians because they don't have internet access. So,
it's like most of Vermont.
This is the Bureau of Land Management. Well, I think they've got less than people in Vermont do. They
do, but I mean, there's no. These are places where there's no phone service or anything,
Yeah, exactly, and these people they're supposed to be given an ability to say, to voice their concerns, and the Bureau of Land Management is just excluding them by saying, well, we've got a pandemic going on, so we'll do it online.
Yeah. Well, you can't see it in that picture, and I wasn't aware of it, as to how much oil and gas they're extracting from this beautiful place.
Yeah.
There's 22,000 active oil and gas wells in that Four Corners region. That's a lot.
I wonder what would happen if you replaced those on a one-by-one basis with wind turbines.
Oh, no.
You'd have more electricity than you know what to do with.
Well, you would, but I wouldn't want to put wind turbines all over there.
I wouldn't either.
And I'm in favor of wind turbines.
But not there.
But not there.
Yeah.
I mean, the place is a national monument, literally.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally and figuratively, in any way you want it. It's a very special place.
And my own point of view, which I'm very certain an echo of what you just said, I wouldn't want to have either oil wells or wind turbines in this particular location.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's interesting because most of this area is within the region belonging to the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, and so the United States does what it always does to the American Indians, which is to
exploit
their rights. By the way, I have a friend who is an American Indian, and I asked him how he felt about being called an Indian, and he said, "Oh, I don't mind that at all. You know, everybody knows that American Indians are not Indians.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a name.
It's a name. Most Native Americans accept that.
Yeah, and I'm a Native American. I was born in Kansas.
Okay.
And
it's the truth. That's the truth.
If somebody made some kind of name that put him in the same boat as the Hopi or the Navajo, or as people who lived in Washington State or Alaska or whatever, it wouldn't be any more accurate than Indian or Native American. There isn't any really good word for these people because they're distinct, separate groups, each with their own cultural identity. So,
in most of these indigenous native languages, they refer to themselves as the people.
The people, that's right. That's what Inuit means.
Yeah.
The people. So.
Now we got a picture coming up of an unusual-looking guy.
Yeah, he is. This is from Clean Technica.
Keep your eye on this guy. I think he's going somewhere.
Well, yeah, I know people who are talking about running him for president, and if
Biden?
Yeah, Joe Biden. Here I am zoning out on Joe Biden's name. If Joe Biden were willing to take a man as a running mate, I would think that Mario Cuomo would be close to the top of the list. Not Mario, Andrew Cuomo.
Andrew, I wish it were Mario. I liked Mario.
Well, I don't dislike Andrew. I think that he's doing a good job in a lot of ways.
He seems to be.
Yeah, so we have an article from Clean Technica.
Governor Cuomo rejects the Williams pipeline.
Yeah, and this is a good article, I think, because it kind of explains something. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has rejected the Williams pipeline, which would have carried natural gas that had been fracked in Pennsylvania to parts of New York City. This pipeline would also have trapped New York into several decades of dependence on fracked gas.
That's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line. And if you really want to go just a step farther, it means that people would be putting up houses with or buying kitchen stoves to cook on or whatever that have that are newly built, designed for natural gas, and then all of a sudden the gas line stops pumping gas, and what do? Well, they're
tenant punt guys.
Yeah, it's like this is where stranded assets can become very, very real when you're dependent on fracked gas, or you're dependent on coal or oil or whatever. These are dependencies that.
Well, the word they use is trapped.
Trapped. That's right.
Well, it's interesting. This pipeline is only 37 miles long.
Yeah.
And it basically connects Pennsylvania to New York City.
Yeah. Well.
And the gas is there. It's in a junction of Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and they're trying to bring it into New York City because New York City is a big market.
Of course. Let's get everything to a big market. This is an interesting article because of the idea of decades of dependence.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Basically. Well, let's move along here. It's Sunday, May 17th.
Yep.
And we got an interesting picture. This is a very interesting picture of a Dutch surge barrier.
Yeah.
And look at it. It looks like these things open and close depending upon what the tides are doing.
Yes, and storms and things like that. I think that's exactly what they do. And the Dutch have got a lot of expertise on this because most of their country is under sea level.
And what it looks like they do is when there's a big surge coming, they close the dam.
Yep. And what they're going to do when the oceans rise, I don't know.
Keep that closed most of the time.
Well, at some point, even this is going to be overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And
well, unfortunately, I think you're right.
The taller the wall gets, the faster the cost increases.
Well, from the article, let's read what it says here.
Okay, good idea. This is from the Maritime Executive.
Climate options: seawalls, flooding, or emissions cuts.
Yeah, climate change, it's fair to say, is complicated, and it's big. One of the main challenges of responding effectively is simply getting your head around the scale of the problem. A study subsidized by the journal Nature Communications clarifies the system through cost analysis.
Well, this study, it looks at the costs of protecting coastal communities from climate change. And given the costs of flooded coastal cities, scientists suggest that it would save money in the long run to build improved sea defenses around the coastline. And that's what they're talking about here.
Well, that's going to be expensive.
It is. We'll talk again about it in this show.
Yeah.
We got another picture coming up, and guess what?
What?
Pump jack.
Pump jacks! Oh my gosh! Imagine having pump jacks on this show.
Imagine that, huh?
Imagine that. This is an article from Clean Technica.
And it's our friend Bill McKibben.
Yes.
As big oil declines, Bill McKibben says, so will its political power. Well, you know, I think he's right.
I think he's right. In a recent editorial, Bill McKibben declared, quote, "Big oil is not so big anymore," end quote. At least 90 fossil fuel companies are part of the Federal Reserve Coronavirus Bond Buyback Program.
We just mentioned.
We did. But the key point, McKibben reminds us, is as the industry flags, so will its political power.
That's accurate.
Yeah, so what's happening here is they're in trouble because of their own, I think, bad business practices. And the virus comes along. So let's throw money at the problem, and that means that there's lots of money around, and nobody can keep track of $2.2 trillion, and it's grown to be way past that. And so they're kind of standing there, as you said, with their hands out, and that'll keep them going for long enough to get some of that money into their own pockets.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, and then what happens when we get out of this and the money is not being thrown at them? They're going to be in deeper trouble than they were in.
Well, from the article, it says the oil and gas industry is oversupplying the market, pummeled by low prices, and sitting in last place on the stock market. Yes. And Bloomberg Business Week calls Exxon a humbled and mediocre company.
Well, I think humbled...
Things are changing, guys.
Yeah, humbled, yes, and mediocre is more important. When Bloomberg calls a company mediocre, they're not mincing words.
I don't think so. We got an interesting image coming up here.
We do.
Sloppy Joe's Bar. Looks like a fun place.
It does. The thing that I find interesting about this particular picture is...
Yeah, it's flooded.
It's flooded. The water doesn't have big waves or anything, so this is not happening in a storm. You know, the trees all look like they're just kind of hanging out.
Well, you can see the Budweiser truck there.
Yeah, but this is Key West. This is not because some stream overflowed its bank.
No, that's the water. That's the ocean.
That's the ocean, and the ocean happens to be high. And why is the ocean high? Well, it's sea level rise, guys.
Yep. Well, that's it. That's exactly what it says. NASA is explaining sea level rise, and yes, it's real.
Yeah. This is from Electrek. NASA scientist writer Alan Buis published a blog post which is called Can't See Sea Level Rise? You're Looking in the Wrong Place. That's the end of the title. We lose 2.5 meters of beach. And 2.5 meters, what is that, about 8.5 feet, Tom?
About 8 feet, yep. Yeah, about 8.5.
for every inch the sea level rises. So what are our options? You know, we just looked at this with those surge barriers. Either we spend a lot of money to combat it with things like higher seawalls, or we abandon ship and move.
And that's happening. It's happening already.
Absolutely, it is. And you know, it reminds me of a thing about the. I'm thinking that it's the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear Daini Fukushima
That's enough.
Daini nuclear reactor. It's nuclear plant. It's the plant that did not melt down of the two Fukushima plants.
Okay.
And they had a problem, which was, you know, they had this seawall, and the seawall was too low, as they could see by the fact that, you know, the Fukushima Daiichi had the seawall topped, and so they decided they were going to build the seawall taller, and they projected putting some amount of money, and I don't remember what it was, but it was billions of dollars, into building a higher seawall in order to meet the problem that maybe they were going to have another tsunami one day. And then somebody came along and said, wait a minute, this new seawall that you've got is not tall enough.
Wow.
You know, it's like the ocean, this is not ocean level rise, but the point that I'm making is the initial seawall was many millions of dollars, I'm sure. But because they were doubling the height or tripling the height, they were putting billions and billions of dollars into it. And the reason is, of course, if you're going to build a seawall, as you build it up, you have to build it out. So it's not going to increase in price according to the height. It's going to increase in price according to the square of the height.
The volume.
Yeah. What are we going to do when the ocean level is rising and it gets to a point where we can't build those seawalls anymore, because that's going to happen. So that all has to be taken into account in the whole thing too.
Well, in this particular case, this is Key West.
Yeah.
Monroe County in the Keys has admitted that they can't save whole neighborhoods because it's cost prohibitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's true all along the coast of the Gulf, and it's true all along.
They got a solution.
What's that?
They suggest that the residents get boats.
I think that might be a good solution.
And Indonesia is moving its capital, Jakarta. And there's 10 million people in Jakarta.
Yeah.
And it's due to sea level rise. Interesting video about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Joe Biden has created a climate task force, and he's named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and John Kerry as co-chairs. And she knows what she's doing.
I have a lot of respect for her. You know, I have always been rather conservative, but I've also had respect for the other side. And
but she's a smart lady. She's going somewhere. She's only 30, I think, now. She's young.
She's young. And
she's got a ways to go.
She has a ways to go.
And like I said, she's very smart, and she's very well informed, and she's activist.
She's passionate. Okay, and I want to say one more thing about this flooding.
Yeah.
One thing that it reminds me of is Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers?
When Roy Rogers was a little boy, his family was rather poor, but it was on the way up, and his father decided to put the family on a houseboat.
We're talking about the Lone Ranger here?
Yeah. No, not the Lone Ranger. This was Roy Rogers, who was married to Dale Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, who was not the Lone Ranger, but he was a cowboy.
Yeah, right. I was thinking William Boyd.
And he got them on a houseboat.
Uh-huh.
And then they decided that they were going to buy a piece of property and they were going to build a house on it. And then they had a big flood. And they took the houseboat to the property, and when the flood went away, they were living on their property.
That's neat.
That's funny. Okay, we're up to Monday.
Work out, don't they?
Huh?
Sometimes things work out, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes. We're up to Monday, the 18th of May, and we have an article from Hellenic Shipping News Worldwide. And
a lovely picture of a fracking operation.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
Well, U.S. oil and gas rig count plunges to a record low for the second week.
The second week in a row.
In a row.
And that's a big drop. The U.S. rig count, an early indicator of future output, fell by 35 to a record low of 339 in the week to May 15th. Data from energy services firm Baker Hughes company shows. The data goes back to 1940, and the previous record low of 374 was last week. This thing lost 10% in 1 week from a record low.
That's exactly what it says. Global fuel demand is expected to drop roughly 10% in 2020.
Yeah.
Prompting companies to make drastic cuts in spending, lay off thousands of workers, and close production to offset the glut.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we move on?
Yeah, I think we can.
We have an item from WTSP and a slide of
Yeah, a
flooding
picture of a Jeep running through some water.
in Hurricane Harvey. What do you have for a title?
6 years in a row, a named storm forms early in the Atlantic. Dude, you got to explain what that means, but that's significant.
Yes, for the 6th year in a row, a tropical cyclone was named before the official start of the Atlantic hurricane season. Reportedly, there's even a debate going on in the National Hurricane Center in Miami over moving the hurricane season opening to some date in May.
Well, this year, Tropical Storm Arthur was named on May 16th, and the hurricane season officially begins on June 1st.
There you go. And the hurricane season is dependent on, what happens in nature, and it was started on the 1st of June because most of the hurricanes came after that. And now,
changing.
Every year in 6 years in a row, they've had a hurricane before that. So there you go. The weather.
From the article, and we've talked about this, one of the main drivers of tropical cyclone development, and a cyclone is like a hurricane. It's a circular storm with a low pressure in the middle.
Right.
And one of the main drivers is warm water temperatures, and
yes.
Climate change has made that commonplace.
Yes.
And as the article says, warm water is the fuel for tropical systems.
Yes. And it's worse now than it has been in the past, so they're expecting, very likely, there could be a bad hurricane season this year.
That's what they're suspecting.
So we have an item here from Clean Technica showing with a picture of a Tesla showroom in Tyson Center.
Tyson Center is Washington, D.C., basically. Tyson Corner.
Yeah.
And this is a very interesting article about Tesla because they seem to be the only company that's doing well.
Yeah.
Only auto company. U.S. auto sales are down 496,000 in the first quarter. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to round it off. 500,000 automobiles down.
After falling in 2019 as a whole, the U.S. auto industry has been slammed by the coronavirus in the first quarter of 2020. With few exceptions, sales of car brands are off badly from last year. One notable exception to the trend is Tesla, whose sales increased by 17% from the first quarter of 2019. And part of this is because the battery-powered vehicles are not suffering the way internal combustion vehicles are, and part of it is because Tesla has showrooms that are in places like malls, and
they're doing something interesting there.
They are, and VW has said that it's going to copy that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So we're up to Tuesday, May 19th.
I was just going to say, did I have any? Well, I'll say it really quickly. The U.S. auto industry was getting slaughtered in the first quarter of 2020.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And you can see the effects of this: bankruptcies, brands are leaving the U.S., major mergers, worries about job security in the future. But that's not happening with Tesla. Everybody's happy there.
Well, yeah. Although Tesla has been making ventilators instead of cars in their plants.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of that going on, and it has to happen.
Yes, it does. Okay, as I said, we're up to Tuesday, May 19th, and we have an item from CNN.
Nice picture of a hurricane.
Yeah, this is Hurricane Irma.
Is that Irma?
That's what it says.
Okay. Hurricanes, typhoons, and cyclones, which, by the way, are all the same thing, are becoming stronger.
Yeah. According to a new NASA study, it has become increasingly evident that cyclonic storms are getting stronger and deadlier with global warming. And this is according to a study by researchers at the University of Wisconsin in Madison and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, you know, what you were just saying a couple of minutes ago was it is the warm water that makes these storms strong, and the water is getting warmer, and it's getting warmer because of climate change. And, you know, let's stop denying this and try dealing with it. We should not be paying attention to objectivism. We should be objective.
Well, from the article, the probability of storms reaching major hurricane status, which is winds in excess of 110 miles an hour, has been increasing by about 8% per decade, based on 40-year study.
Yeah.
And this one I just heard on the radio yesterday, Super Cyclone Amphan in India has reached sustainable winds of 165 miles per hour on Monday, and it's still going. It was going as of yesterday.
It hit Calcutta.
I can believe it. Yep, it's a super cyclone. It's a hurricane.
It's a hurricane, I guess. That increase that you were talking about of 8% per year per decade over 4 decades means that we're having these big hurricanes at an increased probability of 36%. So this is significant.
Very much so.
Yeah. Okay, our next picture is an artist's impression of a 14 megawatt wind turbine, and this comes from Renews.
Now that blows my mind. Only a year ago, 5 megawatts was considered a big one.
Yeah, I think it's.
And then
I would want
GE came out with an 8. Somebody else came out with a 10, and GE came out with a 12.
Yep.
And now they got Siemens with a 14 megawatts.
That's right. Got a title for this?
Siemens Gamesa unveils a 14 megawatt offshore Titan, and this is a Titan. This is big.
This is big. I got to tell you, I think this is a silly picture. This is artwork. This isn't real.
No, it's nice picture.
It's not a bad picture, all told. You know, when you consider composition, color, and things like that. But those waves are not behaving the way normal waves behave. I think, you know, this looks like it's at a beach or something. At the bottom, there's rocks in this picture.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Yep.
Those are not waves near a beach. Those are waves way out at sea.
Yep. Which usually you don't see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and most of the time there's sort of waves, but, you know, they don't look like that.
Yeah. Siemens Gamesa has unveiled a new 14 megawatt offshore turbine. It's equipped with a 222-meter rotor.
That's 700 feet.
That's 2 football fields end to end, including the end zones and a little bit left over. That offers a 25% increase in annual energy production compared to its 11 megawatt predecessor, which was already gigantic. Each unit will be able to supply the annual power needs for about 18,000 European households. So,
well, right now they've built a prototype, but they're talking about this being commercially available in 2024.
It's, you know, we're getting there. Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
We have
a nice little picture of a stream. Could be the Whetstone Brook.
Yeah, it is in the Appalachians, but I think it's probably in the southern Appalachians. I'm not sure. Cynthia Shahan is the author of this article, and I think she lives in Florida. I'm not sure. This is from Clean Technica.
The Nature Conservancy to unlock solar potential on retired Appalachian coal mine land. This is interesting.
Love it, don't you?
Yeah.
With its 65 years of work protecting the environment through conservation, the Nature Conservancy is making its way deeper into coal country. The organization wants to help develop solar power on the up to 13,000 acres of cleared coal mine lands.
Well, we've seen some pictures of some of these cleared coal mine lands that they just abandoned, and they look horrible.
They're absolutely frightening.
Well, an interesting takeaway here, the Conservancy has acquired a diverse 250,000-acre Cumberland forests in the traditional coal counties of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee.
Yeah.
And they've got a goal to conserve the Appalachian forests from Alabama to Canada, and they're on their way.
Yep. Okay, Tom, we're up to Wednesday, May 20th.
Yeah, it's the last one this week, isn't it?
It's the last day, but we've got 3 articles in about 3 minutes.
So, let's talk fast.
Yeah, let's talk real fast. This is a picture of snow algae on Anchorage Island in Antarctica. This is not near Anchorage, Alaska.
No, it isn't. It's on the northern end of Antarctica.
This is an article from The Guardian. What do you have for title?
Climate change is turning parts of Antarctica green. And we've actually sort of touched on this before.
We have indeed. Scientists have mapped what they call the beginning of a new ecosystem on the Antarctic Peninsula as microscopic algae bloom across the surface of the melting snow. When the algae tint the surface green, they potentially create a source of nutrition for other species. So they're actually talking about an entirely new environmental system coming into...
New ecosystem.
Yep.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's move along here.
Our next slide is a wind farm, and it's this...
Is that what that is?
It's an offshore... I would have called people out clamming, but this is a wind farm. And this is an article from CNBC.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Coronavirus crisis to hit renewable energy installations this year, but the IEA praises the sector's resilience.
This year, renewable energy installations are set to fall due to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, the International Energy Agency said. The agency's renewable market update projects the first decline in growth rate in 20 years. But as you said within the title, they're saying this sector has good resilience.
So supply chains have been disrupted. Some factories have had to close.
Yeah.
But
that's the big
EIA is noting that 2021 is forecast to see renewables bounce back to 2019 levels.
Yes.
What they mean by resilience.
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at this picture. Now, we've seen this picture before.
Have we?
Well, not this picture, but this installation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks familiar.
Oh, okay.
Very much so.
Okay. We should go on. This is our last item here.
Yeah, well, this picture is not of what they're talking about. This is an existing...
yes, it is. It's an existing wind farm.
And they're talking about a massive 1,000-megawatt baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant.
Oh, you're talking about the next picture, a solar array.
Yeah.
New economy. This is important. Okay, read that again, Tom.
Massive, 1,000 megawatts. That's a gigawatt, baby.
Yep.
Baseload wind, solar, and hydrogen plant pitched for New South Wales.
Infinite Blue Energy proposed a 3.5 billion Australian dollar or 2.3 billion US dollar concept called Project NEO, N-E-O, all capitalized, which would see combining up to 1,000 megawatts of wind, solar, and hydrogen fuel cell generation capacity to deliver continuous power around the clock in New South Wales. And this is important because it says the time has arrived. We can combine wind, solar, and storage, in this case hydrogen, to produce a complete kind of off-the-shelf replacement for baseload power.
Well, from the article, by converting the solar and wind energy into green hydrogen, it is possible to provide electricity via its fuel cell technology when there is no wind or sun. In other words, they're storing it.
Yeah.
The company estimates that the project would require 235 wind turbines and 5 square miles of solar generation.
Yep, and it is doing this at a cost which is probably half the cost or less of nuclear power. So we have a final slide, which is our goodbye, that says, have a fantastically untroubled week.
I hope we do.
I hope we do too. And thank you very much, Tom, and we hope that everybody comes back next time.
Why? Let's hope so.
Okay, bye-bye.
Adios.
Greetings. Welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is one of our first shows during the COVID-19 crisis, and we're trying to get back on track and talk to the policymakers and people in the news here. Today, we have a special guest. We have Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you.
Good. Good to see you. David, most people know, and I don't want to assume it though, that you're a farmer. It's early in the morning, so I'm assuming you've finished chores for today.
Well, I've done
Good
some
morning.
myself, and I've got a couple crew that come in to do the pigs and getting some plants started. Some of the crew are here, but yeah, I was up around 5 setting up the chick brooder. We had a new arrival of 275 meat bird little yellow chicks. So we give them fresh shavings, clean water, a good start with heat lamps, and I went to the post office and picked those up at 6:30, and nicely nestled in today.
Yeah. So wanted to ask, as a farmer, diversified farming seems to be the future of ag in Vermont, at least a growing part of it. Can you tell me what kind of things you raise on your farm?
Sure. I know that actually your county, Windham County, is the most diverse ag county in the state, which is a nice little hallmark to have. Obviously, I think we still want dairy to thrive and need to figure out how to remedy the multi-year challenges that they've been facing. But on our farm, we grow about 50 different types of crops, maybe even 150 types of cultivars, because there's, say, 3 varieties of carrots and 12 varieties of tomatoes. But we also raise meat birds. This year, we're going to do about 1,300, almost 1,400 meat birds. And we raise some hogs. We sell piglets in the spring, probably about 100 this year. And we've got some laying hens, not as many as we'd like, but we grow a range of things. We don't do any cheese or dairy at this point, and probably won't, because we're pretty full busy. And we also grew hemp for the first time last year, and now we make some salve and sell hemp flour as well.
Yeah. The question leads to a question that I get a lot. Can Vermont feed itself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill McKibben visited my farm over 20 years ago when I was in the Intervale. And I said we can. We certainly have the land. We have the equipment. We have the ability. We would need a big shift in our systems to do it, however, because right now it would take far more labor than currently works on our farms. And we would probably have to import some more vegetable or grain type equipment because we have a fairly dairy type equipment focused situation. But as far as having the land open and ready to be planted, I think we certainly could, but it would be a transition. Some of those hay fields and cornfields would need to be a wider range of products. But we're seeing that experience and expertise grow in the state with some really innovative farmers and grains, even a rice farmer. And then our extension agency is having a broader and broader set of knowledge. So if we had to on a dime, I'd say with 1 year notice, and we could get our hands on the seed, if people were ready to get out there and work or volunteer to get that food grown, if we were in we need to produce our own food moment, we could, but it wouldn't happen on a flip of a dime.
Now, we've got some, as you said, some amazing growers down here in Windham County. People like Paul Harlow in Westminster, Jack Mannix at Walker Farm in Dummerston.
Yeah, great.
And one of the things they mention is we would need to boost our storage.
That's absolutely right. That certainly to maintain food throughout the year, we would need to be able to put it up, whether it's root cellars, whether it's canning, whether it's freezing. You know, we have some pretty big storage units on those apple farms, but when you actually think how much food we eat, I'd give you an example. Our farm, we're pretty excited in the fall when our 3 coolers in our warmer room are full. We probably have 100,000 pounds of food, and it's mind-boggling to look at that much food. But when I do the math, I live on the very edge of Chittenden County and Addison County. That's less than 1 pound of food for all Chittenden County residents for 1 day. And I'm not as big as Paul Harlow or Pete's Greens, but I think according to the Farm to Plate survey, I'm in the top 5% scale And so if I've got not enough food for, a sixth of the population to have 1 pound for 1 day in storage, then that really, I think they're absolutely right. That is a massive pinch point, and we would need to construct significant storage.
So as we look to get our economy rolling again, especially ag, as you mentioned before, dairy is struggling, and dairy certainly has its challenges. For a while there, last year, milk prices were finally up around $19, $20 a hundred, but now they've crashed, and we're looking to help people diversify. Is this the way to help the ag economy forward?
Well, I think there's a combination of things. I don't know whether we try to differentiate Vermont's milk from commodity milk. We do that with our amazing cheeses, and we've differentiated that value-added product from other cheeses around the country and the world. We're getting awards from around the world, competing with France for the best cheeses in some categories. And I think our dairy can continue to thrive if we differentiate it, including our fluid milk, and if we put some parameters around grass being a bigger part of their diet, live grass, field access, and worker conditions. I think there's a southern New England market that would pay a premium that could reward our farmers for their work. At the same time, I think we have a real opportunity in diversification. This current pandemic is putting a big spotlight on what are the most critical and basic things that we need in society, and obviously food and healthy food is about as basic as it gets. And so this reliance on the global system, while it is a very good system, I think we've tipped the balance a little too far in the ability to ship and move everything wherever we think we can around the world. And maybe we should build a little more resilience into our own local food economy.
Yeah, well, getting the economy going is a big thing. Any other ideas on what we can do to kickstart our economy?
Well, I know right now there's the beginnings of a conversation between some restaurants, some food shelves, and food distribution networks that I've been working with. And the Skinny Pancake was one of the first folks that did it. They're doing, I think, over 4,000, almost 6,000 meals a day is their plan to produce and distribute to people who are food insecure. And maybe, and this is a topic of conversation to figure out, with the COVID relief money, an expense created by COVID would be the need to deliver food to people. So what if the state were to buy, at this point, commodity food, because our farms don't have it, we're at the end of the storage season, but if they were to buy food in, give it to the restaurants who are larger facilities to then make meals and or can, freeze, and store food, and then the employees of those restaurants who right now have no jobs could be delivering those. And maybe the COVID money could also augment that pay, because restaurant staff workers' pay is a fraction of the minimum wage. And so the PPP money doesn't go far enough for that. So maybe there's a way to create at least a short-term feeding program with the federal money that would put a lot of people back to work, so that when doors started to open, those restaurants would still have their employees. Some restaurants could shift over, we could sequence it, and the restaurants would have income from this project to pay their other bills, because we really don't want our restaurants to go out of business. There's a huge concern about that. Then we have the opportunity with the unfortunate, obviously, situation around schools and unequal education right now in rural areas where broadband doesn't reach. Teachers might not have good hookups, students might not have good hookups, and we certainly don't want to become reliant on a remote education system. I think there's so much more learning opportunity and socialization in the classroom and all the dynamics that happen. But certainly could pay a lot of people who have either engineering or mechanical skills to run that fiber up and down the valleys and into the nooks and crannies of the state of Vermont, and not only get that education opportunity back up and running, so that if in the fall this continues or re-continues, but also that would be a huge boost for the economic opportunity for people throughout Vermont to take advantage of being able to bring high-skilled work into their home with clients in Boston, New York, Connecticut, just a few hours away, especially for you in the South, where, once a month, once every 2 months, they could drive a couple hours, meet with clients for 2 days and a night, and then live in Vermont for a month with their kids and their families.
Or bring more people to Vermont, knowing we have that
Well,
infrastructure for broadband.
that's right. That kind of job, that kind of lifestyle would be possible. And I think that could really help, especially southern Vermont and actually up in the Northeast Kingdom where the 89-91 corridor gets people pretty fast, because there's a study out there, a Harris poll, that shows 39% of urban dwellers are rethinking whether they want to live in urban areas or move to rural areas after this crisis. And we only need 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000, which is a fraction of a percent of the people in southern New England.
Yeah, it's interesting that after 9/11, we had a similar bump.
Exactly.
Where people started looking to us, and then there's a lot of speculation that climate is going to have people looking to a place like Vermont for a safe refuge. So we need to be ready for that.
Can I touch on that for a minute? One of the things, being ready for that is a critical point. We have had an economy that had been doing, pretty well with low unemployment, although half our state was living paycheck to paycheck. So for me, that's not the definition of a good economy. But we were doing relatively well. So we could sort of coast on that. And I think our administration did coast on that. But if you're thinking ahead and you're planning for the future, you've got to be doing more. And one of those is, if there's a big influx of folks to Vermont from other places, if we already think housing is too expensive now, our housing market is affected by pure capitalist models of supply and demand. And people that are coming from Boston or New York or New Jersey, they can sell a 2,000 square foot home, and up here can buy a 3,000 square foot home with 30 acres for less money. And so the affordability that the governor talks about for Vermonters, it's going to be like a statewide gentrification. We're already seeing that. So unless as a state we put in policies to really invest in affordable housing in our village centers, and even perpetually affordable housing, more than just straight up affordable housing, so that Vermonters don't get displaced by that migration with higher money, then we're really doing Vermonters a disservice. And that takes planning, foresight, and investment. And that's part of what we need to be doing.
Oh, well, I totally agree. And it touches on something I wanted to bring up as well. One of the things we've been burdened with that slowed down some of the work in the legislature is we've had to fight back against Trump policies where they've pulled protections for the environment, attacks on women's reproductive freedom. When we have to backtrack and try and push back against Trump policies, we can't move our own agenda. But you make a good point. When I think the Times just released a list of 100 places where Trump has pulled back EPA protections for the environment. In your administration, where's the place of the environment balancing those pieces you just mentioned?
Well, I think actually it's right up there. When I announced I was going to run, one of my top items is the climate crisis in our rural economy. And I think we have tremendous opportunity. One of the things about Vermont that is great, but is also a challenge, is that we are one of the most geographically spread out populations of almost any state in the country. And so doing that means we have higher per capita mileage on our cars. It means that distribution of key goods or public transportation is more difficult. But if we were to invest, rebuild all of our village centers, or invest, not necessarily rebuild, but build in those village center areas and have 6 and 8 and 30 unit dwellings built into some of these village centers, you would have an economic opportunity to have enough people living in the area to have a coffee shop or a gas station again. If you have good broadband, you would have people not having to drive the kind of mileage that people have to drive, which is both an environmental solution and it's a personal, better life situation. If you have to drive 40 minutes each way to work every day, think how many hours of your life are spent in a car. Whereas if you could work out of your living room or a community technology hub in each village center, maybe at the schools, turn our schools into community centers that include a health aspect and or agency of human services connection, so that the schools wouldn't have to carry all the social service costs, but have that be on the broader tax base. There's a lot of ways that we can make our villages really thriving, that would allow the whole town to thrive in a reborn kind of way, but in a climate conscious way. And part of the climate conscious way also includes our agriculture. We actually, across this country, the greatest opportunity to take carbon out of the air is through agriculture. It's through growing plants that breathe carbon dioxide. And instead of just burning those plants off or taking everything, put those cover crops back into the soil. Grow more no-till crops. There are ways that we can actually help the climate crisis fastest by really shifting agricultural production. And I think Vermont can be a model for that. And that also would mean we would have a value for our product, because there are people out there that recognize that they have to put their money where their mouth is to save the environment.
Yeah, and right along with that village development, I think the Transportation Climate Initiative would help us develop a public transportation system we don't have right now. And it's a little disappointing that this governor has been so reluctant to get behind the Transportation Climate Initiative. What's your thought on the TCI?
One of the things that has not been made clear is that if the TCI goes through in the general region and Vermont doesn't participate because the governor says we're not going to do it, our prices of fuel are still going to go up because we are part of this regional cost system. And so the wholesalers aren't going to suddenly, figure out how to sell the Vermont trucks less costly fuel. So we're going to pay for it either way. But if we join it, we would actually get the receipts from it to be able to put back into the community. Now, I happen to think we should make sure those who are working class, struggling Vermonters, rural area folks, they ought to get a rebate or a deduction on their paychecks, so a deduction of the taxes on their paychecks, so that they are made whole. Because it is a difficult tax for working class paycheck to paycheck people to pay. And so we do need to make sure they're maintained and whole. But it will still give us an extra chunk of money that we would be able to invest in things like public transportation or recharging stations or various other climate-friendly transportation alternatives and adjustments.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation, I think, for us. But you pointed out the challenge is how to make this so it doesn't feel regressive on working Vermonters.
That's a key piece for me. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, David, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. One of the other things we've had to push back hard against with the Trump administration is their relentless attacks on women's reproductive freedom. Vermont has consistently supported a women's right to choose. We trust the women of Vermont to make these decisions themselves, and yet in state after state, the Trump administration has organized efforts to put that aside. Where are you on this issue?
Well, I've been a staunch supporter of women and women's reproductive freedom since before I can remember. My mom was a strong leader and actually did biochemistry work back in the 60s researching women's endocrinology. So it's been a topic in my household since before I was ever in politics. And I've supported every Roe v. Wade resolution and each bill that we move towards women's reproductive freedom, autonomy, as well as economic situations, because actually women don't make as much as men in the same jobs on average, and therefore they're also not as well situated to be able to have the freedoms and autonomy that some men have. But ultimately, we've also just passed in the Senate, and I think you passed it in the House, Proposition 5, which is to enshrine in our Constitution those rights for women, so that no matter what happens at the federal level, with the federal courts and the stacking that Mitch McConnell has just done in an egregious way, that we would be able to protect women here. That may be another reason people actually consider moving here, is based on some of these just draconian policies of the Trump administration that have really been such a step backwards for the progress we have been making, not only on women's issues, but like you said earlier, on the environment, on human rights, and so forth.
And a fair economy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the the Trump administration tax cuts, they primarily benefited the wealthy. If you look at the Vermont supposed savings for Vermonters, it was about $500 million, of which the top 5% was about 250 million of it. The top 10% was about 350 million of that. And so, this trickle down theory of Reaganomics that we've been living with for all of my adult life, the past 40 years, has clearly failed working people. And there's a reason working people are angry. I still don't get why they flock to someone like Trump in terms of for the solution, because it's the top down financial policies that Trump is the epitome of that has left working people stagnant for wage growth, while the upper, middle, and top class have grown and grown under this trickle down. I mean, the way I explain it is, if someone already has a couple of houses and pools and nice cars, if you give them more money, they're not going to buy another pool and put that in. So this idea that wealthy people will create jobs by expanding what they have. When I look at the current situation with the direct payments to people under the stimulus plan, when people have money at the bottom level, they buy food, they pay their bills, they pay their rent, they pay their car payment. Well, that means the person that works at the auto dealer and all these different places, they get paid, and then they get paid. So the money actually bubbles up far more through our society when it's down at the bottom than when it's inserted at the top. It doesn't really trickle down. And we've experienced this for 40 years. We can't keep drinking that Kool-Aid and thinking it's going to taste different.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that how we would do well to help people down at the lower levels. And one of the things we did in the legislature this year, or we tried to do, was pass a Paid Family Leave Act. This went through the Senate, went through the House, but the governor does not support this. And at a time like this, it shows how important something like this could be. Now, where are you on paid family leave?
Well, it's interesting. I would put paid family leave and raise the minimum wage in the same boat as far as the governor vetoing bills that would have put working people in a better position to weather this storm. When you don't pay people enough that they can barely meet their basic needs, the minute the economy crashes, whether it's 2008, whether it's a pandemic, no one could forecast a pandemic. I don't fault the scale of the situation at all on this governor. I don't think anybody can or should. However, in a regular economic downturn, our systems would have failed. Our UI system didn't have the computer system and the resources to deal with it. I get that some of that's federally based in terms of how many employees are there, but the ramp up of augmented supplemental employees was very slow. I know that's a slight sidetrack. We can get back to that in a minute. But if we had paid family leave, the number of people that would have been immediately backlogged in the UI system would have been fewer, because some of those folks who are trying to take care of or protect their vulnerable family members would have had the opportunity to potentially use paid family leave as an economic augmentation for those first few weeks while the UI system was dealing with the backlog. If you had a higher minimum wage, 50 cents an hour is $1,000 a year more in someone's pocket. My understanding is the 2-year raise that was going to happen, that we overrode the governor, but is about $5,000 over those 2 years. Well, he had already vetoed a minimum wage bill last biennium. So you add that on, how many people would be better off today if they had made $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 more in the last 2 years? Quite a few would have gone into this situation less precariously on the edge. So these decisions have impacts, very real impacts.
Yeah. And the reason for paid family leave is for unexpected events.
That's right. That's a good point.
David, we've only got a few minutes left here. I just wanted to say I appreciate you taking the time of going back to when I first came into the House and you sat behind me in the House. I've appreciated working with you, and I just want to say that I look forward to working with you as governor, and I want to offer my support for your candidacy and hope we can move Vermont forward in a way that that brings you and the values that you want to share with Vermonters. Are there any last words you want to share with the people of Windham County here?
Well, certainly, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And I also want to just say, recent news broke that your district mate, Nodder, is not running again, which I think is really unfortunate. He brought a lot in this one term. I think his wisdom and his breadth of knowledge and his measured thinking process and presentation were just really an asset for the building. And I hope that there's an opportunity for him to return someday, because your district really had a gem there, along with you and of course his predecessor, David Dean. But so I want to thank him. I want to thank you for both the endorsement and of course the work that you're continuing to do. And I look forward to it. I think what we could do with a deliberative, thoughtful process looking towards the vision of Vermont and sort of the rebirth from this pandemic is really a unique opportunity that we could do amazing things with.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you down here in Windham County.
And if anybody wants to visit, it's zuckerman.forvt.com. And you can get information about me. You can reach out to the campaign and learn more about what my vision is. You can, of course, contribute. But zuckerman4vt.com. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
And thank you to the people at BCTV for bringing this to the viewers down there. So have a great day. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
So are there any announcements?
Yeah, I have an announcement. I sent an email to you all maybe an hour ago. The Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development is having a webinar on Thursday. It's called Updating Neighborhood Regulations, Legalizing the Homes You Have and Need. So it's right up the alley of what we've been discussing for our neighborhood areas. There's 2 planning directors from the state that'll be talking about what they've done in their own regulations. So it's from 11 to 12. You have to register ahead of time, but if you're available, it might be, it'll definitely be relevant to what we talk about.
Cool, so. Okay.
And then the other announcement I have is I've been working with this group of people since the Federal Reserve had the applications for the Working Communities Challenge. And we had proposed a housing topic to address. We weren't successful in getting any of the Working Community Challenge funding, but the kind of housing conversations have continued. So we are actually going to be doing a housing survey. Andrew and I are working on that, kind of trying to figure out vacancy rates. We've seen some conflicting information with vacancy rates as low as 1.5%. So anyway, I think this information will not only inform the Planning Commission's work and the Planning Department's work, and it's going to help out a lot of people in town. So we're working on pulling together a survey that we'll be sending out to landlords. That's where we're going to start, because with a focus kind of on the vacancies and what is the housing need.
Oh, cool.
So those are my 2 announcements.
Anybody else? All righty. Public comment. There's no public here. Okay, approval of the minutes of May 4th. Those were circulated. Did you all get a chance to look at them? Or do you want to glance at them now? Or are we good to go?
I move their approval.
Is there a second? Tom seconds with his hand raised. Is there discussion? Josh, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that. I got lost in my emails.
Yeah, no, that happened. We're just approving the minutes of the May 4th meeting. We're at the point of discussion. If there's anybody who's got anything to discuss. They look good? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we ready to vote? All those in favor of approving the minutes from May 4th as submitted to us? Raise your hands. Give a thumbs up. Prudence.
Okay, now I can.
Oh, okay, good. Kathy, you can't vote. All right, good. The minutes are, is anybody abstaining or saying nay?
I'll abstain just because I wasn't there. So.
One abstention. Minutes are passed. All righty.
Who made the second again, just to confirm?
Tom seconded
notes.
with a gesture. He waved. I took that wave as a second.
But you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you,
yes.
But you waved.
Okay. Yeah, I second. Right.
Okay. All right.
Thank
so
you.
now we're into item E, COVID-19 and planning issues, discussion and action on the letter to the select board. And I need to clarify that we need to take a vote on this. And we might have taken a vote on it at the end of the last meeting, but we kind of ran out of time. But I think probably as a general matter of practice, we should vote on things before sending them off, unless we have a particular reason not to. But in this particular instance, some members of the Planning Commission didn't want to do the letter, didn't think that it was something that we should be doing. So we might have discussed that in last meeting, and we didn't. But we ought to, I have a sense that because we're making a recommendation, making recommendations that are beyond our specific charge, that the letter ought to be unanimous from the commission. We'll give it the force that is needed since it's not our charge. It seems to me that it's not our charge, and then it's not the full commission. It becomes something that the select will not necessarily take seriously. That's my thinking, but that's just me. So that before we get into the discussion, I just wanted to put that out there because I do know I mean, Kate is not present. Kate is saying that she did not think that this was something we should be doing. So I don't know how to proceed with that, but I thought it was important to get it out there. Let the discussion begin.
Yeah. So in the folder of our materials, there's a draft letter with PM edits, there's a draft letter of the initiatives, there's TM's notes on the changes, there's I think we should maybe talk about which version and which points stay included and how they get expressed.
Okay, so
moving forward with the letter.
Yeah, given the fact that, I mean, I circulated the letter, we're not allowed to discuss it unless we're in a warned meeting. So Tom put in his edits, and then later Prudence put in hers. So that's why there are 3 documents. The first document, which is my original just draft to get something started, I don't think we need to talk about. We should talk about the 2 edited versions. And we can talk about the 2 edited versions, or we can talk about the notion of whether or not we want to write a letter at all, since we proceeded with that without consensus, as far as I can tell.
I make a motion that we submit a letter to the select board.
I second that motion.
Okay, the motion is what? The motion has been made and seconded. I think the question, all right, so then it has to be a unanimous vote that we do so. Right? Am I right on that?
Some discussion before the vote.
Okay, so discussion.
I mean, one of the comments. At a point.
Yeah. Why don't we, because there's a delay in communication on this thing, before you speak, just raise your hand. That way everybody sees the hand, and then I'll just identify the hand I see first. I don't see any hand. Oh, Prudence.
So I think the letter is a fine idea, but we have to also agree on the content. And, you know, I think I'm concerned that it's going to take us the whole meeting to you know, hash out some of that. So it seemed like the big areas of controversy, like for me, recommending the 1% be eliminated. You know, as I said, I wasn't in favor of that. And then the parking is another area that we would need to talk more about, I think. The recommendation of free parking.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, just to step back a little a moment for the overall context, as far as giving recommendations to another body in the government, in the town government. Yeah, as long as we do it politely, and you know, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with it. I feel like I think you've all heard me espouse before that I appreciate the thought of, like, when I brought up the DRB giving some input to us about some potential planning changes. So I hope they continue to feel that way, and I hope the select board feels, you know, maybe they're overwhelmed and, you know, their plate is full with their own considerations, but I hope they feel like they can give input to us when things come along that they feel are more under our purview. So in that sense, and then also because of these unusual situation, this context that we're in, I feel, my vote will be aye for a letter. But yes, discussing the content is something that should come first before, I don't know, a second vote on the actual content. I don't know.
That seems like a good idea. I mean, on that, we might vote on the notion that we want to send a letter and then get into the discussion of the content, because it's true that there's no point in discussing whether or not we're going to send a letter when there might be consensus that we want to, depending upon what we say in the letter. So let's vote. Perhaps somebody can make a motion on the notion that we have a motion on the table. Maybe somebody can make an amendment to that notion that says dependent upon content. It can't be me. Yes, Tom.
I would like to make a motion to amend, or I'd like to make an motion amendment to the motion on the table to vote on the notion of submitting a letter to the select board to later be voted on regarding the.
There's a second. There is a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment on the motion? Ready for a vote? Let's do a hand vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay. All right, motion passes. Now we can discuss the content of the letter. So do we just want to go down point by point, starting with Tom's edits, which are fairly substantial? I would make a suggestion that the specific opening, which doesn't actually have anything in it other than, we want to try to be helpful, not be a part of discussion. It seems to me that if people want to edit that, that's fine. It's only a stylistic thing. I'm happy with all of Tom's edits. I was not wedded to my prose at all. So that we go directly into the bullet pointed list and start our discussion there. So does everybody have that?
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead, Kathy.
Before we get into the details of this, I apologize for missing the last meeting, but is there any guidance from the state? Is there any discussion already happening by the select board to address some of these things, or anyone else thinking about this before? So could you just fill me in on like what, to me, it's a question of like, what is our purview? What's going to be done anyway? And like, what do we actually need to comment on to request? So, and having been a little out of the loop, I don't know any of the background. Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Sue, if you would go ahead on that. I missed the last select board meeting.
Yeah, so there has been some discussion between the DBA and the town manager about use of public space and parking spaces and sidewalks, particularly in the downtown because it's DBA. There'll be a general discussion about it tomorrow night at the select board meeting. I know that businesses have been given some sort of sign from the police department that they can put out on parking meters, asking that it be reserved for curbside pickup. So I would say use of public spaces for dining and parking spaces, and that has been brought up with them. The other ideas, there has been a little bit of discussion, but I'm not sure where it's at, of how do we make downtown safe in terms of sanitizing and other parts of town as well. So I'm not really sure where that's at, but there has been some discussion of that. The alcohol, that is totally under the state. So whether or not outside consumption can be a part of their existing state permits is out of our hands. I think there has been some push at the state level, but that's not completely the select board's purview. I guess I would point out a couple of things in this letter, just so that you're aware, just so you know where you're making recommendations that are really outside of the planning commission's purview. The use of the parking spaces and how parking is regulated in town that falls within the select board, not the planning commission, but I think you know that. Obviously we just talked about the alcohol. That is a permitting through the town, but also the state, and primarily it's the state. Then the 1% tax, that is, that came in the select board's budget that then gets approved by representative town meeting. So that's outside of, taxation is outside of the planning commission. Well, that covers the points of the letters though, just to
Is the
put that in there.
taxation outside of the select board as well? Because it was a town meeting. Does that have to be a town meeting thing?
A repeal of the 1%? It
Yeah.
would be a town meeting thing, I believe.
Do we know when the town meeting is going to occur? Do you know?
No, we do not. No. There's been some movement at the state level that would allow the select board to pass a budget that could later be ratified.
Okay. Given that, I feel like the letter, like the quick read of the letter, makes sense to me. I think that, given there's actual jurisdictional questions over who can do what, it may be that we just want to make a more generic letter that uses some of these as examples for, that the planning commission would encourage, the ability for businesses to serve alcohol outside to support their business, or, the use of the public space or the use of parking spots. But I think you want to be, it's like for each one of those bullet points, we want to be careful that we actually understand what the select board can actually do or what they can't do, and then have it worded in a way that's appropriate for that, what the request is.
That makes sense. So then, do we want to just go through and have a discussion about whether or not we take out the things that are not the select board's purview? So that the most one that jumps out, of course, is the 1%. If the select board does not have any power to repeal that tax, then we wouldn't ask them to do so, seems to me.
My understanding of the 1% is that they do have the power to repeal it.
How do we get it?
That's how they sold it to the representative town meeting, is that it could be repealed at any time. That was my understanding.
Jess, you had your hand up.
But is it repealed by the town meeting though, rather than the select board?
Yeah, that's when it comes to it.
Wait, you're up, Josh. You speak.
Okay. When it comes to the bureaucracy behind it, I'm not sure the rules or the regulations. I don't know, but the way that they sold it to town meeting was that if it turned out to be a horrible mistake or a huge failure, that the select board could repeal it. That was my understanding.
I
could be wrong. I've been wrong before in the past, so.
We need a copy of that. I mean, that must exist, right? Whatever they approved, it has to exist in the minutes somewhere.
Yeah, I'll look up I think the meeting minutes from last town meeting are online, so I'll look that up while we're.
Okay. Jess, did you want to say something?
I can try to get an answer too. What I would say is the select board prepares the budget, which then is adopted or approved by the representative town meeting. So I'll try to get an answer for you, whether they can directly repeal it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would be good. I mean, ideally, if we wanted to do this, it would be nice to be able to complete this. And I don't know that we've missed the packet. Obviously, the select board meeting is tomorrow night, but I don't know, is it within our purview to make a friendly gesture and present it at the meeting? This letter, if we do write it and we do complete it tonight. Otherwise, we have plenty of time to do that piece of research. The only reason we need to do it right now is if we wanted to try to prepare the letter for today. Yeah, Tom. I can't hear you, but you're not muted. I don't understand why. I still can't hear you. Tom.
Yeah, I don't know the formalities and what's more has.
You muted yourself. Unmute. How do I unmute him? I can't unmute him. Sue, unmute him. Oh.
I think there's a delay, that's all. Talk slow, Tom, and then we'll wait a minute.
Start again. Sorry, we missed it all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
You know what, Tom? Shut your video off.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is better now.
If you want to help with audio, try turning off.
They have a public comment period like we do, so maybe that's a.
Yeah, I was going to say what Tom suggested. They do have a public comment period where anybody could speak during their select board meetings. So that could be an option tomorrow night. If we figure out a letter, I would probably get it to them ahead of time.
Okay, so then there is a reason to try to see if we could find that information before the close of meeting today.
I'm working my sources.
So the use of parking spaces, yes, Kathy, hand up.
So I looked at the meeting minutes from last year, and now, wait, I gotta find them. It says this is from the meeting minutes. Following further lengthy discussion, including reminders that this tax could be removed by this same body next year, Mary White moved to cease debate, and then the vote was taken. So I'm pretty sure that if the tax were to be adjusted, it has to be done by the town meeting members.
Okay.
Is the agenda created by the select board for a town meeting?
I don't think so.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Jess?
It's a oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a warning that you can have things put on. People can have items put on. Isn't that right, Sue? But you have to have a certain number of signatures or something.
Right.
Oh, we have on. We could ask him.
Let's ask Tim. He'll know.
Tim?
Welcome, Tim.
Can you hear us?
Time.
I can hear you. Hang on.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there you are.
I really just came to be an observer, just to ask the question, why is Tom always upside down?
Does the town hire an IT specialist who can work on my laptop?
Have you tried rotating your laptop 180 degrees?
But then all of you would be upside down.
Ah, good point. I'm sorry. I'm literally eating dinner and watching my son, so I just wanted to sort of drop in. Did somebody say there was a question?
There is a question. We are debating what body has the power to repeal the 1% tax.
Only the body that enacted it, which is town meeting.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Is that Is that a planning commission agenda item?
You know, we're not really.
Okay. I'm going to let you do your thing. Probably turn off my camera because it's pretty chaotic here. But thank you for your service.
All right, then let's go on to the discussion of parking. Is everybody okay with us dropping the 1% conversation? Prudence, yes. Do you? Yeah, okay.
So
yeah, Josh.
For clarification, I really appreciate the time that everyone's putting into this. I feel that it's extremely important to do this because there's a lot of businesses slipping through the cracks, being left out, and not being appreciated or supported. For instance, the BDCC is absolutely not following through with some things they promised, and they're definitely not saving our local economy. And then also the town is definitely doing there's some action steps coming from the town, which are excellent. So when it comes to what the purview of the Planning Commission is, I'm still learning, what we're capable of. And I'm excited to make some action and make some changes and help some folks moving forward, hence the point of this conversation. So I think it's not the Planning Commission's role to repeal the 1%, the optional local 1% tax, but I feel that we could strongly advise it or suggest it or recommend it on behalf of local businesses, even though I understand that it's nothing that we have any sort of control over at all. So I'm wondering if we could have like two simple sections, keep it as simple as possible. One saying, here are the things that we actually have some control over. This is what we would love to enforce or do or change. And then another section saying these are also things that we would love for the select board to consider in addition to what the planning commission is able to do. Or is that pointless to do that sort of stuff? Like I'm excited to hear you folks out and know where you guys are at. I don't want to drive this thing or dictate the direction. And if you guys shoot the letter down completely, I'm totally fine with that. But I definitely strongly feel that the town can do more and should do more. And when it comes to the Planning Commission, what is it that we are actually capable of doing? So I'll shut my mic off now.
Yeah, to add on to and develop what Josh is saying a little bit, I think a slight reframing of our letter to the select board could be, still just to the select board, addressed to them, but like moving these ideas that we have, which we know that are beyond our purview, up the chain. So some of them move up the chain to the select board and they stop there because the select board has that power. Some of them move to the state because that's the liquor, whatever, the outdoor liquor licenses and consumption. Some of them move horizontally, maybe if this pandemic goes on for 2 years, to the next town meeting. Well, whether that happens, in July or August or I don't know, or next year. So maybe some wording that says these things are beyond our purview, but we're passing them to you, the select board, as the next level. And then hopefully you see the wisdom or necessity of them in this moment, and you can advocate for them to the next levels.
Josh.
Yes, and I agree with that completely, especially the advocating part. We need the select board advocating to the state of this town's needs and desires and wishes and wants, because there's a lot that we don't have control over, but we need to know that the select board is advocating appropriately for us, for this community.
Sue, you're up.
I'm going to push back a little bit here on the 1%. Yeah, so one of the roles of the Planning Commission is to undertake studies and to kind of do the necessary work to make these recommendations. And I guess they are outside the Planning Commission's purview. And what has been done to kind of, I guess, back up the statements that, I mean, the select board put a lot of work into it back last year before representative town meeting. You're just sitting here and, what kind of studies have been done? And, I mean, I can't say I would support studies because I don't think it's the planning commission's role. But I just think that you should be careful. If you want to be taken seriously, then you need to do the work to show it. It's kind of the discussion I had the last time.
Josh.
The work that I have done is communicating with business owners and learning about business owners' needs, and like their concerns and like what they're really, really worried about and the things that the resistance that they feel continually from the town of Brattleboro. And that's what I'm advocating for. I don't have the study. We don't have any studies. The BDCC is not doing their job. We don't have any proof. I've got word of mouth. I'm not able to use names of businesses because it's not my deal. It's not my business to name drop businesses' names that are expressing deep concern. And so I feel that as community members and as planning commission members, obviously it's not in our purview. We can't make the changes, but we can definitely say something. We can say when things are damaging to this community, and I feel like we're obligated to saying something.
Prudence.
Except that would be like, your discussions are important, but they're still anecdotal because we don't know how many businesses you've talked to, and some businesses may not feel that way. And so it's, we can't purport to represent, the business community in Brattleboro unless, all businesses had a chance to weigh in.
Yes, Josh.
Thank you. The saddest part of what you're referring to, Prudence, obviously too, like I agree with you completely. One of the saddest parts of what we're facing right now are some of the extreme frustrations of many of the businesses in town giving up on the town of Brattleboro because they feel so unwanted, that they've stopped caring, and it's so unfortunate. It's so sad. When I hear reports of this, when I hear reports of people telling me like they've given up on the town because the town obviously doesn't care that they're here, that town obviously doesn't value them, that town obviously doesn't understand the tax revenue that their businesses bring to this town. And so for me, I'm also familiar with this with firsthand experience. And so for me, I'm just sympathetic and compassionate to those folks, and understanding. For me, I want to just do my part, say the piece to where that at least it's been said. When it comes to the 1% sales tax, I keep screwing up whatever we coined it. It's nothing but damaging to the folks that have to pay it. Like obviously eateries don't have to deal with that tax, and then clothing stores don't have to deal with that tax, but everybody else does. Nobody likes that tax. It's only hindering, it's only discouraging, So obviously I know that in this letter, we can only say something, see Sue's got her hand up. We can only say a suggestion, but I really hope that the suggestions are heard and then maybe can go to the state and actually create change.
I just wanted to clarify that the tax is paid by the consumers who are buying the goods, and that then the money is going on. And part of I think the reason that it was passed was to give property tax relief to residents as well. So there's other stakeholders in this. Just wanted to point that out.
I want to sort of, I don't know, I want to say something. I'm going to raise my hand, call on myself. I think I'm going to take my chair hat off and just be a planning commissioner. I'm of two minds. I mean, I totally understand we're in a very different time right now. But I also think that the Planning Commission has a very important charge, which is to make recommendations based upon very careful analysis of data. And we don't have the data that we would need in order to make these kinds of recommendations. And I think given that, and given the expectation is the Planning Commission looks at data and then makes recommendations based upon its analysis of the data, how would these recommendations be received if we essentially went out of our, not just our purview? I'm totally with the notion that we can go out of our purview. When something needs to be done, we should feel like we need to do it. But I think we should not go out of our habit. And our habit is to be careful assessors of information. So if we did want to do this, I don't think we should do it precipitously. I think we should do a careful analysis of seeing really what the damage is. And I'm understanding what Josh is saying about the businesses feeling that they're not being attended to. I mean, I think that's an issue that is all of ours. It's not specific to the Planning Commission. It's every Brattleboro resident should be concerned about the notion that the town is not friendly to its business community. We need the businesses. So I also don't know quite what to do with all that, but I am concerned about the notion that we abandon our careful habits of looking at data and as a group, and not just taking anecdotal information from what those of us who know one thing or another. Yes, Andrew.
I've been with the town for very long, and obviously I don't know Brattleboro very well, but I feel like with what I do know in regards to planning and what you guys can do, I think this letter will have a lot more impact if it includes, like Felicity, what you're saying, what the PC can actually do, the charge. I feel like that will be a lot more impactful to the community and the select board when it includes those things. And one of those things that is on the agenda, we'll discuss later, is this emergency ordinance that staff, myself and Sue and and Brian Bannon have been working on, which has to do with land use. And I think if there was something that included backing that ordinance, could be really helpful. So I hope that we get to that item, because I think that's going to make some big positive change, at least from our end and what we've been seeing and researching. I just wanted to put that out there because I think that is completely within your charge.
Yeah, Josh.
I hear you, Andrew and Felicity, and I'm totally fine with taking it out, because I'm mostly interested in hearing what you folks have to say. So yes, I'm totally cool with taking that out, if everyone else is also fine with that, taking out the 1% tax.
Kathy.
I think I would prefer to take the 1% tax out, partly also because I'm not sure how much that would even help. I mean, I feel like one of the hard things about this whole experience is since we're all cooped up in our houses by ourselves, it's really hard to understand like what is going on and what people are experiencing. So sort of attached to this, I'm wondering if there's a way to have the town do a survey of businesses to, try to identify who is struggling, how much they're struggling. And then, one of the larger conversations I think in the state is really this question of trying to really focus our dollars to our local economy. And I, for one, it's like if I knew which businesses really needed help, there may be a way to set up some crowdsourcing effort or something to direct money at that business during a certain period of time, but without knowing who those businesses are, obviously we can all just try to shop local, but there are maybe more strategic ways to support those businesses. And I don't think we can do that unless those businesses are telling us that they really need help. So if there's a more or different creative way to get at that information, I think that would be great.
Sue, you had your hand up. Sue, I see you.
Yep. So the DBA has been, The DBA has been doing a lot of work. They've got this one-to-one grant from the Thomas Thompson Trust. And they have been doing a lot of direct outreach with the downtown businesses. So they, it's a very fluid situation and things are changing all the time, but they are trying to link them to the resources. And, they've been doing different, back in April, they did the gift card challenge, and then they've just done the Nourishing Artists gift card challenge as well. So I think they have probably a decent grasp on how the businesses are doing, but like I said, it's pretty fluid. It's can change week to week. Maybe that's something we can ask Stephanie or her staff, the intern that's doing this work, to come speak to us at a meeting. Again, we talked about surveying businesses at the last meeting. There's a lot of people out there getting information, and I think that it's just, we really need to be careful about it because everything is changing, and we should be thinking longer term and maybe using the other data that people are getting.
Is there further discussion on the 1%, or can we leave that and move on to some of the other issues where we might get some consensus? And in addition, to fold in maybe the zoning conversation, since is the idea, Andrew, that we would include those in whatever letter we sent tonight?
Sue can go into more detail. It was a thought I just had. It's just something that you guys actually backing what staff's been doing could help just push these potential changes. Sue, feel free to.
Is that something that we could put in this letter? Okay, all right, good. Josh,
I think it's going to be tough to get it in for a letter if you wanted to get it to them tomorrow, but maybe putting in that we're preparing some interim ordinances that the select board could adopt.
Okay.
Could be useful.
Josh?
No, it sounds to me like everyone's cool with taking out the 1% option tax, but looks like Kathy stepped away. But I do want to talk about how there isn't data collection in this letter. I am very curious if the select board would like some more data, because I'm not sure if Kathy can hear me. But supposedly the BDCC is doing some data collection, but there's over 1,000 businesses in Brattleboro, but they're only in communication with 100 of those businesses. So that means there's over 900 businesses that aren't being served through the BDCC or whatever they got going on. The DBA is doing awesome work, but they only concentrate on downtown businesses. And I love to remind people that Brattleboro business goes way beyond just downtown. I'm not sure if the Chamber of Commerce is doing anything. I haven't even heard of that. So when it comes to many other people doing data collection, there isn't really. That's not happening. So the facts are, we don't have data. We need to know what's going on, and I would love to do some of our own survey and our own data collection. But I don't want to do it in vain if the select board isn't even going to, take it to heart or read it or take it seriously.
Well, but Josh, it is within our purview and within our charge to command data. I mean, as we talked about this in our last meeting, that
I would love some data, but I feel like there's a lot of resistance to that. I would love to know what businesses are doing, what they're thinking, what they're going through, what their financial burdens are. Are they planning on opening up? How many months can they last? How many more months can they last before they decide to just totally throw in the towel and call it quits? I would love to know some real questions.
I think we could include that in the letter. We can include saying, this is our sense, is we would like to actually do some research, as is our purview. But much of that data our analyses would then be passed on to you. Because presumably the outcomes of that data aren't necessarily going to result in zoning recommendations, which is pretty much what we have purview over. So Parking. The select board does have responsibility for parking. So we can weigh in and ask them to be attentive to some shifting in parking, recognizing that some of the shifts have already started. As Sue mentioned, there's a note that businesses can put on the parking meters that say, this is for curbside, please respect it. Is there more discussion on the parking section? Prudence, maybe you can weigh in, and did your edits cover parking? Because I'm looking at Tom's edits right now.
Yeah, they did. So, I mean, one of the things about long-term free parking is it does encourage people to drive to Brattleboro who might be able to walk or cycle. So part of the work to improve the experience of, and this is related to downtown, is to try to have less traffic and less, we have, as we learned from the study, we've got so much of the whole space of downtown is focused on cars. So free parking could have unintended consequences in terms of, encouraging more driving into town and so on as a policy. But then also the use of parking. I think the letter might have said, free parking on Main Street, and then or take parking, remove the parking from Main Street and then have it on Elliott and Flat. But those are actually bikeways into town where, like the organization I'm in, BCAT, is advocating for removing parking to permit some bike lanes to go in. So there's a push-pull there.
More comments? No comments. Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, I definitely hear prudence and other concerns and just thoughts I come up with now about the push and pull of multiple factors. But I think if I recall our general sentiment with this letter, is that it's our sense that there are tons of concerns and people struggling and entities and interests, challenged by this. But I think this whole letter is showing that is under the sentiment that the business community is we wanted to address helping them through this, because there's some programs maybe in places for unemployed people, and certainly there's some falling through the cracks there, but there's big programs for that, and but there's really not much for businesses. So I think all of our issues address that, and we are looking a little getting messed up with my words here. I think that we're seeing that one key, there's multiple factors of the vibrancy of downtown, but one of them is the business community, and these proposed measures would be temporary to help them through this. So there's multiple factors to weigh, but I don't know, I guess I'd just like to remind us of the sentiment and intent of that letter from how I saw it.
Further comments? So the notion, the issue that I'm talking about here is restrict all parking along Main Street to allow for use of parking spaces on both sides of the street to be used by pedestrians. This will enable people to keep requisite 6 feet between themselves and others while patronizing businesses along Main Street. And then the second one is allow for some 15-minute free parking. And then consider making all parking free for immediate and short-term future. So there seem to be there are three kind of intertwined and conflicting notions vis-a-vis parking. Can we unify them a little bit? I mean, I myself like the notion of making Main Street into a more pedestrian-friendly zone so that people can actually maintain the 6 feet. The more we encourage people to behave in this safe fashion, the safer everybody's going to feel, and that seems to be a top priority. If the people who are really taking this seriously can feel like they can walk downtown and feel safe, that's going to make people happier downtown. If people downtown are close together, that's going to stop everybody who really wants to keep the 6 feet from even going down there. Yes, Prudence.
So businesses will be very unhappy if Main Street parking was taken away, though. That's, you know, that's the other side of it, is that if we're trying to help businesses, you know, they view those parking spaces as really important. I would like to see less parking on Main Street and more room for other things as well. But, you know, if we're trying to help businesses, then taking the parking away from in front of their, at least the downtown merchants won't be happy with that.
No. True. Yes, Jess.
I did take a look at the parking study and another look at the downtown study that we just did, just to think about how perceptions and visions and ideals and fears sort of all play together. And it from what I was reading, it did look like the perceptions about parking are different than the realities about parking.
Yeah.
So there's enough parking downtown for stuff to happen, and for normal activity, but the downtown survey did indicate that there were feelings of discomfort or not feeling safe in some of the parking lots that people don't use as often. And also I think there was some comments about the quality of the sidewalks between those parking lots and downtown. So I think it's a question, I think, in part not of is this like a structurally right thing to do, but like how can we make people feel comfortable utilizing the resources and assets we have, and how can we turn the perception, I guess.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Does our downtown, will our ultimate downtown plan give us a handle on that, Sue? I know that in the last meeting, we talked about making recommendations to the DBA and the maintenance department about things they might do based upon the conclusions of the study. And we sort of shied away a little bit from that, but maybe the conversation has shifted a bit now.
There'll be an implementation chapter, but I haven't seen what it looks like yet. She is still working on that. I think there will be some suggestions for, yeah, those kind of, you know, whose responsibility it might be, and what kind of things should be done.
If we were to take one, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jess.
I was just going to say, and another part of that downtown plan, sort of to address Prudence's comment about Elliott Street and Flat Street being that multimodal transportation pathway, that way around idea was also a big part of sort of alleviating the need to create bike lanes and accommodate bikes on the main drags. But I don't know how that fits in with use and business activity, if we have a way around all of that. I guess part of what I'm saying is, like, we've done the work and it's there, and the ideas are there to support some of these recommendations.
Go ahead, Josh.
I just have two comments. One, in regards to prudence, yes, some businesses downtown would be upset by taking away Main Street parking spots, but some would be super thrilled. And I would, I would guess to say 50-50. Half of them love and need, want, and desire the parking on Main Street. The other half, they don't mind if it's taken away. So that's definitely controversial subject. The second thing is that the parking study was done in 2018. It's 2020 now, and we're in a pandemic, and we're trying to figure out how to boost our local economy and throw some businesses a bone and see what we can do to support them. Obviously no plan is perfect. Shutting down Harmony from being a parking lot isn't a perfect plan. Shutting down Main Street from parking on Main Street isn't a perfect plan. There's no perfect plan. It's like, what can we come up with? What can we do to alleviate some of the concerns and some of the stresses to as many people as possible? Nothing we come up with is going to be perfect. I understand that. But I am excited to come up with some sort of solution. And when it comes to parking, I'm just as lost and confused as everybody else.
Tom.
I propose that we unify the three parking proposals by saying that we propose a mix of creative and responsive changes to parking, like free parking with time limits, reuse of parking spaces for enlarged pedestrian use, reuse for dining and outdoor retail, and for any other sorts of things we can come up with, and say, please consider these and figure out a way to piecemeal them together throughout our downtown where appropriate.
Yeah, Jess.
I think if backed up by a statement or two from the parking study that says that there is enough parking, that would be helpful, particularly like Josh said, because it's from 2018 and not from quarantine, pandemic, stay-at-home times. That supportive evidence could be helpful.
Yeah, so
Tom was breaking up with the first point on the free parking. So can you because I just want to remind everybody that this is, that we have a bond that we're still paying on the transportation center, and that we've got, expenses with the parking meters, with the upgrade to the credit cards. So I think that that's some information you want to look at before you say that parking should be free for, an extended period of time, because somebody else is going to pay that, and that is going to be the taxpayers of Brattleboro. It's got to come from somewhere. So that's just the kind of information I would think that you might want to have before you make a longer term suggestion about free parking.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, as far as the financials and how everything will be paid for, yeah, I don't know the answers, and certainly in non-pandemic times, there's struggles accounting for everything, or having everyone feel like they've paid like a fair share and no more. But yeah, I just feel like this letter is just coming from the sentiment of, like Josh said, throwing the business community a bone during this time, and it's incomplete and imperfect. And yeah, I mean, it's not a black or white thing. It's not like if we don't do this, all the businesses are going to fail. But these are proposals that will help the business community, and they're struggling through this. So the other details, I acknowledge that they exist, but I don't know if they, yeah. and maybe they prevent some of these proposals from happening, but they're proposals that will help the business community during this nonetheless. So.
Josh and then Kathy.
I saw Kathy's hand. I'm more interested in what Kathy has to say, so I'm gonna opt out.
I was thinking, how much, like one parking spot over the course of say an 8-hour workday, the parking is how much? An hour?
25 cents. No, it's $1 an hour.
It's $1 an hour. So you're talking like $10 for
Perks.
What?
There's variable rates. It depends on where you're parked. It's cheaper in like the transportation center in High Grove than it is on Main Street or Harmony.
Yeah.
But the most you can get is 10.
Right. But we were talking about the spots like down on Main Street and Elliott and Flat. So one thought was, I wonder if one thought was, again, this may be a question of the businesses, right? So could a business petition to keep their spot open, or if there's a spot in front of a particular business and they would like a little extra room for seating or something, could they petition, and could someone else in the community pay for that spot for them somehow? Or could we, provide the opportunity for people to pay, assuming they can, but be less, like actually enforce less or something like that? Because certainly, like if I'm going downtown, I'd pay for the parking. If you put a little hood over the thing and make me not able to pay for parking, I won't pay for parking. But like if the thing is there, I would pay for it. I would even be willing to pay for a parking spot if it's going to support a business in another way. And so again, maybe this is another conversation for Stephanie, right? To figure out, are there creative ways to have our local community support the local businesses and what they need? I could imagine some stores want to keep the spot in front of their store as a parking spot, right? And others might like the open space for some reason. The other thought is maybe instead of closing all of Main Street or all of Elliott Street, like half the street, the parking spots are retained for something. And the other half we maintain the parking, so that we sort of split the difference.
Jess.
So our conversation has sort of gone into the detail work of what implementation might look like. And I think, at least for me, the heart of what I want this letter to communicate is that I'd like the town select board to consider ways to proactively support businesses. And I think that if we're making specific recommendations, we can suggest that we have them, but I don't know if they need to get included in the letter. Something more broad might serve what we're looking for here.
I think that my recollection is that the original notion of the letter was that we were saying we are standing ready to assist the select board in helping plan and implement changes that are going to take place in order to support the town through the pandemic. So I think the letter can be general and then say, we can spend some of our time, not all of our time, because we have other stuff we need to do, but we can spend some of our time actually getting into the weeds of this and then coming back with more concrete recommendations if you ask us to do that. They may say no, in which case we don't have to do it. Yes, Sue.
I wanted to suggest that maybe Andrew show you a couple of images. He was doing some research about urban design and maybe putting one of these in or something to just even jog the select board's thoughts as they're thinking about the public space and how they can use it for the businesses. Andrew, do you want me to share my screen and Do you have the images up? If you want to see something, so it falls within that broader but kind of like within the downtown design plan as well, how they maybe could be thinking about public space as they think about helping the businesses.
Great. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Let's see. Andrew, I made you a presenter. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. All right, so this is an article from Planson that I actually a colleague sent, and it's just kind of an idea that's been circling around in some. I think this is California. A lot of places in California are doing this kind of. Forgot there's a term for this kind of style of outside dining and just modifications to deal with COVID-19 on main streets. As you can see, if you could read the text, I'm not sure if you're able, but they have like a marked customer parking pickup zone, median, pedestrian signs to slow the traffic on any street, sidewalk tape spacing where seats can be, a street that denotes where people can actually walk in the public space, hand sanitizing stations that obviously we discussed before at other meetings, and then curbside, temporary, like the parklets for outdoor seating. There's some landscaping around them to create buffers. So yeah, this is just kind of an image of what it could look like. And I thought it was a good visual. So I'll be love to hear your thoughts, or if you do find this helpful.
Yeah, that's nice. I see some other thumbs up.
Run away. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I love it. I love the visual. I think that it'll help businesses understand what's going on and help the select board, make decisions. That's exactly what I had pictured in my head. Also, like what one side of Main Street or both sides of Main Street or Elliott Street or Flat Street or Frost Street or High Street, whatever. I feel like that's a very excellent visual.
So
So
yeah, who I can't see, you're all little, so I can't see your hands. I'm wondering if we can't, rather than go into the bullet pointed list that Tom suggested, just simply say modify parking in the downtown area in order to promote safe behavior as is illustrated in this image. Leave it like that. And support businesses. All right, cool. That means we're now, and make modifications to existing laws. That's part of the thing that you guys recommended, right, Andrew and Sue?
Say that again, Felicity.
The make modification to existing laws regarding service and consumption of food. You are actually working on that, right? That was one of the things you sent us.
In our next ordinance, we discussed these items.
So can we, because on my list, that I only had the 5 bullet pointed list. I know, Josh, in the letter that you sent is an additional piece that went around. There are a lot more bullet pointed lists, but a lot more bullet points. But in the one that I'm working from, we've now gotten through those 5. And it seems like we could go and hear more about what Andrew and Sue have been working on, and then we can go to your list, Josh. Is that okay?
Again, I'm not trying to guide the conversation. The list is our list. It's what everyone in this, in this Zoom meeting decides it to be.
Okay. So Andrew, you want to tell us about your recommendations, Andrew, Sue, either one?
Let me look at the.
Sure.
Sorry, no, Sue, go for it.
So normally when land use regulations are passed by the select board, there's a long process, and it's the planning commission holds public hearings, the select board holds public hearings, but there is this interim zoning way that you can pass a zoning bylaw. It's good for 2 years, and it's expedited. So the planning commission takes action on it and then sends it to the select board. I think they have to have one public hearing, and then it can be adopted by the select board. So in our office, we have been getting phone calls for restaurants that want to have outdoor dining, and typically that requires site plan review. We have not been requiring it. So what we're trying to do is kind of codify it here as to how we think the best process to move forward with it would be, which is to allow them to just give us a sketch of where they want their seating to be. So if it's private property, if it's maybe it's some parking spaces, maybe it's green space on the restaurant grounds, they give that to us. We just review it to make sure that, there's not going to be any conflicts with the cars or visibility or safety hazards. And then we would just approve it administratively, and then they would have it. They could also have some additional signage because, they're going to be dining outdoors and maybe they need, some social distancing instructions or others. So we would treat it as a temporary use. We treat food carts that way. So this is pretty similar to that. But it would be an entirely new section, and we would recommend to the select board that there be no fees for it. And so that's a new section that we're proposing, 302D, outdoor food service and retail. So it would also allow retail sales. So if you're Brown and Roberts and you want to take up some of your parking spaces to create capacity in the store, because as of today, retail stores were opening with only 25% capacity, or maybe it's somebody that, someplace else that can have staff to be outside and they want to take up some parking spaces to put some product out there. So this is a codified way that they could do it, because right now we're kind of doing it ad hoc, consistent, but we don't really have the rules in place for it. So we would like that. And an interim ordinance is good for 2 years. We like that because the data says that we're going to have flare-ups, and so this could be useful. Let's see. The other thing is they wouldn't need, especially if they're in the downtown or in the West Brattleboro Village, they wouldn't need design review control because there's no change to an actual structure. They're just, so that's where the historic review comes in. They wouldn't need to do that. One of the questions I had is whether or not bars should be allowed to fall under this. And that gets into the liquor consumption as well, but did we think that bars and drinking establishments, it was suitable to have this similar outdoor? Did we want to recommend that to the select board? So that's a question.
Tom, you've had your hand up for a bit.
Yeah, I love this proposal. The only thing I'd add is that, two things. When we get the ordinance finalized, or the amendment finalized, I'd love to make sure we have a great way of advertising it to the whole town so people know about the change. And then the other thing is, the broader it is, the better, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure one could come up with some downsides, but beyond dining and retail, I look through like the urban center and mixed use and residential neighborhoods primary uses, or allowed primary uses. And other possible things are bars, performance theaters, movie theaters, religious services, fitness and gyms, and personal services, whatever that is. That might be fun for the drivers by. I'm not sure what personal. We have a massage place or two, so. No, but I'm serious. I mean, joking aside, I'm serious. There's other businesses besides dining and retail that could really have benefit by this and bring, add vitality to the town through this time.
Yeah, Josh.
No, I love this. And did everybody read Prudence's email she just sent before the meeting? This sort of pertains to that also, of like the town, like kind of getting out of the way of businesses right now and kind of letting them take their own path. You know, in the sense of like, obviously we need rules and regulations, but also right now, because of the crisis that we face, the town being willing to listen to the businesses and what their needs are. So I really dig this.
Do we want to have a discussion about the drinking? Jess, you had your hand up, sorry.
I guess the two questions, or the one question I have about this that's non-bar related is proximity. Like proximity to the brick and mortar building. Like, does it have to be adjacent, or can Penelope Were set up something in Pliny Park because it's across the street? Is that too far? Like, what are the boundaries on this?
Yeah, I think let's be located. I didn't have boundaries on this. I know I looked at a couple of different language that said it could be nearby, but not defining it. So that's a good question. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head how we could.
Yeah, could the museum set up an
do that? I mean,
in that annoying little park at Malfunction Junction, or like it could be.
Doesn't the ordinance say that it has to be on private property, and within the zoning district where that primary use is allowed? But in this case, it'll just be outside.
Yes, located on private property in any zoning district. Yeah. So it could.
But it doesn't say that it has to be on their own private property.
So, but it couldn't be in Pliny Park or in the Malfunction Junction Park.
So does it also?
It's a little bit different because that's public property. So the way you would get that permit would be different. So we do allow the use of the public parks. It's just it's through town ordinances, not the land use regulations. If they wanted to set up there permanently, then this one, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. If the museum wanted to set something up in the park, they would be working with Rec and Parks to get that approval. And, usually I don't know that they would approve that for 2 years. I don't know. That's a good question for them. If it was something like that, then they might have to come get a zoning permit. If it was, we're set up for a week, they wouldn't need a zoning permit.
Jess.
That sounds complicated. I wonder if a business has an idea like, ooh, we want to get out there on the street somehow more. Is there a place or a rule or a poster that says, like, if you want to use a parking spot, do this. If you want to use your sidewalk, do this. If you want to use your back patio to extend your stuff, do this. If you want to use a public park, do this. It feels
we
like
don't have a poster like that.
Policy
sounds
is
like a fun project.
Communications thing.
There in the Josh, and the thing that you sent around, that Google Doc, there was a suggestion of this in the opening weeks, that there be sidewalk sales. So can you just put together a sidewalk sale, or does that take months to get the permitting to do that? Yeah.
No, nothing takes months. Not in our department, and not if you need a sidewalk permit. It doesn't take months. So no, I think the select board often signs off on the sidewalk. I could be wrong on that. It doesn't go through our office, so. But I like the idea, Jess, of getting something out there to the businesses so they know if you want to do this, this is who you contact.
Andrew.
Something graphic.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I really love this idea. One thing I think we also need to remember is that, especially downtown, a lot of these businesses share really close quarters, especially when it comes to public space. And if we are going to expand it, we got to make sure it's fair for everyone, and to be creative so that everyone can have some sort of way to expand without taking up some other people's spaces. Just a thought. So everyone has an equal opportunity.
Yeah, Josh.
I just want to refer back to that thing Prudence sent around too, and the bureaucratic red tape being simplified when it comes to zoning ordinances and applying for these things. I don't know what the town can do to just, make it easier for businesses to get through the red tape and be able to execute these ideas without stress or hassle.
So I would just like to defend my department and say we don't have a lot of stress and hassle. Our permitting's pretty easy. Our fees are pretty reasonable. And I think we're pretty flexible. So I don't want people to think it's really difficult to get permits from us. The land use regulations changes that we made it a lot smoother and made things a lot more administratively handled.
I have one suggestion vis-a-vis, I'm sorry, I'm taking priority. Go ahead, Kathy. I'll be quiet. Kathy, you have your hand up.
I was just going to say, if we can figure out like those public spaces like Piney Park and the park across from the museum, given the situation, I would love to see those places occupied by downtown businesses. So if there's a way to figure out how that process would occur and whether that's like, that business can apply for it and you can only do it once a month or whatever, but some equitable way to like allow those spaces to be used, I think that would be great. I mean, I certainly, and I think that as our town public spaces, that would be a good use for them. So.
I have one suggestion vis-a-vis that, which is at 25% occupancy, people are going to have to be turning people away. And so I was thinking about those public spaces as spaces that could be energized and is to exciting places where people could wait until it was their turn to go into a store. Because if you really want to go to Altiplano and you get there and, get a ticket that says come back in 15 minutes, maybe you want to go to that Malfunction Junction Park and see a museum exhibit or see something interesting. Yeah, Jess.
I'm sorry I got us a little off track. I think it's a really worthy conversation, and I think that consideration for use of public space and communicating about it maybe should be a little piece of our letter. I want to talk more about this particular thing that Sue's proposing and the bars and drinking and thoughts and feelings and things about that. So we can hammer this particular one out.
Great, go.
What I wanted to say about bars and drinking, I think it's a really interesting and challenging question to address. I spent some time working at what was then called the Brattleboro Prevention Coalition, and one of the theories that we had there was when you normalize and make accessible even seeing the culture of drinking and substance consumption, it is both encouraging to young people to engage in that culture, as well as can be a detriment to people who are in recovery, who are trying to avoid that culture and that experience. So from that perspective, like for me, I'm very hesitant to support bars and drinking places being included in this. On the other hand, I acknowledge that from the state level, including alcohol takeout services and things like that in some of the lockdown exceptions was important, because for some restaurants and things, alcohol is a big driver of their incomes. So I think there's a really interesting question before us. So I just wanted to sort of frame it that way as we start our conversation about it.
This is actually an excellent opportunity for me to remind everybody of the values. Because when you have a difficult conversation that you have to decide, you can fall back on your values. So go ahead, Prudence.
I'm glad that Jess brought that up and you stated it really well. I mean, that was a concern I had at first when we were thinking about, I thought, oh gosh, are we going to turn into Bourbon Street, where you can just grab a beer and walk down the street with it. And yeah, just a concern about encouraging underage drinking and so on. So yeah, so how do our values help us with this?
I would say that our values help us to not actually encourage drinking outdoors, because our belonging is one of our values, and I think drinking is an exclusive purview of people who are 21 and over. So that doesn't encourage belonging. Togetherness is the same thing, because it is an exclusionary behavior. The rest of them, I think sustainability, happiness, you could go either way with happiness. Equity, again, same thing. Equality, again, same thing. I think vitality, it's a health, substance consumption is a health issue. So it might get in the way of vitality, although economic vitality is enhanced by the sale of alcoholic beverages. So I would say that it comes down slightly on the side of not encouraging. Yeah, Kathy.
Well, just a clarification, is there a distinction between, like, if you have a restaurant that's serving food and someone wants to order a drink with their food, as opposed to like a bar that's only serving alcohol? Are we considering them as two separate things? Or are we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're considered two separate things. A bar or drinking place is an establishment that primarily prepares and serves alcoholic beverages for immediate consumption. It may also offer limited food and live entertainment, but whereas a food services prepares meals, snacks, and beverages primarily for immediate consumption. There is a difference.
Yeah, and so then the other question is, do we, I'm just thinking of like internal space, and I know that the governor's order is allowing the takeout of alcohol in restaurants, but is there takeout for bars right now, or are bars closed?
Bars are closed because you can't be inside, right, Josh?
They're not closed. They're able to sell to-go drinks if they're also selling food alongside it. So yes, they're open, but very few bars downtown are actually participating because it doesn't make sense, because, at 25% capacity, that's pretty pathetic. You can't pay your bills off 25% capacity. So they're doing walk-bys, like pre-orders. People call in and order a margarita and a burger, and you go and you pick it up and you have a margarita in a cup and a burger. So that's what they're allowed to do right now, but not all of them are participating in that.
Huh.
So I guess what I'm thinking along the lines of is, if it's only a bar, I kind of feel like if it's a bar that doesn't serve food, it sits in a different category. If it's a restaurant that can serve food, maybe one of the stipulations is, if you're only drinking, you can't sit outside, right? You must sit inside. So that
at our level,
people
we
outside
regulate that.
I don't know. That's kind of why I was asking about the difference.
There's different levels of liquor permitting, and so at the land use level, we wouldn't be concerned about what they got for their liquor permit. If a restaurant wanted to sell the alcohol outside, they'd have to have the right permit. So that would not involve us. But because we do define bar as differently, we could say we don't want bars to be up, they wouldn't fall under this temporary use. And then they'd still have to go off and get their third-class liquor license or whichever one it is.
So is there a consensus to take the bars out of this? Yeah, it seems. Yes.
Before we move on with a vote here, I just want to say what Sue just said sort of struck me, because if we allow restaurants and the state allows them to serve liquor on the street, how is that different than allowing bars to serve liquor on the street? And that goes back to inclusivity, belonging, equity, I don't know, some of the values, right? If that part is out of our control, then we like, in my opinion, according to our values, we shouldn't then be exclusive with this.
Josh, come on.
I feel Tom and Andrew also have something to say. My thing is, like, I personally don't drink, and one of my biggest frustrations with the state of Vermont is how much focus we put on drinking, you know, and it's like damaging. There's nothing, you know, that destroys families, destroys lives, kills people. Alcohol isn't a good thing, and when people abuse it. But I'm definitely not interested in excluding bars from restaurants, especially when we're talking about some restaurants. They definitively sell majority food, but the amount of alcohol and beer and booze that they sell is still astronomical, you know. So who are we excluding? Are we excluding Arkham? Are we excluding Kipling's? Are we excluding McNeil's? You know, is it those three that aren't a part of this? And if so, that is incredibly unfair. You know, we need, like, why aren't they up there with Whetstone Station? Why aren't they up there with Echo? Why aren't they up there with Duo? You know, they should absolutely be included in on this, without a doubt.
Andrew.
Yeah, I just second on Josh. I agree. I think, you know, as a just kind of thinking about just being, you know, those values in our keeping those values in our mind, you know, I'm thinking, how can we create a safe space for everyone? You know, so everyone feels they belong, they can be happy, etc. But at the same time, we're not leaving anyone in the dust, like Arkham or McNeil's or some of the other businesses that could potentially be hurt. So I think that's when we can be creative. We don't need to leave everyone out, but at the same time, I want to make sure people downtown feel safe and they don't feel uncomfortable when they are walking around and they see, you know, they do see people, all these people drinking, and, you know, like Jess was saying earlier, this could be triggers for some folks, and I don't think we should be encouraging that. That's just my thought, just kind of adding on to what other people have been saying.
Tom, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think a lot that has been said mirrors what I'm thinking and speaks for me. But I haven't, you know, and I do hear about, you know, if just the primarily like stand up kind of, maybe rowdy's not the right word, but kind of ambience is allowed out onto the streets, you know, we probably don't want that. So maybe, I don't know if this can be done, but those few businesses that are primarily bars, or that are bars, and that, you know, serving alcoholic beverages is their primary business, maybe in order to participate in this that we're proposing, at least for the restaurants, they need to up their food game and only serve alcohol if it's with food and it's sit down service. They maybe we'll have to, you know, require them to change a little bit in order to have this opportunity. What do you guys think about that?
Sue?
From a zoning enforcement standpoint, I hate it. Just because we wouldn't be able to enforce something like that. If it came through the land use permitting way, it's just, we couldn't enforce it. So I'd rather just think of the use. And I mean, I could think Arkham does have an outside space. They went through site plan review to get it. I don't know if they can drink out there. I think that, no, anybody know? No, okay. Maybe it was an outside space for people that needed to smoke a cigarette or something. But it's a bar with an outside space.
Josh?
I love where you're going with this, Tom. You know, I love the creative thinking behind it. But one thing to consider, like for instance, Arkham doesn't have a kitchen, so stepping up the food production game, is really difficult for some people. And then also that's an extra cost for other people. So it's like right now the overhead and the costs and the inventory for people is going to be really difficult going back into business. So kind of their business plans or their formulas they have right now are kind of it. If some of these restaurants, and I guess Kipling's does do food, and maybe McNeil's does. I don't drink. I don't participate in the bar scene around here, so I apologize for my ignorance in the specifics. But that's definitely difficult. But I love the idea of thinking of a way for bars to participate along with restaurants. And if it's rowdiness that we're concerned about, is there? I don't even want to not. I don't want to say it. Never mind. I'm gonna.
Am I right in thinking, Sue, that the rowdiness and the control that would come in the liquor licensing decisions? It wouldn't come in the zoning decisions. So if we wanted to be inclusive, we include bars, and we hope that the liquor licensing people caution people to not be rowdy and misbehave. Yeah, Josh.
Yes.
Real quick, I know the majority of bar owners in this town, and they're all incredibly awesome people that have this community's desires in mind over everything. They're all professionals, they're all incredible business people, and I know none of them are interested in rowdy patrons, or getting in any sort of trouble at all. Anytime cops show up at their bars, it's upsetting to the business owners, and they have no interest in that at all.
Great. So that covers the bars and drinking for discussion. The other two bullet points are: should the temporary permit be good for a certain amount of time? And the DRC review, no change to the structure should be okay. So do we want to talk about the good for a certain amount of time? Yes, Kathy.
So what has to happen for this to be, this is related to that question, what has to happen for this to be implemented? Do we, could we say it's 3 months, we vote, and then it takes place? Or does the select board then also have to approve it? Because to me, the process will depend on how long, what number goes in that X.
So, an interim, so this planning commission prepares it, we send it on to the select board, they'll hold a public hearing and adopt it. An interim ordinance can be good for 2 years. Because this sits in our temporary regulations section, we could say it's good for a year, and then they have to come back for another year for a permit. So we do that with the food trucks, because food trucks tend to move around. And so they get a permit, it's good for a year. The following May, they come back, and wherever they set up, they get a permit again. We can talk about that in other land use regulations updates. I think it's kind of been a little excessive. But for this, we could say, it's good for a year. We could say it's good for 2 years. That's what it's kind of open. I mean, I would think that anybody that sets up outside is, they're gonna only be out there as long as they need to. I think operationally it could be more difficult if you don't have the perfect setup. The intent is for this to be temporary.
Kathy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also just thinking of the seasons, right? So if it were 6 months, that would take us to probably November, end of November, which might be a logical place to revisit it, depending on the economy, depending on what this might look like over the winter, and the holiday shopping season, and we could just say it, go ahead and do it for a year, and then let people be creative about the winter if they have some way to be creative.
What about saying it's good for the calendar year? So come January 1st, that way, if if it's a mild November and somebody needs to be doing stuff outside, their permit's still good. Come January 1st, maybe reassess. I mean, there's no fee. Ideally, there'd be no fee for this, so they're just coming back with saying, hey, we're going to do this plan again. And
I think we also ought to think about your own workload, Sue. I mean, if your office is dealing with this and every business on Main Street comes and says, I want to do this, that, and the other thing, you have sort of 50 of these things. That's all right?
that would be okay. It would be a good sign because it means that they're reopening.
Right, yeah.
Tempting.
Are we good for calendar year? Cool. DRC review. Yes, Josh.
I'm totally good for calendar year. Sorry for my confusion. What is the hesitation for the 2-year limit? I'm curious.
Because it's meant to be temporary, 2 years doesn't, like, if the select board adopts it, it will be in place for 2 years. I think the hesitation is, what might change over 2 years? Are they becoming more permanent? Are they doing it because they like the outdoor space or because we're still under restrictions? And if they need the outdoors, if they're doing it because they like the outdoor space, not that we're restricted occupancy anymore, then we probably want to be taking a closer look at what they're doing and maybe go through site plan review. That's my thought, but could be convinced otherwise.
Makes sense.
My question is that if we're realistically looking at 18 months of this, a calendar year till what do we say, January? Is that the calendar year? So we're what month is it? I don't even know what month it is. So we're talking 8 months from now then, right? About 8. And if we're looking at 7 months, yeah. If we're looking at an 18-month pandemic, would it actually ease your workload to do a 2-year timeline, or are you totally fine with the 1 year, the calendar year?
I'm okay. Yeah, I think it's fine going with the calendar year. I don't think that everybody's going to use this. We've already had some calls though, and so some people are making some use of it. Yeah, it doesn't, I can go. I don't think it's going to be too much of a lift.
Okay. Calendar year. Do you want us to go on to the home businesses?
I guess I have a question, just to clarify, going back to Tom, and just to wrap it up on the bars. Tom was saying that, any kind of commercial use might make use of it, not just outdoor food service and retail. And if you all felt that way, we do have in the land use regs, we have a bunch of commercial uses. I can read through it. And so any of those types of businesses, I mean, it's about a page and a half worth, but it includes the professional services, personal services, pet and animal sales, construction related, a whole bunch of businesses. So it does not include the performing. Yeah, it doesn't include the performing or industrial uses. Public assembly, so performance theater and movie theater, those fall under public assembly.
How about gyms? Does it include gyms?
Gyms are under, nope, public assembly.
Oh, okay. And what do people feel like? Should we expand it or not? Tom?
Does this only have to be commercial that we're considering? Why don't we consider public assembly as well?
I think that's okay. I mean, I think that some of the public assembly uses are going to have a hard time. Yeah.
I mean, those are those are covered under the state ordinances vis-a-vis COVID, right? I mean, there are restrictions on how many people can be anywhere at any one time. Isn't it 25?
Yeah.
10? Is it 10, Josh? I thought
It's
it
10 right now.
Yeah, 10
Oh.
right now. Not sure about. I don't know facts though. Last I knew it was 10.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 10 right now.
So
I'm going to change this section to commercial and public assembly during emergency.
Great.
And make those changes throughout.
So do we want to go on to the second page, 301E, home businesses? You've changed it to just essentially take out the DRB.
Well, we take out the DRB when, if it doesn't increase parking on the site. So remember, these are residential areas, and once you increase the parking, that tends to be where we get complaints. So the thought was, a lot of them don't. A lot of them are easy, so those could be done administratively, and then we could do the increase in the parking would go to the DRB, but as site plan, not conditional use. So the key difference there is if you're in conditional use, they're actually looking at your use and they're making sure that it fits within the neighborhood. With site plan, it's a permitted use, so you can have your home business, but now we're just looking at how it's being arranged on the site to make sure that it's appropriate. So it takes, by moving it from conditional use to site plan, it kind of takes out some of that. You know, we recognize that there might be a little bit of an impact on the neighborhood, but we're going to make sure that the site is not impacting the abutters. We're not really looking at the use. We're, you know, if that's not clear enough, I can try to.
Oh, that's fine. Are there questions, comments? We're coming up on 2 hours, which I think is sort of the limit to ask people to engage in, especially via this medium, which is really exhausting. So is there some reason why we won't just accept this? If people feel that they have some concerns, but they don't, too tired to talk about it, now is your turn. Yes.
I just want to see if I understand this all the way. I'm going to put it in my own words because I got a little confused. So it's going to allow a home business, instead of going through the development review board for a conditional use allowance of the property, to just go to, unless there's some change in parking, to just go to a staff member on the planning board for approval for using their home as their business location. And is there any difference in this like zoning district on how this is handled, or is it all sort of all the same? Is it less burdensome on every, because I know in some districts there's a huge allowance for home businesses. In some districts there's not so much.
So nope, home businesses are allowed in all the zoning districts. I should say, so there's basically two levels. There's home occupation, which might be if you do taxes and you work out of your home, you maybe have one person that comes to visit you, appointment at a time or something like that. Or, maybe you make soaps and you're doing that out of your home. That's called a home occupation. And you have no other employees, it's just yourself. That's permitted. Anybody can do that kind of work. Then the next level is the home business. And one of the reasons that we have some we were treating them all as conditional uses because you maybe have employees that are working out of your house. So they're coming with cars. Maybe you're having more pickups and deliveries. Maybe you're having some more customers come to your house. That's the home business, and it has a little bit more impact on the neighborhood. So we wanted to be able to review those kind of things. So yes, that's what you were just explaining. So there is, I just want you to know that there is kind of that easier level too, that doesn't even need a permit.
Thank you, Sue. I understand much better now.
So are we good to go on this one? Okie doke, thumbs up. So let me summarize and see if everybody is on the same page. We're going to send a letter that essentially says we want you to open up the possibility of utilizing parking to encourage more patronage of business as the sketch. And we'd be more than happy to engage in more research and analytics should you wish us to. And these are the two recommendations that we give to change of zoning in order to be able to support businesses in this time. And we'd be more than happy to continue to do work in this area because we really want the town to support our businesses. Just let us know. Is that about it? Okay, cool.
Yeah. You know what, Felicity, I would really like a vote on the interim bylaws just so that when we send it to the select board that it says, you know, I'm just looking really quickly.
Right. Yeah, we need to take a vote. So you want a separate vote on the bylaws? I was thinking we would vote on that would be included in the bylaws. But
if you could vote on the bylaws, I think that would be good for just for the adoption process of the bylaws. Have a separate vote on that. I mean, it can be included as well, but
we need a motion to pass the bylaw amendments. No, the new section 302D. Should we vote them separately? Might as well. Somebody want to make a motion to add the new section 302D, outdoor food service and retail during emergency?
I will make the motion to approve the interim zoning bylaw 302D as amended.
Is there a second? Yes, I see 2 seconds. Excellent. All those in favor, thumbs up. The motion passes. I need a motion to for the amended section 301E home businesses.
I'll make a motion to approve section 301E home businesses as a amended zoning bylaw.
Is there a second? Yes, Kathy seconds it. All those in favor, thumbs up, please. Prudence. Excellent. It passes unanimously. All right, and I need a vote or a motion to write the letter, to complete the letter to be sent to the select board with the content as discussed.
Real quick, do we want to keep it as parking or expand the parking to sidewalks and public parks? As far as please be, thoughtful.
We're going to make creative reutilization of the town's parking, which, as per 2018 parking study, we have plenty of.
Right. But we don't want to talk about sidewalks or public parks right now?
What do y'all say?
It's already 8 o'clock, so.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. Yes, Jess.
I would love to add a sentence or a bullet point on the use of public spaces and recommending that the town consider ways to open up public spaces for use to increase social distancing for businesses.
Okay. Great. So I need a motion. for this letter?
Can I, sorry to just jump in, but Prudence had 2 suggestions as well that we didn't discuss. One was consider adding hand sanitizer stations and some sidewalk markers to assist with physical distancing downtown, and then temporary bike lanes to flatten Elliott Street while traffic is reduced. So I didn't want to get those lost.
Ah, good point. Consider adding hand sanitizing stations and some sidewalk markers to assist. Do we want to talk about that? No.
I think we should just agree to it.
Yeah, there's probably not too much disagreement there.
Okay, not too much disagreement. Add temporary bike lanes to flatten Elliott Street. That doesn't that come under the purview of you reutilize creatively parking spaces?
You might want to be more explicit.
Yeah, and I think that idea about mixed use or multimodal transportation can be backed up with what we found in our downtown survey, just saying that we found significant support for increasing access for bicyclists in the downtown area. So this could be a temporary step during lower traffic times.
Okay, so add those 2 bullet points to the letter. I'm looking for nods. Okay, so a motion on the letter, please. Prudence, make a motion on the letter.
Okay, I just have a question first. So you're going to redraft the letter, and we'll see it, right?
I'm going to redraft the letter. I'm going to send it around to all of you guys. You're going to send your edits to Sue, and then Sue and I will look at it, redraft it again, and I'll send it around to you again. And we hope that after that, it'll just go through.
I move. We already approved the idea of the letter. I think we already have a motion on that, right? Yeah,
We do.
So
We
you
have
don't need another motion, probably.
We don't need another. We said we were going to write a letter. Oh, we did. We voted to write a letter as long as we all agreed with it.
Right.
So we're
you
good
just
to
need
go.
to vote.
We're good. Oh,
I think we need to vote. We need to vote on if we want to associate our names with it or not. Also, I thought.
Yeah, and this is where we're hoping to be unanimous. So all those in favor of sending said letter to the select board, please indicate by raising your thumb. Okay, the vote is unanimous. We'll send the letter. Look for the letter in your email tomorrow, the next day, I hope. Is that okay? We're not going to get it to them by tomorrow night. There's too much loop.
That's okay.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. No, I guess we've got more items on the agenda. I guess I need motions to table those items.
I'm happy putting another 30 minutes in. I don't know about you folks, but this is important.
Okay.
I could do another 25. I have something else that I need to be at 8:30.
Okay. I'm trying to find the agenda.
I might, you see what's happening here, right? So I may need to bail out.
Me too.
We've got,
What does your daughter's Sierra say?
Oh, we've got his H, next meeting. Oh no, we've got interim ordinance proposals. We did that infill housing.
Well, the infill housing was just kind of a continuation of our ongoing discussion. I don't know that it needs to happen tonight, especially in light of the webinar on Thursday that people might be interested in. It's up to you if you want to have a brief discussion of it, but it's just kind of the ongoing work that Andrew and I have been doing. And Tom did send some suggestions, but it was not my intent to roll them into the interim ordinance that we just looked at.
Okay. How do people feel? You want to talk about infill housing? You want to wait until we've seen the webinar? Prudence?
I'd rather wait.
Nodding. Then item H is next meeting. Are we okay? Our next meeting has to be on the downtown plan.
Yep, it's the June. The next meeting will be on June 1st.
So
2 weeks.
That's primarily what we need to do. Is that why you put it on here? So,
Yeah.
so that's what we're doing, and everybody, and probably that's going to take the whole meeting. Yeah, Prudence.
So are we we'll get the proposed final plan sent out ahead of time, and
Yes.
And the consultant will be in the meeting with us.
She'll be participating. Yeah.
Great.
And I
Thanks.
wouldn't say, I mean, there's opportunity to meet with her afterwards. We don't have to finalize it at that, but we'd like it to be in good shape, so.
Does it have to
So
go?
we
It
can
has
begin to,
public, right? Doesn't it, Sue?
it has to go to the public, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll take our time at that meeting, and if it's not in shape, we won't send it to the public.
Okay. Okay. I need a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
All those in favor of adjourning indicate by thumbs up. Thumbs up. We stand adjourned. Thank you all for your work. That was a good meeting.
Okay, so I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Peter, you're all set. Good, thumbs up. How come my camera's not working? I don't know. So the first item of business is additions or deletions to the agenda. So I'm going to ask that we move up the superintendent report to also discuss the financials before right after correspondence. Does anybody have a problem with that?
I do not. I was also wondering if we could go into executive session before Bill has to leave.
Okay, for what?
Contractual.
Okay. Am I aware of it?
You are not.
Okay. Should really
It's
let me
nothing
know ahead
major.
of time before we
It was
do
something
that.
I saw this morning. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can do that. That's going to be a problem with the meeting. Also, I'd like to add for the principals, and I think we're going to have Tammy's going to be late, but I'd like to just see if we have what's going to happen with the any kind of end of year celebration or end of year graduation. Unfortunately, Sue Newman decided to retire in a very bad year because we're not going to celebrate her that well. Is there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? Where's my calendar? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Public, Tracy. I see in public. Oh, hi, Tammy. Tracy, a Sherman. I think that's it. Do you guys have anything for public?
I will need some names.
Okay. See, well, we'll make up a list. Mark, why don't you make a list of names and you can email it? Do you mind?
Yep.
I can read them off the screen for the most part. There's just two I can't, well, there's Clover 1, Sherman, Class K, and Organizer.
Peter, I'll send you. I'm organizer also. I'll send you a complete list after the meeting.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Anita Raphael phoning in since I can't get it to work on my internet, so I'm here as well.
Okay, so Anita Raphael's caller 1. How about caller 2?
That might be me, Rich.
It is. Okay, so Rick is caller 2.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I will.
Excuse me. Richard?
Yeah.
May I ask Mark a question?
Sure.
Mark, can you name the callers in, please? Are you doing that?
I'm in the process of doing that right now.
Amazing. Thank you.
Okay. This is where it's not so easy. As the groups get bigger. So anyways, Tracy, Lisa, Andino, I see. Sherman, Anita, anything from you guys under members of the public? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on to review and approve the minutes of the May 4th, 2020 meeting. Okay, I'd entertain a motion from a board member to approve the minutes, and then we can make correct. Laura moved it. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Rick.
Okay, sounds like Rick seconded. Peter, I've got on the call to order, I think we spelled somebody's name wrong. I think we got Mark's last name wrong on a move to approve the minutes.
I will check it out.
I think that was all I had. Did anybody else notice anything with the minutes?
No.
Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. By roll call, Rick?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
I don't see Dwight yet, do I? No. Okay. So it's unanimous on the minutes. I have no correspondence. Bill, Matt, or Tammy, any correspondence you're aware of? No. Okay. We asked to move up the new business, the financials. So you should have gotten in your packets some financial information. First thing is, and I see Lori Garland. I don't think we get her picture, but I think she's there. Lori finally got together with the auditors from about Dover from like 2 years ago, and it appears as though, hi Lori, we may have been given some, we may have had some wrong numbers in our fund balance and our reserve fund. So Lori, you sent some documents out. Which one do you want us to look at to go over the fund balance first?
You want to start with, I was going to just talk to basically where you're at right now, where I'm projecting River Valleys to come out right now. And then we can backtrack and talk about the fund balance issue. Does that sound okay? And it'll kind of tie in together.
You're leading the show.
Okay, so we'll start with the summary of projected general fund net position, which is the packet in your packet that you received. So this is just a basic, this is the general fund only. This does not include any of the capital funds or anything else, any special revenue funds. We're just going to talk about general fund right now. Before we start with that, I did get a draft audit from Dover finally on May 6th, and there were some issues from the previous time that the auditor gave me information. But going forward now, the audit is going to be brought into, or I've sent the audit to the new auditors, RHR Smith, who will be doing River Valley's audit. And so they will be giving me the entries to put into River Valleys. And that piece hasn't happened either. So as I always do, I go into this telling you that until we have, documented numbers from both audits brought into River Valleys, they're subject to change. Our auditors might find something with Dover's audit. They already do Wardsboro's audit, so that shouldn't be an issue. So let's
Lori, just real quick, Mark or Bill or Lori, is there any way so people who are on this call maybe didn't get the packet could see what you're talking about, the paper? Is there any way to put it up?
I can share the screen. Also in the chat box is a link to all the documents. I will share the screen.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
Okay, Lori, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure people, when you're talking about something, we can see it.
Okay. So as Mark is getting it up on the screen, the overview is basically the revenues, the budget versus actual with the encumbrances or what is left to come in for revenue, adjustments to revenue. That just means that there'll be, I'm anticipating more revenues. The revenues did fall short though. We are predicting a shortfall of revenue from a variety of different reasons, and we can talk about those, as we go through. There was some transportation revenue that probably was lower. Medicaid has taken a huge hit because of COVID. So we're able to bill on Medicaid, but not at the same level that we were before. So for example, if a student had a one-to-one, they would bill at a level 4. And because, obviously there is no one-to-ones at this point, they are billing at a level 1, and that could be a difference of, you know, like probably about $6,000 a month of billing. So that has taken a huge hit. So revenues are coming in a little short, about 1% short. They're $55,000. Expenses. So expenses are actually in the black, which is great, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So that's your top number there that has the 113,914. And then I know that there's some adjustments to happen to revenues, and there will be some additional expenses between now and the end of the year. So I'm predicting those to be around 65,000. So of course, this is my best estimate at the time. So expenses are coming in ahead of budget by $103,000. So overall, surplus of 48,000. So let me just back up and talk about the expenses for a second. It's great that they're coming in ahead of budget, but there were some major expenses that were either not budgeted for, that we couldn't have planned for, or there were some overages. And those total about $142,000. So that actually speaks to how well the administrators and their staff did to managing this budget, because, you know, there were some maternity leaves, there was some negotiated HRA benefits that were not budgeted for because the master agreement was settled after the budget went through, some ELL expenses, some operational expenses, water issues, septic, generators, all went over budget. Some excess bus expenses, and some other items, smaller items that were also over budget. So all in all, well done, really, in the end, and we'll see where we come out. We may not spend that 65,000, so that would be, you know, would add to the end number. So then the beginning reserve fund balance, that is a little different than what you had seen in the past, and we'll come back to that. You have committed 200,000, which is taken out of that number for fiscal year 20 to lower the tax rate. And then you add in the surplus of 48,000, so your projected end reserve fund balance is 257,000. Again, all subject to change, but 200 of that is committed for fiscal year 21. Okay, so be mindful of that. So that's basically talking through where things are now, and you know, I've also attached, you can scroll, Mark, if you want, the expenditure and revenue reports, and I'm happy to take questions now, or you know, at another time to talk about any items that you see. Some of the items that I put in the front copy, the summary, are because I know that they're going to be changing in here. So you might see something like if you go to transportation, you would see it's way over budget. Well, it's because I know that a transaction hasn't happened yet, so I accounted for that on my summary page. So some of it's just a timing issue. So does anybody have any questions with the format? I did, if we go down to expenses, Mark, I just want to talk a little bit about that. I actually, I pulled this report a little different than I normally do, and I wanted to talk about that. I find that it's very helpful to look at a budget in several different ways. So typically when I show you, you know, year-to-date expenses, I usually do it by level, where you have your pre-K and then your elementary, secondary, and then your district-wide expenses. In this one, I did it by basically by department or by what we call function. So it just gives you a little bit of different look to see what are we spending on direct instruction, what are we spending in art, and so just as a different way to look at it. And I just wanted to point that out to you guys. Sometimes it makes things pop out like, why is that, you know? It's what I do for control. So I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at this ahead of time or.
Lori, is there a specific section you want me to?
No, I'm just, if there's questions, I'm happy to answer any questions right now, or I can move on and talk about, you know, the fund balance.
I'm sorry, Rich, do you mind if I ask a question?
No, go ahead.
The additional expenses that you spoke about, the 142K, are any of those attributable to COVID-19?
No, none of them.
Huh, great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I will, that's great. I'm glad you brought that up, Mark, because I will talk now about that. So what this picture doesn't show you is the food program. So the food program right now is running in a deficit situation. We moved, we thought it was going to, let me back up. Food programs typically always run in a deficit situation, and we move money from the general fund to make the food fund whole at the end of the year. I've done that transfer. We predicted that to be projected that to be $45,000. I expect that I might have to move some more money to make that fund whole, and that is due to COVID. So there's additional expenses, particularly in the supplies, you know, what they're packaging the food in, that type of thing. There's also been a little bit of a hit to revenues. You're obviously not having parents pay for food now, although the federal food reimbursement is supposed to be a little bit higher than you're getting before, but I'm not sure that it will offset the entire thing. So you can see on that last line there, the transfer to food service, 45,000, that's what I'm talking about. So we may have to transfer more money at the end of the year, but we're not quite through knowing exactly what the additional expenses are going to be or the reduction in revenue at this point. The state payments and the federal payments are lagging way behind. So I've only gotten through January right now. So it's a huge lag.
Are we at any risk of a cash flow problem overall?
So far, no, we don't have, no. Right now, we're okay with cash flow.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I will possibly, as I do my analysis through the next month or so, I will look and see whether or not I feel we need to go out and get a tax anticipation note, which then, you know, which just buys you time till the taxes come in. The towns do have to pay on time. They did not get a reprieve from that, so they still have to pay the school district on time. I think the taxpayers did get a bit of a reprieve as far as when they have to pay, but I'm not fully aware of those dates. So.
Yeah, I think that depends on the town.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is there any other questions for Lori? I can only see a couple people, so you have to speak up. Oh, here we go. Now I can see everybody again. Hi, Dwight. There's no questions for Lori. I think that covers reserve fund discussion. You covered that, right, Lori?
I'm sorry?
You covered the reserve fund.
Well, this is the general fund. This is your operating fund, and that's what we just went through.
Okay. So you want to cover the reserve fund?
Sure. So
You
back,
went dead on me for several minutes, so I thought you were talking about the reserve fund.
oh, sorry. So I think it was obviously back before town meeting. I had reached out to the auditor in Dover and tried desperately to get some numbers so that you could have them. And, you know, as with anything, you know, it really, you have to go through the whole process of the audit before they're solid numbers. And basically what ended up happening is that there was a transfer of $100,000 that he didn't see. And so he gave me an inflated fund balance that we brought in. So about it was actually ended up to be about $160,000 that was not there in the end. So when I finally got the draft audit on May 6th. So unfortunately, that means, you know, jump in, Bill, here, because you've been part of the conversation if you want, but that just means that, you know, where the numbers that I gave you in the beginning are less. And so what that means is that you've committed $200,000 this year to purchase down the tax rate. That's all sealed, fine, done. 200 for next year, which I believe we'll be able to meet. And then after that, you really don't have any more in reserves, meaning the reserve that is from the general fund. So what I'm not talking about is the transportation fund and also the building fund. I'm not including those. However, I'm not also going to give you solid numbers on those until everything shakes out. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah, Laura, I think you explained it well. I would just add that, you know, we can only provide the numbers that are provided to us. So I think that over the conversation of the 18 months, we've been clear that these are the numbers that are provided, and we do our best to make it as transparent as possible to everybody. But you're going from one auditor to another one, and you're going from one system to another system. But I think the May 6th audit gives us the best clarity for what we currently have, and I agree that we cannot be confident in the reserve numbers until those are audited, and we can present them just like we do after the May 6th audit.
I will just add, we are starting into our pre-audit, believe it or not. Last week and then next week, we're meeting with the auditors for River Valley. So we're starting the audit now, basically. So we will have definitely numbers ahead of last year for sure.
So does anybody have any questions for Lori on the reserve? Go ahead, Mark.
So where does that leave the transportation? And I'm blanking on the other fund that we created at town meeting or at the school board meeting.
Right. So they have, you know, we will create them and we'll move as much money in there as we possibly can. At this point, I can't say there's solidly 100,000 in one and 200 in the other, which I think is what you created.
Okay. So I guess what I was trying to clarify was that the money is not yet in those funds. So what we're looking at here is the total reserve that we have.
No, that's what I wanted to clarify at the beginning. This is only the general fund I'm speaking to here. There is another 300,000, potential 300,000 in those other two reserve funds. everything's sitting in the general fund right now because I haven't moved the money because I need to finish out the year.
Mark, we're just being super cautious after this revelation from the March 6th audit of not defining that, there's 103,000 and there's 168,000 in the other. I've encouraged our team to make sure that we get those numbers solid before we commit that that is exactly what's in there. But Lori is correct. It's approximately $250,000 to 300,000 that's going to probably end up there. But we've been in this situation before, and so we don't want to put that down on paper and have you guys have a commitment to that until those are clear.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
This should also be easier now because Lori, instead of you having to go to 2 different people and in different places, and it's going to be one auditor doing all our books. We finally got all the money together. So it should, we shouldn't have these kind of issues in the future.
No, not at all. I mean, I monitor all year long what's going on, right? So I have a pretty good idea of where things are going to shake out when I know what the ins and the outs are. And I only had one side of the equation, and I had to, like Bill said, go with what I was told.
So this is just another example of us having some growing pains.
Yeah, it is.
And
there may be other ones that come up.
It would have been better if it had been in the other way, not the deficit, but we had 100,000 more than we thought. But we're in better shape than a lot of school districts, I think. So unless anybody has any other questions, we can let Lori get ready for the next meeting. Okay, thank you, Lori. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, not a question. I was just going to say, Rich, I withdraw my request to move the executive session ahead. It's a technical issue that I can deal with over email later. It would be too complicated. So.
Okay. So Bill, superintendent's report.
Sure. So since our last meeting, we're getting continuing evolving guidance on gatherings. It looks like June 1st is going to be a prime date, as is the governor's pattern. He is previewing that June 1st is rising from 10 people gathering to 25. So both Matt and Tammy are thinking about how that will play into some ceremonies for the end of the year. It also is something for the board to consider about holding live meetings. The challenge for the board will be that you guys rarely have meetings over 25, but if you do have a meeting over 25, you're just going to have to think about a protocol for that. That will not be announced until at the earliest Friday, the 22nd. So probably something you want to look at later after June 1st, but I just wanted to keep you apprised of that. Across the WCSU, we are getting ready to wind down the year and getting prepared for some summer opportunities, as well as preparing for the beginning of next year. Unfortunately, I don't have any more clarity on what the beginning of next year looks like. We are going to be running the Explorers Camp summer program that has been run in Newbrook for the past 5 or 6 years. We are going to be practicing all of the protocols, all the safety protocols that will be necessary if and when we do open up at the end of August. So that does give us an opportunity to practice, how kids enter the building and what the PPE requirements are for all of our staff, and how do we keep kids in smaller groups, and how do we enter from outside doors, and what is the traffic pattern inside, and how often are we having cleaning schedules. So all of these things that we had prepared for in the childcare about 5 weeks ago, we are now implementing. There's a 13-page guide from the Vermont Department of Health, which is extremely helpful. Chris Medina, our Director of Operations, is preparing all of those plans and preparations. And it's what we're going to learn from so that we can open up in the fall in a safe manner. those are kind of the major things that we're working on at the SU level. But I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Anybody with any questions for Bill? Go ahead, Mark.
I had been in touch with Chris in regards to the transportation RFP he was sending out, but I haven't heard from him. He had been talking about sending it out the end of May. Do you know if that's still on target?
The RFP for specifics to River Valleys or the global one for WCSU?
This WCSU, of which we were hoping to get some input in before it went
Yes.
out.
So we have re-upped with West River Transportation for the West River District. So there won't be a global one, but there can be an add-on if there is some need that River Valleys has that would match that. But when we initially talked to West River Transportation, they did not have the capacity to take on River Valleys. And when we spoke with our pre-RFP with the local providers in Southern Vermont, the cost was highly prohibitive from us engaging in that opportunity.
Okay. They are still going to be doing, for the time being, the Wardsboro transportation?
That is part of what we can deliver, but if River Valleys would like to make that change, we can also make that alteration. That is as far as they can extend themselves, is to the Wardsboro.
Continue.
Quite frankly, the Wardsboro is a pretty cost-effective delivery system for the River Valleys students.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else, any questions for Bill or comments or requests? Okay, hearing none. Let's go back to old business and principals. You guys are okay right now. Tammy, you don't have to leave us, do you? Okay, so why don't we go back to the website design before Bill takes off, because that'll be going to his office probably. So Mark, you I don't know if you want to put the RFP up so people can see it and then maybe talk about it a little bit.
Sure.
Well, you're putting up. Did all the board members get to review it?
It was sent out in an email, so hopefully. All right, so basically, didn't make too many changes from what we presented, Anita and I presented 6, 8, 12 months ago, kind of losing track of time. The major change is that I took the budget section out. And the reason why I did that was that because in general, professional RFPs from corporations don't include a budget because you are seeking the professional advice from the companies that are going to be answering the RFP. And I didn't want to pigeonhole us to a number that was too large and thus making all of us uncomfortable, or too small, which wasn't going to be able to provide some of the basics of what we were looking for. And what I've done is, let me see if I can get more of this on a page. This is the basic list. Can you read that, or is that too small? Anyone?
I think it's a bit small for me, but I'm on a smaller.
I've got it open on my iPad, so otherwise it would be too small.
Yeah, you're getting better. Okay, that's good.
There we go.
Perfect.
So this is the basic list of functionality that we are seeking. During the original process of creating this RFP, we were really looking at for a website which was probably going to be in the range of $10,000 to $15,000, which would include all of this and more. What I've done is by taking the money out allowing whomever is going to answer this RFP to give us more detailed pricing, line item pricing, rather than a bulk pricing on an entire site. And we can come through and pick and choose some of the aspects of this that we want or don't want. We may not want as much integration with, let's say, the Matt, remind me what the name of that, Power School, which is actually in our wish list below. We may not want that integration. We may not want as much integration with the SU because that's going to be complicated. The reason why I originally have the wyndhamcentralboard.org in there is because they house all of our documents. So all of our board documents. So integrating that into a site would be nice, but it may be too costly at this point. So we're looking for a clean site, which is accessible and usable by students, the public, parents, and one of the main aspects of it is a PR marketing tool, so we can get the word out and sell the idea of IB and STEAM in our communities, and hopefully bring in more students and more families. Does anybody have any specific or any questions at all?
Mark, Anita Raphael.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my email to you last week when I had a chance to preview this was in one place, I forgot where it was, it says promote, but you didn't really specify promote to whom, and I had suggested maybe just adding a half a sentence that says to area students currently enrolled in other schools or out-of-state parents who may be shopping for towns in Vermont to move to, or I just thought a half a sentence to identify who your target audience was for outside the school community that we already have in terms of, as you mentioned a moment ago, a marketing message. And I didn't see that idea that it is also a marketing message stressed in any way. So something on the site that would, keep a non-school community person there who might be curious about the school to click here to see what's going on in third grade, or click here to see what's happening in IB at the library at Dover or something. So those kinds of little things. I always come at everything from the outside in, and you always come at it from the inside out. So we're kind of.
Which is why I wanted you at this meeting.
Well, thank you. So those were the only two things that I thought of, and if that's part of the goal of having these two distinct curriculums, and then put that somewhere in the list with a little half sentence as to what you mean. Otherwise, I think could get overlooked.
Is there any other comments from anybody?
Laura, did you have something?
Trying to remind myself about the budgeted amount for this.
We had it was originally 5 to 15,000 was the range that was in the first RFP, which really was too large a range to begin with. I also think that we're going to get a wide range, hopefully get a wide range of proposals from this. And I didn't want to put I really don't want to put a dollar figure on, because if we put it too high, it's going to be more money than we want to spend. If we put it too low, we're not going to get some of the integrated aspects between the two schools and the board that we do want. So I thought it was best to see what the results of the RFP are, and then we can always adjust from there if we need to.
I have another question, Mark.
Go for it.
In the past, when we were back just starting out as a committee opportunity for consolidation. We sort of skirted this conversation of social media, but I notice on here you have at one line item, social media integration, share buttons, follow buttons. Does that mean there'll be personal other people doing social media for RVUSD, or are you just gonna put those buttons there so if somebody sees something on your website they want to share with their cousin in Minnesota, they can share? How were you envisioning, how was the board envisioning or projecting what they would or would not do on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, yada yada?
That line item is a ladder. That's for somebody who comes to the website that wants to share something on their social media. So an article on, on how STEAM is doing at Wardsboro. They want to share it with their Facebook group or Twitter followers or whatever the case may be.
So the board hasn't taken any direction in participating in social media as its own entity on any platform?
Not something we've discussed recently.
Okay.
Hey, before we get too far into this, Bill, I know you're gonna have to leave in a couple minutes. Do you have any comments or input?
No, I like the approach of laying out, what you're looking for and leaving it open to find out, what the responses are. And then you guys can take the next stage and decide how to whittle it down and actually engage with a vendor. So, no, I like the approach that Mark's taken.
What I was kind of hoping for, and Rich, I apologize, was that we would take the lead on something, get the process rolling, and then maybe present it through the WCSU for a more uniform SU website. Once we kind of had the process in place. That was my hope. May not work out, but.
Bill, could you talk to that?
We are so overwhelmed with COVID world right now that we are not thinking about these types of things. So I don't know what path we're going to be on. We've had to delay some other stuff because we have to be focused on supporting the teachers and supporting the families and supporting the students right now. So we've kind of put anything on building something new and future on the back burner at the WCSU level. So I do appreciate finding out some vendors that might be interested in that work. And if there's an opportunity for us to merge the needs of River Valleys with the needs of the WCSU, I'm more than happy to have that informed conversation. We just haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it.
And I was thinking beyond WCSU, also West River, we are all one supervisor, Happy Union, and Wyndham and Marlboro also.
Sure, we can have that combo, and I think that what Mark has laid out here just provides us the ability to have a more informed conversation. But we have not set the stage for that. We haven't planted the seeds for that. But I think this would be helpful, no matter where it leads to.
Or how long it takes to get there.
So Mark, I was looking over the timeline and it looks like it's a pretty tight turn from the responses due to the selecting of the finalists. Do you have some criteria all set up for what we're looking for in terms of what, to narrow the field down depending on how many responses we get?
I don't have anything specific, and I was gonna, if we are gonna move forward on this, I was gonna bring up the question of the dates and the timeline. Basically, all I did was push back the dates that were in there in the same time frame that we had in the original one. So it's open for discussion.
And the only other thing with what Bill was just saying, and I looked through this briefly, I don't think there's anything that says that, we reserve the right to accept or reject any and all bids, and that this, depending on the price, this project may not go through. Because nowhere does it says we're requesting proposals, but it doesn't say that we are. There's no ability for us to back out of it if, like, next week or next meeting, we find out that Lori was really off, or the auditors are really off, and we're $300,000 in the hole, or 400,000. So I would just want to make sure we add something like that to the request.
Bill, does the SU have some standard language for that type of clause? You're on mute.
He's not sleeping over. No.
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I mean, if that's an augmentation that we needed to get, we could get that for you tomorrow, no problem.
Okay. Yeah, no, Rich, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Is there anybody at all, board member, and I can only see a couple people because of the document up there. If anybody, does anybody have any questions or comments or thoughts? Go ahead, Dwight.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you guys could see me. I'm having technical difficulties here. Mark, this looks great. It's really excellent. I'm wondering, with the new world we're having here, where everything's digital, is there any way that the website can enhance kind of the online learning that's going on now with COVID, or is that somehow, it's going to be related, or there be some, ways that will help in that way?
It as part of the specs, actually from the original specs that we had laid out, it will needs to integrate with Google Classroom. So in that sense, it will have direct ties to the online learning.
Thank you.
That's a really interesting point, Dwight. Because I know that like some groups are using Google Classroom, but I think they're using some other online resources as well. So just even having a place for that to land would be great. But we don't have to hash that out tonight.
Yeah, we can get the details. If Matt and Tammy can give me kind of an overview. I thought everyone was using Google Classroom, so if not, I just need a general idea and I can add the information to the RFP.
Anybody else? Rick, you got any comments, sir? No. Cool. Sue, you got anything? You're smiling. No? Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion?
What are we voting on?
Well, we would make a motion to approve the RFP as presented with and if you would want to, we could add the bit about the ability to say, to reject any and all the standard language that Bill would add to it.
All right, I'll make the motion that we approve the RFP as written with additional language, giving us the opportunity to discontinue the program if we feel necessary for the website.
So there's a motion made. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Mark, you seconded it. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah.
You guys are gonna.
Someone wants to.
Yes.
Go ahead, Laura.
Sorry, I keep talking and I'm muted. It's nice, Rich. Yeah.
Mark muted you.
Yeah, I figured it was you.
Not on purpose.
Dwight's comment about pulling it if we kind of change our mind. We're asking for proposals. We're not committing to build. So I think we're okay. Correct? Does anybody have a different understanding of what we're doing here?
That's how I understand an RFP as well, Laura, that we're not committing to it. We're just requesting information. We're requesting proposals. We're not signing anything at this point in the game.
Right.
I think Rich's concern is that often when you send out an RFP, you're expected to award it, and we want to be able to not award it if we choose not to.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to have in there because it'll maybe help people sharpen their pencil a little bit, knowing that we have the ability to pull out of it.
We do have the ability to pull out of it. I'm in favor of putting something in there to adjust expectations.
Right.
That's what I just want to make sure that we're all.
Yeah.
And there's standard language that the superintendent's office will make sure that's in there. I just wanted to make sure that was going to be in there. So, and I think, Bill, you've been shaking your head, so you're okay with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So why don't we, if you guys are okay, is there, the only other thing I was going to say is it says send proposals to, and I think it's easier if they just go to Bill's office. I shouldn't see him, and then Bill, you can present it to us when it's time. Is everybody okay with that too?
Works for me. And Katie, in regards to the dates, those the dates that are in there do work. There will be plenty of companies that, if they choose to send a proposal, can do it in that time frame. As far as having specific standards, I think that's something that I think, Laura, at one point you suggested having a committee. I don't know if we need a committee, but if myself, Anita, and maybe one other board member can get together and put together a list of standards and specifics that we want to get out of it, I think that would be helpful.
When you did this the last time, how many proposals did you guys get in? Is it a big number? Is it a number?
We didn't send it out. It was
okay.
it was just something I presented to the board, but at the time it was cost prohibitive.
Sticker shock.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, Laura.
Okay,
Yes.
so I do think it would be helpful, and I do think it would be helpful to have staff and or administration or, administration's office to be a part of that.
I think they were, right, Mark?
I worked to some extent with Matt on it, got some ideas from him, but I would love the input of the two administrators.
Yeah, I think it has to be pretty central, I would say, making sure that, because they're going to have to making sure that it's responsive for the staff and administrators, just making sure that, yeah.
Okay, so Matt and Tammy, do you mind weighing in?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Is this good?
Yep.
Yeah, Mark asked, we went through a lot of questions together on this, and I've seen RFPs for tech work before. It looked right in line with other RFPs I've seen. It leaves enough information in there, I think, to have some latitude as a board and as administration to make a selection or not based on what they provide. We might find that nobody has a good offer, and that's okay. That's part of the process. I saw lots of integration with the administration. I think that's really important so we can respond to the teachers' needs. And, I'm curious. I'm just curious to see what some of these proposals will look like and what their price tags will be.
Tammy, you have any comments?
No, is it?
No, I think Matt covered it. Thank you for asking, though.
Dwight?
I'm not sure, maybe this is in the RFP, but how is it being distributed? Like, how are we attracting people?
We do a standard newspaper ad, and I assume your former and the Deerfield Valley News. I'm not sure how else the SU distributes RFPs, in all honesty. Matt and I had talked at one point that I forget his gentleman, but the guy who does some tech work for the district already does websites. Could ask him to take a look at it.
There's some really good websites out there for attracting, potential candidates. So I'm not sure if you want to look into any of those. Indeed, I think, is one of them. One of those types.
I think that's a recruiting site, if I remember correctly.
That's true.
So, but let's do this. We come up with the RFP and then we assign our administrator to get it out there to as many people as he can, to get it widespread. So I think we'll trust Matt and Tammy and Bill to do that. So we just need to approve this RFP, and they've had a chance to look at it. They have no other comments on it. They didn't say it was bad, or they didn't ask us to add anything. Mark consulted beforehand, so we can send it out and see if it's back. I bless you, Sue. And if it's an issue, then we can pull it again and we can rewrite it and resend it out. So you don't want to do it too many times. It's like the boy that cried wolf, and then nobody will put any serious effort into it, because to really respond to an RFP like this, somebody's going to invest some time and effort. And if we say, if we're just going to write it off or not even bother, to take it seriously, then they won't bother to submit stuff. So
my hope would be that a proposal would be a menu of options that we could then pick from, and the structure of the back end structure of the website would be put together, and we'd be able to add to it at later date as funds or needs became available.
Okay. Are you guys ready to vote? I know, Bill, you're gonna have to leave us shortly. Okay. Why don't we need to do a roll call vote. Rick, aye or nay?
I'm fine sending out an RFP.
Okay. Dwight?
It's a yes.
Kate? Here's Kate.
Yes.
Mark?
Aye.
And Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so it's unanimous. So, and Peter, you're all good with the motion and stuff, right? Okay, good. We're through website design RFP. So Bill, you'll get that out, and Mark, Bill needs anything, he'll get hold of you, okay? Okay. Thank you, Bill. Next item is IB update survey review and discussion. So Matt, you got a whole bunch of stuff to look at, 4 or 5 pages. If people need it to go up on so they can see it, let me know. That again, the problem is when it goes up there, then I don't know if anybody's asking would be recognized. I don't know if Mark can see everybody or not either. But why don't we let Matt go ahead and I think it was 4 or 5 pages. You gave us a really nice colored graph.
Yeah.
And you want to go ahead and tell us what you found.
Sure. So yeah, the page went out, of course, with all the other meeting documents, and I thought I'll just give you a brief, maybe 30-second view of the analysis. So I met with the IB coordinators back in the winter, and we talked about doing a 2-year program review. This was the end of our 2nd year of having a full year of authorization. We also had received a letter from a parent with some questions and concerns about the program, so we thought it would be timely to do just a quick analysis and see how parents are feeling about the program. So we set out to find out essentially answers to 3 critical questions. One is, as parents, as family members, do you support any kind of authorization for the school, or do you support no types of authorization for the school? As the IB program is a type of authorization or accreditation. Second question was, we wanted to know if parents and families felt confident in the material, that they generally had a good idea of what IB is and how it impacts their child's education. The third question was that we wanted to know if parents generally supported our continued development of the program at Dover School, because it does require money and time and coordination, and it's a lot of work to keep the program going. So we wanted to make sure that the parents are still generally behind it. So as you can see from those first 3 graphs, if you have the document open, and can I just pause and ask, is there anybody that would prefer to have the document open on the chat, knowing what Rich just said? Okay, it looks like I see lots of heads, but there are a bunch of cameras muted, so.
No.
All right, seeing none,
Good.
we'll proceed. I wanted to give people an opportunity to agree or disagree or do that strongly. The questions are designed from the perspective of what do I want to know? The answers are designed to kind of, require people to take a stand on something. I either agree with this or I disagree with this. It's a statement, and that's what we were trying to find out. So as you can see from the first question, which was really a statement that people were asked to agree or disagree with, I feel it is important our school is accredited by a globally recognized organization such as IB. You can see roughly a third of the respondents reported that they disagree or disagree strongly with that statement, and roughly a little less than 2/3 of the respondents agree with that statement, that they feel it is important. Looks like, keep in mind too, we had 42 responses to that question.
Matt?
Yes.
Can you just I noticed you have 42 responses. I don't know if there was a question like, so is this household? Is this parents? Is this one per child? How were the responses? Who responded?
Good question. So we deliberately didn't track specific people for fear of people feeling like they were being tracked by their constituency. So what we expect in that case is the respondents will be parents or guardians. It's most likely that there are, if there are 2 parents in the household, we expect 2 responses. We expect a response from both parents. That's not always the case. And in some cases we don't get that. And honestly, we don't really know because we didn't specifically request that information.
So this could be 21 families.
This could be 21 families, yeah, with 2 per family.
And how many families do we have in the elementary school?
Well, when we do family-only mailings or family-only send home, we send about 68 items home on those days. So
you got about a third.
Yeah, we figure we got about a third of the possible parents and guardians to respond to this survey. Does that help kind of figure out? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I thought that was important. If it was like 42 families, then it was like 2/3. That's a bigger number than if it was 2 or people responding per child. So I think that's good to know.
And that's a pretty good response rate, I believe.
It's
right?
not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's not our best, but it definitely is not bad. I always like to see a lot, but yeah, not bad. Okay, and then the second question was really for the coordinators and I to know if, what kind of job are we doing with promoting what the program is and how it impacts the children's education. So this was actually, we were quite pleased with this result because, it's a very high percentage of families that have a good idea or report that they have a good idea of the program and how it impacts their child's education. Again, high percentage of the respondents. The next question talks about whether or not they generally support the continued development. So the statement is, I generally support continued development of IB program. And this fell similarly in line with the first question about whether they support any kind of accreditation or authorization. So not surprising, but a slightly different little bit of information to get at. So we see roughly 2/3 of the parents who responded saying that they generally support continued development of the program. So moving down, we had some slightly different types of questions or statements rather. This was really so we could pick up information about how we can improve the program. We thought we'd be able to improve on communication. We thought we'd be able to improve on the website, and the numbers were, again, a little surprising. Seeing that communication pie chart being so heavily in favor of people feeling good about it. And then really only seeing 5 people saying the website was needing to be improved, which I would have thought there would have been a lot more after, a couple of meetings when we've had people talking about that and what we've heard. So again, it is hard to tell. It's only the respondents who respond to the survey, and it's only the ones who chose to check off that box. So, we take it as we can. We also offered the opportunity on that question for people to create their own answer, and I'm not going to go through all of those, but you can read those. Some good, useful suggestions there, and then some things that, we won't be able to use. And then the last piece was a little open-ended. And of course, questions like this are a little scary when you put this on a survey because, you're really putting your program out there for people to throw darts at you. However, if we claim to be reflective about our practice and we care about developing our programs and what we're doing, I think we have to ask these questions. So this was a kind of an open space for other thoughts. And I did put in a little piece in there about please use this space to offer your praise, suggestions, ideas, thoughts, or productive feedback, and an opportunity for people to leave their name if they needed to receive a response. Unfortunately, nobody did that, which is okay. Which meant people were preferring to be anonymous. But again, this is full of some really great and helpful comments and a few not very helpful comments. Most of this we can grow from and get better from. So I'll let you read through those, or maybe you've already done that. I tried to organize them a little bit because it was a little overwhelming to manage these comments, but the ones that were kind of like people on the fence, or maybe they weren't really specific to IB, the ones that were specifically but generally not in support, and then a few comments from people that are in support of the program. So any questions about any of the comments or anything?
So Matt, I want to ask you a really tough question, and you can pass if you want, okay? And we won't, like on that game show, whirl you around in space or anything. But you came into IB kind of stuck in the middle. It was kind of like a freight train coming down the tracks, and then developed in the passion of a previous administrator, and then you got hired while we're in the getting the program up and running, and you learned a lot and you've done a lot with it, but it wasn't exactly your program. It got forced on you. I think you've done a wonderful job, and I've commented several times to you that to carry somebody else's vision through is not always as easy as when it's your own vision. But can you give me an honest assessment or your honest opinion? I mean, what do you think about the IB program yourself? Before we then we'll open it up to other questions.
Well, yeah, that is putting me on the spot, but that's okay. That's good.
And you can pass.
No, I'm not going to pass. When I was being interviewed for the position, I tried to dutifully do my research and figure out what is this IB thing and what does it mean? And knowing that I was likely to be peppered with questions by the interview committees about, what's your stance on this and what does this mean to you? And honestly, I fancy myself a reasonably good researcher. Okay, I'm a little bit like a dog on the bone when it comes to finding things out. I had a hard time. A lot of the materials were password protected. You had to be an authorized school. You had to have an account, and it was a little frustrating. So I didn't know a lot when I got started with this. Then I went to my first workshop and I started to learn some of the vocabulary. I started to see how the primary years program was different from the middle years program, which was different from the diploma program. And it really kind of forced me to ask myself what's important to me about teaching and what's important about learning and what kind of academic culture do I want to be involved in. And what I found is that I like the IB structure for primary years. I think it's so different from middle and diploma. It really focuses on giving a school like Dover, which traditionally has not been a school that adopts programs in the sense that, you know, we buy this canned curriculum, everybody gets their book, and they got to be on page 16 on week 2, section 4. Dover has had a long tradition of kind of picking their own materials and having teachers have that creativity, which of course, you know, has its own drawbacks. But the IB units really give teachers a framework to build their curriculum on. And they have flexibility to bring things in and out. They can be creative. They can adapt it to meet their kids' needs. They can adapt it to bring in current affairs. It's focused on acting locally, but thinking globally. I mean, if there wasn't a time more important for us to be learning about the world than now, you know, I can't imagine. I can't imagine one. And then finally, when you see, not really finally, but when you see that this particular program has been adopted by 156 countries around the world, you know, I think we got to be onto something. It's something that makes us unique. I understand there's a cost to that. There's a cost to everything. If we roll back and roll out a bunch of canned curriculum, there's going to be a cost to that. And as a community, we may be forced to make some of those really hard decisions in the future. But my stance, as you know, I've been in this business for 25 years. I've seen a lot of kids, seen a lot of teachers. And I think for the cost, this is a great program that provides flexible structure to our staff to bring things to our kids that no other school in the state is doing. And, you know, I'm not going to say I get a lot, but I do get families that call us up and say, we're thinking about moving to your area. Tell me about your school. We heard you were an IB school. Had a call yesterday or an email yesterday from a parent who is moving out of the city, moving up to their Dover home. They got 2 kids, one of them in 1st grade next year. Yes. And their daughter attends the United Nations International School, and she speaks 3 languages. And, you know, they could have sold their house in Dover and moved somewhere else, but they found the school. They talked to a few of our parents who gave excellent reviews. And they're like, wow, this is, you know, as long as we can get internet up there and work, then we can move there and know that we're going to have a small school that's really thinking globally, acting locally. Teachers have creative license. And yeah, so I'm probably going on and on, Rich, but that's where I am on it.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Matt. Laura, if I could just beforehand, can we just I see Allison, I think, was here somewhere, and Sue Newman, and they're our coordinators from the beginning. Can we just give them a couple minutes? If, again, I don't want to put you guys on the spot, so if you'd like to say something, it's great. If you don't, we understand.
I don't know where Allison is on, because I don't see her on the screen, but I continue to support IB. I certainly want to stay co-coordinator because I believe in it. And I think that no matter what the program, whether it's STEAM or IB, the inquiry is so essential to kids to get them to buy into learning concepts and skills. And as Matt said, the PYP structure allows us the freedom to bring in the Vermont standards, the Common Core standards, and weave them into our program. So I think our kids are getting everything that is mandatory and the enrichment of having the PYP program.
Thank you, Sue. Allison?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I heard parents were questioning, I really wasn't concerned about it because I knew it was just a minority. And I think that's a common natural thing to have a small minority question. And I think that's a healthy thing. And I didn't really even see a need for the survey, but now in retrospect, because the results were so great, I feel they're great. I'm glad we did it. And also the feedback that we got, the comments that we got, mostly we got comments that were negative. And again, if you're happy with things, you usually don't make comments. But if you're not happy, you're going to sit down and write some comments. And Sue and Matt and I were really able to look at those comments and say, okay, yeah, we can address these things. We can one of the main things that jumped out at me was a question about basic skills and questioning, are we teaching basic skills? Now, I just have to laugh at that because it's probably 80%, if not higher, of what I teach is basic skills. I wish that I had a little more time to teach other things, but that might just be a matter of communication. So we communicate very well now what we do with IB, and I always hesitate to say with IB because all of our teaching and learning should all be integrated. So I just feel like an easy step for us, our next step would be to communicate all the teaching we're doing and not just communicate our IB units and the fine details of those units, but just give the parents more information about the total content that we're teaching. So I'm feeling very positive about it. I really like teaching this way. It broadens me as a teacher. It makes me excited as a teacher. So I think we're in a good place.
Thank you. Laura, you had a question, comment?
Just a comment. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness from Matt and now, Sue and Allison, and appreciate the survey. I think it's good to have this type of questioning. I think it's good to have this kind of check-in with our school community and our staff and our board. And so, good job, Matt.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I know we've got a couple more teachers, Nancy and Samantha. And Tammy, I don't know if you want to comment. No. Is there any questions? We've got a couple people from the public on. There's a Sherman, I'm not sure who, and Tracy. Either one of you want to make a comment?
Are you asking teachers to comment?
If you want to make a comment, I don't want to put people on the line. I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard.
I think it's going really well. IB has so much to it, and it takes a long time to figure it out and figure out what you're doing. But once you get it going and on a roll, it's an amazing way to get kids and to thinking. And we still are doing all our math and literacy and rolling it together. And I just think that Dover School has worked really hard and to develop this, and I hope it keeps going forward so that we can continue to develop and grow.
Thank you, Nancy. Tracy, were you going to comment? I saw your light go green. There you go.
I just wanted to clarify that I am a teacher at Dover School. This is my first year at Dover. I'm the 4th grade teacher, and IB it was really overwhelming at first. But what I have to say is that my colleagues, Matt, Sue, Allison, Bridget, are super helpful. They're there to walk you through things. I mean, as a brand new teacher to IB, I'm not a brand new teacher. I've been teaching for 20 years. But as a brand new teacher to IB, it's a great teaching strategy, a strategy I've used for the last 20 years. But you know, some of the like the red tape of it all can be overwhelming for a brand new teacher. And so it's good to have some veteran teachers that are super supportive and things like that. So, you know, with new teachers coming in, it's great to still have Sue on board to help us. And I would consider myself still brand new to it as well.
Thank you. And then, Trey, there's a Sherman. Would you like to make a comment? I don't know who Sherman. I guess not. Anybody else? Go ahead, Mark. And then go to Mark and then Matt, and then Allison, if you want to say something else.
Two quick things. One, Nancy, could you just say your name for the record, because you've got your name shown as Class K.
Nancy Baker, kindergarten teacher.
Thank you. And I wanted to echo what Laura said and thank the administration and all the teachers. I think that this survey gives a nice overview, and I know that you guys put in a lot of work, and as Tracy said, it can be overwhelming, and I think that you guys do a great job, and I want to just say thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Just a couple of final thoughts, Rich. One is I just want the board to know that if I felt, or if I'm sure if Tammy felt in Wardsboro that somehow basic skills were suffering, we would make an adjustment, or you might expect us to come to you and say, holy cow, this is too hard, we can't do this. But honestly, I'm super excited about the results at Dover this winter. You know, we spent a little bit of time struggling with math over the past few years, but when we did our January benchmarks, which is a measurement of basic skills, we had 87% of our students on track to be on grade level by the end of the year in math. And to me, that's, I just get chills thinking about that, because that means all of our regular ed kids are on track, and a bunch of our students with disabilities are also on track. I mean, that's so exciting to me. I'm super happy about that. If that weren't the case, then, you know, we'd have a different conversation and I'd have to come to you with other information, but I feel good about basic skills. I also have to remind us, like Tracy said, that we do have a lot of new people. Next year, we'll only have 3 original classroom teachers from the year I was hired after Sue leaves. So that means we've had a significant turnover, and anybody who's ever taught IB knows it really does take a few years to get it all under control. So given all that information, these scores, our mid-year benchmarks on basic skills, I feel like the direction is great, and I can't wait to have, you know, a staff that stays pretty much the same for a few years, because I feel like it's going to be, the potential is just amazing. So,
it's Sue. Yeah.
One thing I'm really looking forward to while I'm not full-time classroom is really digging in and getting into other teachers' classrooms, not only working with the teachers, but working with the kids and furthering our IB. I mean, that to me is an exciting new step for me. So even with the new teachers, I think that expanding my role in that direction is going to be great for me, and I hope great for them.
I was going to say I was really upset we got rid of the portable classroom, because I thought it had been a great retirement present for you.
Thanks. It's a very hard time to retire. If I, you know, 5 months ago, if I had ever thought this was the way the last few months would be, I might have just changed my thinking, but it is what it is. So I'm happy to be able to be in the building and helping everybody in each classroom.
Okay. Is there anybody else that'd like to comment? Okay, Matt, I appreciate that, you know, the effort you and all the staff put into this. And I'm glad that we can get some constructive criticism out of it, or some constructive ideas. And I think the conversation we had prior, yeah.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. It looks like we have somebody that has come back on. I don't know who was at the Sherman box there, but I see their mic is on. I don't know if they wanted to speak.
Yeah, I just had a question. My name's Dale Sherman, but it says Sherman because there's two Shermans on. So I'm just curious how IB looks distance learning. Because I know a lot of schools are prepping for what will happen if next year we have to leave school buildings again. And I know, like, since we've been out of school, there hasn't really been much talk about IB because we've gone to critical indicators. So I'm just curious what that would look like, or what the plan is for that.
May I answer part of that? It's certainly going to look different in the primary grades. Right now, the sixth graders who have had IB, most of them for several years, they're actually working on their exhibition projects virtually. The IB group has certainly given us a lot of leeway on how kids do it, because that big action piece is really not available to them. So they're planning what their action might be. But the older kids have been able to come up with lines of inquiry to investigate. A lot of them are investigating things related to COVID-19 worldwide, not just in Vermont. And they're taking what they know of IB and they're applying it. Nancy might be able to, or Allison, tell you what's happening in the younger grades.
Matt, you or Allison, or Nancy, I guess. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, go ahead, Nancy.
Well, I was very fortunate because kindergarten does not have to do 6 units, the same as the older grades. Pre-K and K only have to do 4 units, are only required to do 4 units. And I luckily had done my units before the COVID happened. I had done 3 of them, and the 4th one was going to be done by the Unified Arts. So luckily, my units were done. They're already finished before we stopped for COVID.
Okay, thank you. Matt?
Yeah, just piggybacking on those guys, it looks different a little bit in the lower grades than the upper grades, of course, based on how independent the learners are. But as Tracy mentioned, teaching an inquiry it's not anything new. It's been around a long time. I think when we had to focus these last several weeks on the continuity of learning planning and the critical proficiencies, we had to really focus on those basic skills, and that was at the expense of some of the IB projects that, particularly in the younger grades, that they were working on. And I was wondering if maybe Allison would be willing to speak to that. Either, have you been, how much have you been able to sustain of your units, or have you had to completely revert to basic skills?
Yeah, I completely reverted to basic skills, and what I did was I tried to find information for them to read, or videos to watch, or projects to do that I put as extra assignments for kids who finished the basic assignments that were have-tos, if you will. So they could still explore if they had the option, if they felt they had more time. It's a tricky situation because some kids are very independent learners and they're done with the work that you give them and they need more. Other kids are not in that situation, and giving them a certain workload can be overwhelming. So it's really had to be differentiated. So it certainly was not an expectation by any teachers, except maybe Sue with the exhibition, and her kids were just, gravitating towards it. So that was my situation. But I think that, Dale, your question was about next year, and how it will look next year. I am assuming that IB, because they keep on giving us information about the current year, that they're going to advise us and help us through that. And we certainly haven't created a plan. I think it's safe to say we're not going to just not do any IB teaching next year. So my plan would be to go with what IB is advising us to do.
And in fact, I'm taking an online IB math inquiry course right now, and that is one of the questions we're addressing. What will this look like? Especially, of course, this is math, but what will this look like when and if we have to go back to distance learning? So hopefully I'll have some answers for that to share with the teachers.
Right. We don't even know right now how many students will be in the classroom and for how long next year. So, you know, we need to get that information first before we can do any planning for what we're teaching and how we're teaching.
In a couple of weeks ago, there was a phone conference with the Secretary of Education, and he said the same exact thing, that he's directing all his staff and all the administrators to determine what school is going to look like in the fall. And the one comment, I think Mark was on the call too, the one comment he did make was it's not going to look like any fall school opening that we've ever had before COVID-19. So Matt, you want any other comment?
Yeah, just to follow up on Allison's comment, so much of it is dependent on how many hours a day we're going to get. So when we reduced to 2 hours a day, we really had to prioritize. We restructured our unified arts. So much had to change, and we're having to change. We'll have to change again, and we'll have to change when we find out what we've got to work with in the fall, and we'll have to prioritize then as well. So.
Dale, does that answer your question? Do you want any follow-up or?
Yeah, I think that answers my question. I'm just really looking for, I would think that the school was going to put that in as part of their continuing learning plan, and that would be something that they would be making a plan for, as we're making plans for just about every scenario under the sun right now.
What are you guys doing in your district?
For planning purposes?
Yeah.
We are planning some summer pieces. We're planning some teacher work over the summer in preparation for things. Wings, in coordination in our district, is doing some work, even starting up kind of in the next couple weeks, I'm pretty sure. But it's all, every week is a new something.
Every time there's a new press conference, it seems like there's something new.
Yes.
Is everybody okay? Any other comments on that, on the IB? Okay, hearing none. The next thing we were going to have is we're going to put Tammy on the spot, and we're going to have a STEAM update. And there was a short proposal, a half page. So Tammy, lead us through this, please.
Sure. So it's mostly about the STEAM integrationist position that we had hoped to hire. Just a little background, I had advertised the position starting on March 4th and on schoolspring.com. And the longest you can advertise a position is for 8 weeks. So that ended on May 4th. So it was advertised for a total of 8 weeks. And we got about 2 applicants total. So it was a very, very small pool. And of those applicants, really neither one had the qualifications that I would say would be acceptable for the position. And just a little bit of a background, the position is, it's a big ask. Looking for somebody with an art background as well as a tech background for integrating tech, who would also be in charge of coordinating professional development for the teachers, as well as working with the classroom teachers to integrate the STEAM program within their classrooms, very much like the Dover program is working toward integrating IB within their classrooms. So due to the fact that the pool was so small and the applicants were not qualified, I'm proposing that we sort of restructure the position and instead hire a 1 half-day a week art teacher and encourage 2 of our existing teachers to play more of a STEAM coordinator role, similar to what the IB coordinator position is like at Dover School. So my rationale is listed on my proposal. Again, there was a small pool of qualified applicants. I feel this model follows the Dover Schools model with the coordinator's position, and that it's had a lot of success. So we could learn a lot from the model that was already developed. I also feel that it builds capacity within and creates an opportunity for current staff to take on more of a leadership role, and facilitates, buy-in within the staff. I also think that this model would foster sustainability of the STEAM focus, and it also keeps the art programming consistent and equitable with the Dover model. And as a result, it would be about a cost-neutral, maybe some possible small savings, but Lori and I haven't necessarily figured out the complete financials. So that's what I've got.
One of the things when we went for the IB and we interviewed for the IB coordinator, we had talked about doing it as a one person, and then while we interviewed people, we went to 2 people because the people we interviewed were both very enthusiastic. But one of the things we found out shortly after getting into it was, I remember Allison saying it was like 1 day a week. On the weekend, she devoted almost her entire day to IB stuff, and Sue was the same thing. And if we'd had given it to one person, it would have probably been their whole weekends and stuff. And just, is there enough? It's a fairly big commitment. So have you talked with staff about it, or were you going to approach us first and then go to staff, and then, or how would that work?
So I have brief, and Sam can speak to this a little bit because she was at the staff meeting that I proposed it. I did prime the pump, I would say, and was trying to generate interest among the staff. But then I also let them know that I would be speaking to the board about it before we could make any final decisions.
Okay, so is there any questions from anybody on the board?
Yes.
Don't see it.
Yes.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Tammy, for refresher. Got it with you. Are we envisioning stipends at the staff level?
Yes.
And
yes, that would be.
Did I miss how much?
So we haven't exactly worked out the financials, but as I said, the position would be most likely cost neutral to what we had already budgeted for the upcoming school year. So yes, it would involve paying for the art position as well as some tech integration, and if 2 teachers agree, paying a stipend for 2 staff to do the coordinator position.
Okay, and so may I continue, Rich? Fine, yeah. So Tammy, will there be ongoing education, do we anticipate, for teachers? Can you tell me? And I apologize if I've missed these updates. I know during legislative sessions, sometimes I do miss stuff. I'm happy to talk offline if this has been covered, but what type of professional development do you envision for those coordinators?
So actually, Matt was one who he had recently forwarded me some information for some summer programming, which actually entailed some teachers getting certified to be STEAM to be a STEAM teacher. So that was that's happening this summer. I would imagine that the position will also entail finding PD for the staff to do. You know, I did that a lot this coming school year in securing PD for the teachers, but I would work with them, and I would imagine, you know, the teachers would be attending conferences, and we would also most likely engage with some more PD like we did this past school year.
So Tammy, I want to tell you, I'm really excited by the work that you all are doing. I think it's great you're building something there. I would love to see at some other point, I would just love to see kind of your vision of how this might evolve over the next 5 years, because it seems like something that you're building. Yes, correct? I mean, yeah. So I would love to.
We're definitely,
yeah.
You know, we're starting it from the foundation and building it up, and we're learning a lot as we go along.
I think it's really exciting, and I applaud your work on it, and your rallying of the team. But I would, Rich, at some point, it would be great if we could, give Tammy, and not maybe right in the middle of a crisis, but when we have a little breathing room, just have some time to kind of see where Tammy sees this going. Right.
So Tammy, you're going to have to come back to us with what you're envisioning the coordinators to do, and how much time, and what the stipend is, correct?
So, well, I can tell you right now, the positions would entail, again, coordinating the professional development for the teachers as well as themselves. It would also involve working with the classroom teachers, again, to integrate the STEAM program within their current, subject areas. So those are two things right off the bat.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do you see it as, a day a week, part-time, day a week? Are we going to try to, I think one of the things we did, and we put some money aside last year and this year, so like you could send staff to training and have substitutes available. Would you have more of that? And I don't remember what we put in the budget for next year for that. So would that be increasing the budget? Can you just work up on some of those numbers for us and let us know what they look like?
Sure. But we're definitely working within the current budget that we have proposed for next school year.
Okay, so it would be something you would start July 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Dwight, do you want to make a comment?
No, I think kind of what you were talking about. I was wondering, is this something we need to approve, or since it's already within the framework of what was been given, it's just kind of seem you're rearranging the position a little bit, try to modify it based on what took place. So, are you suggesting, Rich, we need to get more numbers in order to approve this, or is it already kind of within the framework that it's just she's kind of just letting us know what she's doing? If I understand.
No, so we would have to approve any stipends, because that's in addition to a contract. It's another contract that goes beside. So if it was going to be Tammy Bates is going to be the coordinator, she would get a separate contract that would state, this is how much you're getting and this is what you're expected to do. And then she would present that to us as the board, and the board would actually vote on this. I feel, and you guys all correct me if you think I'm wrong, is, we give the administrators a budget and we say, try to work within the budget the best you can. And, Tammy tried to do what our initial intent was to hire a person to do art and STEAM, and she can't find that. So this is a fallback that she's bringing to us, and I think it's appropriate, and I think it works. I just, I'd like to see the specific information, who we're offering these to, what is going to be the process. I mean, we did actual interview processes with the board and the administration with the Dover when we hired the IB coordinator. So does Tammy see doing that? The staff and boards are so small. I don't know. So I guess that's just kind of where I'm saying more specifics. And if nobody has any major issues with it, Kate, you or Rick or Mark and Laura, then I think we should just ask Tammy to move forward, and at a future meeting bring us some agreements to look at and where we're going.
Okay, I understand. That's great.
Tammy, is that good with you? Is that?
Sure. If you can just be more specific as to what agreements that you're looking for. Are you looking for like a stipend agreement, or what specifics do you actually want?
I think you said you needed to talk to Lori about how to make the agreement or do the contract for the stipend.
Just as far as final numbers, I didn't have like final numbers for you, so that would be the only thing I would consult with Lori on.
Okay, and what agreement's going to be signed? I mean, what's the contract look like for that position?
Okay. So I will get that.
Sue and Allison and Matt, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a stipend, there's a contract for the IT coordinator that specifies duties, responsibilities, and what the stipend is, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Yes. Yep. It's a one pager.
Yeah, it's like an
simple.
addendum to your contract.
It's a separate page. It's sent out at the same time as our teaching contract, but it's a separate contract.
Matt, maybe you can share that with Tammy, help her with that, and then Tammy, we just need to make sure it passes, the HR person, because I remember the IB one we changed something because there was no benefits involved. It was strictly, strictly a stipend and a set amount of money. So that's the only thing I'm talking about, is just to make sure that we do everything right and above board.
Sounds good.
And again, it shouldn't be an issue because you can model, and then I'll get to you in 1 second, Sam. And we can just model the Dover one. And I think that came from central office or when that first one came out. Sam, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say how excited the whole staff is to work together on this STEAM and move the school forward in STEAM. Unfortunately, we were all going to go to the NSTA conference in Boston that was canceled, with an eye on leadership and integration and really moving the school forward. So, unfortunately, that did not happen, but it's 100% buy-in across the staff. So I think that a proposal for, what Tammy's saying makes sense, because we're there already and we don't have to coordinate with an outside person who doesn't know what our hopes and dreams are. So we definitely are at the place where I feel like we're ready to create that vision. We jumped in, we started it, and, we've talked about what we would do this summer to really hone in on the vision, at least for the next year, if not, the next couple of years. And I don't want to overstep my bounds, Tammy, and speak for you, but it's really, we're just so excited about it. We can't wait to just keep doing. It's unfortunate that we're teaching virtually because we were really on a roll. And we were really, getting excited about moving forward. So we will definitely get back there this summer. But just so you know, it's 100% buy-in with the teaching staff, and we work really well together. So I think it'll be a really neat process.
Thank you, Sam. Tammy, any other final comments, or are you all good?
Yeah, I think I'm good. It looks like Kate has something to say.
Kate, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had the opportunity this year, I think, was it in February, Tammy, that you guys did the STEAM night for families, or January? Yeah. I forget, everything seems so far away now. But they hosted a really great family night, and they showed off some of the different STEAM activities that the kids had been working on. And it was just really a great experience to be able to see what the kids across every grade level, they were all working on similar projects, but obviously a kindergarten kid is going to take something really different than a sixth grader and everything, but they were all working together really nice. It's a great program. So I'm really happy that they're moving forward and going ahead with it.
Thank you. Tammy, one other thing for a future meeting, don't kill yourself over this, but the question Dale asked of Matt, how does IB work next year if we don't have school again? And that may be a good thing to address, because there may be some concern. like Kate and Sam were saying, when you had all the kids together and you were doing the competitions and trying to, build things as groups. And I remember you had like somebody was a scribe and somebody was doing the work, and that seems really cool. And how does that fall into virtual learning in the future also? And then that may be something, because who knows how much longer this is going to go on. So is everybody on the board good? Tammy can bring that to us at the next meeting. Okay, I see some thumbs up. So I see majority of thumbs up, no vote needed. So yeah, just get that to us, Tammy, okay?
Sure.
Rick's good. Okay. Tammy, stay right on. Don't mute yourself because you got principal's report. We'll let you go first. Is there anything else to report?
Okay. Well, we're plugging along. We still have very, very high attendance rates, and Sam can speak to that as well. If not 100%, maybe one or two kids missing a day. Teachers are really doing their best to keep kids engaged with the remote learning. So far, I feel like, the cool weather has helped us. Now that it's starting to get warmer, kids are going to maybe get a little bit antsy. So we're trying to get creative to, keep the engagement levels high. Sam and I had a meeting with our 6th grade parents last week. So we are beginning discussions, like Bill alluded to, about graduations, and then, some end of the year fun stuff for the kids to do. But other than that, that's what we're working on.
And I had asked in the beginning of the meeting under additions and deletions, I said I want to bring up end of year celebration, or used to be graduation. And has there been any thought between you and Matt and Bill and stuff on how you're going to do that? Are you going to do like a drive by the kids' houses with the bus and beep the horn?
Yeah, so we talked about this briefly at a meeting that Sam and I had with the 6th grade parents, and we're at the point, it's in the beginning stages of discussion. No decisions were actually made, but the group was sort of they wanted to sort of wait to sort of feel things out. We have a very, very small group of students, only 4 graduating. So we might be able to work within the limitations of a 25-person group, if that's possible, and do something, socially distancing ourselves, but something live versus a virtual celebration for graduation.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have anything for Tammy? Any questions? Matt, you're up, sir.
Thanks. Food service is running well. We're still averaging 50 to 55 meals a day. The deliveries are going up. We're up to 25, our maximum delivery, which is a lot. The staff has been doing development in both schools, and actually all the schools in Wyndham Central on Wednesdays. That will continue through the rest of the year. We will start working in Dover on our schedule for next year. We'll start that work next week with the hopes of having our schedule in place, at least assuming a normal-ish opening. The maintenance projects are plugging along. I don't remember exactly what we budgeted for internal painting for next year as a capital project, but that will actually be done going into next year. So whatever we budgeted, we won't have to spend, which is super exciting. And we are in discussions now about what we can do for summer school with the recent guidance that's come out, and what we have for staff and finances and what the options are available. I'll have to send home a family survey on usage of summer school later this week so that we can gather some data about that. And then in terms of graduation, we have 14 graduates this year, and we're talking right now, we're thinking about doing a drive-in style in the front of the school, drive-in movie style. So we might set our podium and such up just up under the overhang, project the sound out to the front lawn with speakers, have the 14 cars, only allow 1 car per family at 6 feet apart, line up in the drop-off zone. That will still leave us some options to have maybe a second car for each family as well. No contact, just hear the speeches, hear the recognition in person. We'd like to be able to broadcast it over live stream of some sort, either video conference or otherwise. If the governor releases the crowd size up to 25 on June 1st, then we would also invite the staff who were comfortable to participate in that kind of thing to join us. We're tentatively looking at June 10th as our date for that at this point. Phew.
Dwight, did I cut you off earlier? I saw your green light come on when we switched from Tammy to Matt. Did you have something? No. Okay, Laura?
Yep, I just wanted to say thank you, guys, Matt, Tammy, staff, for all the work you're doing to try and honor these kids and try and keep things moving. I know it's exceptionally hard, what you're doing, so it's appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Unless anybody has anything for the principals. So right now we have June 1st as a schedule. Oh, go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry.
I got disconnected somehow or other, and I missed most of Matt's presentation. Matt, if you could jot me a couple of lines, what you want. Thanks.
See the keyboard to Matt's right? He was playing that for us, and it was just music. If there's nothing else from anybody, so June 1st, I think would be safe probably. I know there's a lot of stuff maybe changing June 1st, but let's for now plan on it being a remote meeting, and we'll and we can reassess that after Memorial Day, depending on what the governor does, what his recommendations are. If he goes to 25 people in a meeting, and maybe we could set up in the gyms at the schools. We could probably do the spacing if we wanted to have an in-person meeting. So we'll just kind of keep that that open. We do have a couple contracts to discuss, so we do need an executive session for contractual. And I would ask that the two administrators stay on. And I think Mark kicks everybody off or something and then brings them back. I do see us taking action. So Peter, we can either have Mark send you whatever action there is, or you can come back, and Rich from the BCTV who mutes himself. Same with you. Do you want to come back? And then Mark will let you know.
The meeting is locked right now, so I can kick you all out and unlock the meeting when we come back from executive session.
I'm guessing this will make a little bell go cling here.
So people couldn't get into the meeting if they wanted to.
I just locked it. I just locked it a minute ago.
Okay. So can I get a motion from someone to move an executive session for contractual?
I move we go into executive session for contractual.
Okay,
Night,
bye, Sue.
Night, Tracy.
Bye, everyone.
Mark, you seconded that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so Peter made the Laura made the motion, Mark seconded. Paul, Rick, you good?
I'm good.
Dwight? Okay, Dwight's enough. You good with the motion? Thank you. Mark?
I'm good.
And Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so we're unanimous. We're now in executive session. Peter, at 8:19, we came out of executive session by unanimous consent.
Mm-hmm.
And we had two issues we discussed, two contractual issues. One, Richard's got to get back, get some more information from the superintendent and get back to the board.
You're a
And
heavy
then-
typewriter.
Yeah, and then we have a motion. Somebody want to make?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that that we hire Harry Reisig as teacher and have the chair sign the contract. There's
And
Rich.
Peter, the last name is Reisig. Okay, so Mark made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dwight seconds it. Is there any discussion? By roll call, Rick,
Aye.
Dwight,
Aye.
Laura,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
So it's unanimous. I will sign his contract and send it back to the superintendent. Being that no other business to come before the board, we've already talked about our next meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Rich, NCTV Rich, can you hold on for a minute after everybody adjourns? I've got a technical question for you.
Okay, good, because I got a technical question for you.
All right, you guys have fun with your technical issues. So
Yeah,
moved.
Mark, give me a call in my office, okay?
After we get off? Yeah.
Yeah, 5749, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so
Play
who makes a
nice.
motion? Laura?
I said play nice.
Oh, we will. Somebody make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
So
adjourn.
moved.
Thank you, Kate. Dwight seconds that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And everybody votes in favor. Thank you, guys. Have a good
Thank you,
Memorial
Rich.
Day.
Let's call this meeting to order at 5:32 on Wednesday, May 20th. And just to let folks know as you're coming in, if you would like to speak, please send a message through the chat box. Otherwise, Karen will likely mute you all, but if for some reason she doesn't, please mute yourselves so that we don't have tons of background noise. And are there any adjustments to the agenda, Karen?
I have one.
Okay.
I want to add under select board items, under VLCT select board rules of procedure, I want to add Town of Putney emergency EMD delegation of authority.
EMD delegation of authority. And we did get the paperwork on that.
Yes, you did.
Okay. And then I wanted to add a discussion about, I don't know if everybody saw the action that Brattleboro took last night at their select board meeting, but I would like to discuss the action they chose to take and how we want to approach that as a community regarding requiring masks in local public spaces. So we can add that after the Force for Learning, Karen, do you think, or should we add it before?
No, I think you can add it at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the rest of Green Up Day and the other things you and I had discussed earlier, you're going to add those to your town manager's report?
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, I have Green Up, I have Library, and I have Landmark.
Right, so, okay. Do I hear a motion to approve minute for Are you?
Can you repeat?
Is it me that's lost, or is it them?
You're freezing up a little bit. I'll make a motion.
Okay, am I cutting in and out?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 29th, and I believe it was May 6th. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Are you getting me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. So that's
Did we have minutes from from last week's meeting as well?
Yeah, we did.
Those were separate, right?
Yeah, they're separate
Yeah.
and they're not done yet.
They're not done? Okay.
Not done. Next meeting.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda? If you have public comment, feel free to send it into the chat or to request to speak, or raise your hand if I can see you. I'm just going to give that a few seconds. All right, then we're going to move on to select board items. Putney Mutual Aid is up first, and I'm not sure who on Putney Mutual Aid wants to speak first. We have several members of this group here. So I see Jamie, I see Ruby, and I see Ellen. Am I missing anyone else? Excuse me, I just burped. Am I missing anybody? Sorry.
Hi, Jamie.
Can we, Karen, you can unmute yourselves. And
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I imagine you designated somebody to speak, so.
You hear me?
Jamie, I can't hear you.
Try it now. Oh.
Hold on. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Anna.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Better.
Yes.
Is it any better?
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Much.
Okay,
Better.
that was my headset. Sorry, I was trying to make it so no one else had to listen to all of us. So hi, what a treat to be with you all via Zoom. Hi, town government. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Yeah, long time.
Yes.
I live in a hermitage over here. So I created the presentation. How long do I have? What's a reasonable amount of time?
If we could keep it under 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll just do high level reporting and let you know that everything I'm saying is in a written report that I'll email to Laura as soon as I get off. And so I'm going to use that as an outline. So if it looks like I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm not looking at you. So holler if you need my attention. And then I would invite anybody from Putney Mutual Aid, which I see a number of you here, to please chime in. Ruby, Ellen, I see you. I didn't look at everybody. So if somebody else is there, feel free to chime in if I missed something. So the fast version is 5:39. So let's see how fast this can go. The fast version is that a group of us in the middle of March started reaching out to the town and our state representatives, folks of us in Putney who were realizing that COVID-19 was going to be a real thing and that it might require some upping the level of support of our town government and our state systems. And so a group of us started saying, what can volunteers do? A group of us emailed our state reps and a couple folks in town government and realized that we could start kind of organizing ourselves. And so spent 2 weeks meeting daily. And I think the first conference call was organized by Mike Maricki, our state representative. And it kind of brought us this kind of ad hoc group together of folks who didn't know each other. And from there, we met daily for 2 weeks and then backed off to once a week since then. We've been going strong for 2 months now, and we've created a couple of resources, all of which are linked on the town of Putney's COVID-19 update website. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I have all the links that I'll include in my report to you. And then we've created a Facebook page. We have a Google Voice number that's a local number now for folks who don't have access to the internet. And then we have an email address. And so by the numbers, what's interesting about this work, or kind of the high level, what's interesting about this work is that immediately we put a survey out, which was a confidential needs and offerings survey. And this is modeled off of what many others are doing around the state and the nation in mutual aid groups, of which we are one of many, many. I mean, I was on a conference call with 100 people from the state of Vermont who are doing this work. So we are not unique. There is quite a network of amazing work happening during this time with volunteers. And many are integrating with their organizations. Many are from organizations. And then in small towns, folks might not even have a single organization they can network with. So it's just neighbors helping neighbors. So I think the fast version is immediately we saw a spike of folks filling out the confidential needs survey and offerings, and 75% were volunteers. We have 180 people who filled it out now. There was some very significant needs that were being articulated, and because we live in a small town, I'm not going to go into specifics, but it involves people needing mental health support, people not having access to enough food, people who might be in a situation where housing isn't secure. You name it, it's happening in our town. And so a lot of our support systems are already in place, and you all were already, helping, the state reps, the emergency management director, Tom Goddard. A lot of those things were in place and people were already doing that outreach. But what Putney Mutual Aid is doing is kind of creating a networking opportunity from town government and the emergency management director out into street by street. And so now we have about 32 neighborhood point people who are building networks street by street in Putney. We've either called people by phone, done mailing, or gone door to door with no contact, meaning, we're doing social distancing, we're not knocking on doors, we're leaving a note behind with a rock on it. We've done that kind of outreach to about 1,000 people. And so our goal is now to get to the other 800 that are existing on our voter rolls. Recognizing voter rolls are incomplete documents. We're doing our best to do it, everyone, not just folks who are on the voter rolls. So, a percentage of folks need support. A lot of people want to volunteer and help out. And we're Vermonters, so people are very, very self-reliant. And so many times we're noticing that just saying, hey, we're here, and knowing that we're offering each other support is what we can do. And so I would just defer to my colleague Ruby McAdoo, who's been doing a ton of the work behind the scenes, managing all of the confidential data that we're keeping. And I will look at my notes to see if I'm missing anything, if she wants to add something.
That was exactly 5 minutes, Jamie. Good job.
And I'll be really brief because I think that Jamie kind of encompassed everything. We do have some core volunteers who are helping to manage the data, and we're in a good place with that. The only thing I would add is that Putney Mutual Aid also contributes to and helps to coordinate a number of projects that are, you really don't mean that much to you because they're things that are in process, but one of them I'm going to mention because it does relate to the mask situation that Laura mentioned about Brattleboro. I think tonight I'm going to be going and setting up a mask tree in town that will give people free access to masks without any contact and without asking, which we're hoping will help people to kind of adhere to that requirement. And that's one example of a project that we participate in. And we're looking for, we just look for ways that we can be helpful, connecting people. We connected someone who, through Laura as well, someone who said they had a 3D mask printer, and that they've been helping at Landmark, and that was a big deal also. So I think that Putney Mutual Aid is just getting our roots and trying to do good work is where we can. And the matching process is a huge part of that, but the projects that we're contributing to is also, that's a big part of what we do as well.
So I might take 2 more minutes. Do I have permission to do 2 more minutes to share some numbers with how we're linking to the existing organizations?
Sure.
Okay. I think what's interesting about this work is it's not designed to operate outside of the existing networks you all have built. It's designed to support them. And so the network is an example. 180 people have filled out the confidential needs and offerings form. We have sent, or the Putney Food Shelf has activated 7 of those people that we have sent them to help volunteer. We have sent 10 folks to the Putney Food Co-op to help with delivery of groceries. We have sent Putney Community Cares 2 volunteers for Meals on Wheels. We've offered and sent Putney Central School meals work 8 volunteers. I don't know that they're going to activate them, but they were offered, and they have them. We've reached out and connected with the emergency management director, Tom Goddard, and he's been really clear with us that all mental health or emergency work is coordinated through him. And so one of the interesting things that came up on the form was that people were like, I am a Coast Guard, retired Coast Guard. I'm a mental health worker. I'm, people volunteering, all of these amazing skills in our community. And so I think we sent about 17 of those volunteers to Tom so that he had access to folks who were basically saying, hey, we're ready to go. What can we do? So we sent those to them. We've reached out and done a little work with you, Karen, around the Resilient Putney. I think that's what you call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Resilient Putney. So we were doing some early work coordinating anybody who identified food as something that they were willing to offer, trying to figure out local producers and how to get them tied into the system that the town of Putney has on their website of trying to really centralize the local food system access for folks who might be concerned about what's on the shelves at the grocery store and how we can be really resilient in our own community as food producers. And then people are getting grocery delivery through us. That was something that wasn't existing in an organization. And so we've activated 8 people to do a no contact grocery delivery process with neighbors who really need support getting their groceries picked up and delivered to their house. So I think there's a couple of other random things like Ruby mentioned. I will point out that we've made the news twice. And I think that's interesting because one of the critical narratives right now, there's a couple different narratives that I've seen. There's some fairly negative narratives and there's some fairly positive ones. And the thing that's really exciting about the work and the volunteerism in Putney is that we're making the news because it's such an amazing story. And so VPR featured us. I don't know if you saw the board that Ruby put up at the Putney Food Co-op, but VPR does these daily news briefings. And so the Community Joy Board was featured on VPR. And then that story of the 3D mask making made the Brattleboro Reformer, and that was a link that happened between Laura Chapman and Putney Mutual Aid folks linking a 3D printer to somebody with the capacity to do 3D printing. And I think they're producing masks for Brattleboro and Rutland hospitals. So I think those were some really exciting developments. So anyway, I think that's the kind of the high level stuff. I will point out, Karen, you had mentioned, the town developing an email system. And I was looking through all of our email records. We have about 176 emails, about 172 phone numbers. We have a Facebook page. We've put 5 sandwich boards up around town with a local phone number in case people don't have access to the internet. We have flyers up at the post office, the G store, the co-op. We've dropped them off at other businesses, but we don't necessarily see them being posted. They have tear-offs. So if somebody's in an emergency situation, they can tear off. We highlight you all. We highlight the food shelf. So our work is to reflect back the existing infrastructure that you all have created. So I think that's what the attempt is to try to integrate us all and build systems of networking and communication.
And you're doing a very nice job.
Yeah.
I just want to say we keep hearing about what you all are dealing with and doing, and we know what's going on nationally and globally, and we're just really proud of how hard people are hustling during this time. So thank you for collaborating with all of us to make a healthy community.
Thank you, Jamie, and Ruby and Ellen and everybody else that's working on Putney Mutual Aid. I want to add that I recently read an article that was actually shared out by Putney Mutual Aid on social media, and one of the points of interest in it that really came to the top for me is somebody that has participated in many mutual aid projects throughout my adult life. I have noticed that most mutual aid projects are in response to immediate crisis, and there's a difference in the way that this is being organized. It feels like it's more preparatory. And so I appreciate that. And I think it's going to carry far into the future for us, I hope, as long as we are able to maintain the energy of people such as yourself. So are there any questions from the board or from Karen for Putney Mutual Aid?
Well, I just want to make a statement that our hazard mitigation plan is due in November. And I think with the creation of Putney Mutual Aid, I think we can utilize what you're doing in that plan as like a continuity plan, resiliency plan. So somehow we'll tie that in. I haven't looked at it yet, but as we progress through the process, I'll be getting a hold of you.
And Karen, just so you're aware that, and we've talked before, that's a project, our thinking about it is a project that we work on, and I'm the kind of lead person for that. So whenever you're ready to collaborate, or if there's a meeting you want to pull us into, just you can tap me and I will be there.
Thank you.
I have a question, Ruby. I'm assuming, given that you're handling, and I gather you're the point person on this as well, the confidential information of a number of people. How are you? And I don't need details, but just sort of an overview of your ability to keep that information secure and your confidence in that security.
So it's not just me. Jamie and I both are on a volunteer team with one other individual, Core Trowbridge, and the three of us are the only people that have access to that data. And it is as secure as Google Drive is secure. I don't know if there's any way to share that data and have a forum and protect it any more than we are, which is by only giving access to those three people. Of course, when we do match someone, we share their information, but we have received permission from or expressed to people who have participated and asked them to opt out if they didn't want to give permission, to share their information to resources, organizations, and individuals who can help them. And so from that perspective, we do treat the information as confidential. We don't share it, particularly when Jamie actually does most of the calls to individuals to connect with them. If she finds information that is sensitive, it's not shared with anyone except for the people who really need to know that information. But so I don't know if that answers your question, and I don't think you want to know the boring intricacies of what the systems are that we use, but no. we do protect it, and it is controlled to a very small number of people. For a while, it was just Jamie and me, and that became untenable for a few different reasons. We're both, mothers who are stretched, and we also there are lots of levels of what we need to do to manage that information, and having even just the one additional person and Core is really wonderful at helping us to keep that data, ship shape.
Good, thank you. I also would just reiterate Karen's sentiment that I hope and assume you all will be able to carry this going forward. Certainly through the pandemic, but also I think it's a remarkable resource you've created, and ways that we can support that as a town in general, even in times of quote unquote less need. I think that's great. So really appreciate it.
And I think I would just refer to Jamie's been working really intensively on the neighborhood point person piece, and the goal with that is really to create an infrastructure of a lot of different communication systems so that we can really get out to as many people in town in the case of an emergency. So I agree. I think that's our intention and our hope, that this would be a useful kind of structure for the future, whatever it holds.
Good.
I don't think this is the forum to discuss it, but I will say that one of the pieces it has raised is where the vulnerabilities lie in our community that the pandemic is laying bare. And many of them, us know what they are, but the challenges that we face as a community to make sure that folks are okay during this time is real. So anyway, I just appreciate our commitment to each other to do that work.
Yeah, I think, and I highlights it. Of course, many of the people that you are reaching out to individually are people that often, because of their nature, et cetera, are not likely to come forward to ask for help. So I think that's really meaningful to be able to actually get to people and say, we're here if you need us, and we're not going to bug you if you don't, but we're here, and that's great.
And in several cases, it
Agreed.
seems like that's what matters. There's a psychological element to this that I think the isolation, it just, so yeah. But then there's like, you need food part. So that's the other piece we've been really hustling around. So, so thanks to all of you who have these great systems. The food shelf, Putney Community Cares is offering financial assistance to folks we've sent to them. And it's just amazing what's happening.
David, do you have anything?
I want to say thank you. I want to say I'm proud to be from Putney and feel like the things that you're doing are so important. And I know so many people who are very self-sufficient and yet also proud and are reluctant to ask for help or even receive it sometimes. And I think what you're doing is a great thing. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much. I feel in so many ways less affected, I think, than most people by this because I work at home and have a successful business and a fairly large group of people around me that I help and who help me because of all my years of being here. But I'm also isolated and don't know many of the people that you know that you're dealing with. And thank you for everything that you're doing. I think it's a great system. Thank you.
Maybe the last thing I'll end on is just that to Josh's earlier point, we created generic sandwich boards, which arguably are difficult to read. So it was a learning lesson, but they are in places where people are walking by. And the sandwich boards were made generic. We were going to put COVID-19 on them, and then we made them generic so that they could be used indefinitely. And so it's like Putney Mutual Aid, neighbors helping neighbors. So it's a resource that we invested in, banners that go over sandwich boards so that those will be there if there's going to be another time that they're needed.
That's great. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us and for all the work you're doing and this update. We really appreciate it. And please keep us in the loop and reach out. I know I meet with you pretty regularly, but if you have anything that comes up, definitely reach out and let us know. So,
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
all. I know that Ellen had jumped on this call. Ellen, did you want to give any kind of update at all as to the food shelf's role in this?
I kind of just wanted to hear the update from Mutual Aid, but I will say that the food shelf has, as you've probably been aware of, sprung into action, and our numbers continue to grow with our curbside pickup. And we have about a quarter of our customers each week are getting a home delivery. So that's something new that we've started. And people have been so generous to us, and to David's point, people who receive also want to give, and so we're looking into ways that people can kind of be part of that whole system, so that it's not just a beneficiary, they're able to contribute as well. So we'll keep you posted if we come up with anything. But please, I know probably everyone here does this, but spread the word. We're open to everyone. No need to answer any questions except your town of residence and number in your household. So there's no barrier to coming. You don't even have to get out of your car. So.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Ellen,
Laura.
can you remind me, I know there's, and maybe you remember the exact timing on this, Wednesday in Brattleboro, there is a food box giveaway again. And
Yes.
this one actually is a fresh food box giveaway, like
Yes.
2 gallons of milk, 20 pounds of chicken.
Yeah, 10
Am
pounds.
I getting this right?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's fresh food and some shelf stable food, and it's a partnership with the food bank and the Abbey Group, which I think is a food distributor. I don't know the time offhand. It's May 27th.
I want to say it's 10 o'clock at the Brattleboro High School.
Yeah. And one thing they have run out of food at other distributions like this. So that's one thing I wanted to emphasize even when Herb sent out his email to the school community about this event. We don't ask questions either, and we give away pounds and pounds of food to each person that comes. So if they run out of food at that distribution, come on Saturday from 9 to 11 to the food shelf. Because I took a picture that I can share with you separately, but we sometimes give out a full bag of produce, extra produce that we get from the food bank, a full bag of shelf-stable foods, and then extras like dog food or diapers or whatever we have. I mean, it's 3 to 4 bags full of food every week to each person. So
Fantastic. I just found the flyer, and it's Wednesday, May 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Brattleboro Union High School. 2 gallons of milk, 7.5 pounds of Cabot cheese, 20 pounds of pre-cooked chicken, and 25 pounds of fresh produce per box.
Yeah.
So, great. Thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you. We appreciate all you're doing, all of you. Thank you.
Right back at you. So,
I have a question for Ellen.
Yeah.
Ellen, this is Karen. Is Soundview supporting you with paper products too?
Yes, they are. And you probably know that they have been for a long time. They've always said, "Oh, just give us a call if you need anything."
Yeah.
They dropped off, I want to say, 144 rolls of toilet paper and 50 or so rolls of paper towels last week.
Nice.
And that's been so great. And every week we give away either one roll of toilet paper to each family or a roll of paper towels.
Nice.
So they are continuing to be awesome partner for us.
Great. That's good
so
to hear.
Alan, this is Josh. I'm just wondering, I know I never connected back with you about masks because I had already left them at the food shelf. There are still more of those masks. Are those something you all would still be able to use more of?
We definitely can use them, but we have plenty left. I'm on the outside team. If you haven't seen what our setup looks like for the food shelf, people pull up in their cars and we have greeters who kind of preview how it's going to work. And one of the questions we ask is, do you need masks? And so we'll hand out a couple of disposable masks, or if we have reusable masks. So they're great to have. I've put one on a couple times when my reusable mask has gotten really, uncomfortable to wear, but we definitely still have a good supply left.
Okay, sounds good. Well, the rest will be at the fire station if you end up needing more.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much to all of you. And now we're going to, seeing there's no other, Ruby said she's bowing out to go to a school board meeting and hopefully put up the mask tree, but thanks us all. And we'll be watching for the public pool update. Thank you, Ruby. So, all right, so we're going to move on to an equity and inclusion update, and I believe that Lisa is here to speak to that. Lisa, if you can unmute yourself. There she is.
Hi, I'm here. I don't know, it's not, I'm trying to turn my camera on. Okay. Oh, there I am. But also, I figured you should get a face and a name. Can you see me? No?
Not yet.
All right. There
you are.
Hi.
There you are.
Hi. I'm Lisa Munoz. I haven't met some of you. I arrived in Putney end of June last year, and I live and work at the Putney School. So nice to meet you.
Same here.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm the Director of Equity and Inclusion at the Putney School, which is a new position for the school as of last June. And I'm here to share, is it possible to share my screen with you all so that you can see where I'm reading from, or? I can't, I'm not a presenter. Is it possible?
Hang on a minute and I can maybe do that for you, Lisa.
Thank you.
If you make her a presenter, Karen, she should be able to then share her screen.
Try that.
Yep.
There we
So,
go.
So the Equity and Inclusion Committee met probably for the first time after, I would say, a month or two hiatus because of COVID-19 and sort of how that rocked everybody's world. But when we got together, we started having conversations about how equity and inclusion sort of, as you've been having discussions today, expose what's always been there, and how this committee can offer suggestions about how to make sure that everybody is safe and also belongs. And so one of our thoughts was to ask the select board to consider a recommendation really about what it means. I titled the document, What It Means to Be a Good Neighbor and Safety for All, with the lens of inclusion and belonging and community. So if you allow me to read the recommendation, and this is really about the citizens and community of Putney and the visitors that are, I'm sure, on their way as restrictions are being lifted every day and people get more comfortable getting in their car and driving through this scenic little community. So here's our recommendation. Dear Putney community, one of the unspoken tenets of being a good neighbor is looking out for others. During this global pandemic, please remember that looking out for others does not mean we abandon empathy, civility, and humanity. Many in the community are scared for a host of reasons, but do not let your fear turn into unsanctioned policing of others in the community. As the weather warms and restrictions loosen, there will be more visitors to Putney. It would be prejudicial and presumptive to assume you know something about someone based on the fact they have out-of-state plates or a different race and ethnicity than your own. As the governor's office recently shared, individuals in Vermont have been told that they do not belong and to leave because out-of-state plates and the color of their skin. These bias incidents have no place in Vermont or in Putney. All people, residents, and visitors are deserving of safety and compassion. As a result of hearing about these incidents of bias, the following is an endorsed recommendation from the Equity and Inclusion Committee of Putney. And here's what we would like, I guess, publicized in some way. We know that we're in difficult times and that the tensions are high right now. In an attempt to create an environment of civility and respect, we ask that if you see someone without out-of-state plates, someone not following the state or store's policies, do not approach them. In cases where you have concerns about someone not wearing masks or using social distancing, please inform the appropriate people. In a business setting, please ask to speak to the management. If the concern is more global and involves policy, please direct your concern to the town manager or the Putney Select Board. The aforementioned people have been trained to properly address any situation of noncompliance of state, town, or store policy and will address any relevant challenges. We recognize that the residents of Putney rightfully may expect that everyone in our town respects the guidance provided by the state of Vermont. Vermont currently has the lowest increase of COVID-19 in the nation because we have put the needs of the community above all. Echoing the words of Dr. Maya Angelou, if you know better, all of us need to do better for our community and those who visit Putney. I'm going to stop sharing. And see. Our conversation and our efforts was to support and to educate, and to really, the concern grew out of reported incidents of people taking it upon themselves to really police other people and make potentially dangerous situations for themselves and for those that they have approached. I will share that I have out-of-state plates. A colleague of mine has out-of-state plates, and they were followed onto campus and they were asked why they were here. They were white. It wasn't about race, but it was, if that was me in a car, that's kind of terrifying to be stopped and asked, why are you here? What are you doing? And so that was sort of the express, to keep everybody's safety in mind, and really to ask community members not to police other people. It's a dangerous situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Jamie, if you want to add anything, if I missed anything.
No, it was really powerful that our equity committee meeting raised this a week prior to the incident, and it was at Hartford.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had discussed creating a statement, and then this happened in Hartford, Vermont. The governor reacted swiftly, reached out to the family that had been attacked. And so it just was really powerful to see the context and the importance of this work. And I'm really grateful that we have the Equity and Inclusion Committee that gives that space for us to do that work. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
So to the select board, the Equity and Inclusion Committee's ask is that we adopt this statement as our own. And I put that out there to you.
So I will make a motion that I'm happy to adopt it as our own, but I almost feel like it might be more appropriate for us to endorse it as a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee, and maybe that's just wording, but I'd like to make
Thank you.
to endorse the statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and to post it as we are able in public places, i.e. our website, etc.
Thank you. Can I just add something? I think it will tie later into your conversation that you have about face masks in Brattleboro and where Putney comes down on it, because that will be, wherever it lands, a policing issue for people about wearing masks.
So can I make a comment?
Thank you. Well, first we have a motion, so we should probably keep the motion moving and then we can have discussion.
Did you make the motion?
I made the motion, David.
I'm sorry. I'll second the motion. Thank you. We're good. It's been a long day.
It's been moved and seconded. And now, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to clarify my statement. I think the reason I think it's preferable to me to endorse it rather than to adopt it is that I think it's important that it's a statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee and from us, but I prefer that it reflects the strength of that committee for us to endorse it rather than to adopt it as our own, because I think that's important. So that's the only reason.
I totally agree, Josh. In fact, when we had at the last meeting with them, I think I used the language endorse and just kind of misspoke this time around. But thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Oh, Karen, you had a question?
I have a comment. So when we state policing, so concerns are coming to the town manager or the select board. So we have no ability to enforce. So how are we going to handle?
We have an ability to direct, and if it is something where law is being broken, then we can redirect to the sheriff or we can redirect to the survey link, or depending on the circumstance. But honestly, if it came to me, I would probably redirect it to you. If it was a policy thing, then we would discuss it as a select board. So I think that's where that comes from.
And I like what Lisa said, because it's about educating. And, I mean, we can't be out there being vigilantes. I mean.
No, that's the fear that people take it upon themselves.
Right.
That's the danger, really. And I think it's based out of fear. and
Yep.
the biases that we carry. But it's a slippery slope once you start doing that.
And the thing too is if anybody feels threatened, they should automatically be calling the sheriff's department or the state police for that matter. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Any further discussion? Jamie, I see your hand up.
One of the things that has come up for me is we live near an Airbnb, and it struck me early on that I was seeing a bunch of out-of-state plates. And so I had shared in the equity meeting that one of the challenges that I am struggling with as somebody who was born and raised out of state is some of the reactions that I'm feeling in community about seeing out-of-state plates. And for me, I've been trying to think of how to, instead of calling, I don't want to be calling police. Somebody encouraged me. I reached out to the proper channels and someone encouraged me to call the police. And I said, because it was against the governor's order at the time. And I said, I'm not going to be calling the police on my neighbors or, whoever. But I did realize that for me, it was about reflecting back to policymakers that we need better policy. And so for me also as a community member, I started thinking, well, what scares me about this? And so the thought that folks could be coming into the community with COVID and then going into the grocery store. So I've started thinking, why can't Putney Mutual Aid reach out to all the Airbnbs and ask them if folks are arriving from out of state to give them our phone number so that they can call and get grocery delivery. So I'm trying to think of where the fear is and what the solution point is and how policy can create better community outcomes and what the goal of this is, which is safety and respect for everyone in our community.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate that line of thinking. Is there any further discussion on this statement?
Just one clarification that the word policing is used in the first paragraph of that statement, not in the statement that we're endorsing. I mean, I agree with Karen. We are not the police, and so we won't be policing. But that term is used not in the statement itself, but in the introduction to it. So I think that's appropriate. So, because we don't have the ability to police, we can certainly refer to police as Laura or somebody said, but other than that, it's not our tenure.
And and in the language, it really means the sort of civilian policing of each other and not the actual authority of policing.
Right.
And it's for when people take essentially the law and so they become
right
that party. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on this? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to endorse this statement from the Equity and Inclusion Committee on what did you call it? Being a good neighbor, or
I called it a good neighbor, safety for all, because as I was thinking of when I was drafting it, that was really like the heart of it is I think your people are trying to be good neighbors. The outcome is, it's not safety for all. It's actually dangerous to do that.
So to endorse the good neighbor, safety for all statement, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been moved and passed. Thank you for the work you've done. Meeting with you
Can I
has
take a
been...
photo of you all doing that?
Yes, you can take a photo.
Hands
in the air. I'm documenting how proud I am right now.
It's the first Equity and Inclusion Committee action.
I'm sending this to the whole Equity Committee.
Lovely. That's wonderful.
Thank you,
No,
Lisa.
it's interesting, that something like a pandemic brings out issues of equity and inclusion that, of course, are there all the time, but become noticeable in ways that none of us really assume they're going to at any time, because we're used to it being suppressed for all sorts of reasons. So it's important to be acting on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it was nice meeting those that I have not met. And hope I'll see you in town with my mask. Bye.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for the pool.
So, oh, that's a ways down the agenda, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
So next up is the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure Approval and Adoption. And this is, we had discussed this briefly a couple of different times. These are the recommended rules of procedure from VLCT. They move a little bit away from Robert's Rules of Order, but they still keep us well within the guidelines of open meeting law. And it's just basically a structure for us to work in that we honestly are using currently. So we are technically supposed to have rules of procedure, though. So if somebody wants to make a motion, and then we could discuss.
I'll make a motion to adopt that. Well, there's one comment I want to make about them, but I'll make a motion to adopt the presented rules of procedure for the Bunny Select Board.
And I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and now discussion.
This may be in there and I didn't see it. I was just wondering, is this something that would be adopted annually by any given select board, or is this sort of are we adopting this for the select boards of the future kind of thing?
So my understanding is we're actually supposed to set rules and procedure every time we change our governance. So, so it would be an annual procedure.
The reason I asked was because the specific to setting a time and a date or a time and a place for meetings. That's something that comes up for discussion every year, and I just wanted to make sure that this was more of an annual adoption thing than, because we don't want to tell future select boards when they have to meet, because that's up to them.
Right.
So that was the only concern.
Shortly after we went through our reorganization, I mean, like the day after we went through our reorganization, COVID hit us in a major way. And so we missed some of these norms, and we're just catching up now, it feels like. But I think that going forward in future years, it would probably look like this, and the paper of record, and the time and place, and the all of that would happen in the same meeting. And it just didn't pan out that way this year because we were dealing with a pandemic. But all right, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have passed a motion to adopt the VLCT Select Board Rules of Procedure approval, or sorry, just procedure. And then we have the EMD delegation of authority was slipped into our schedule here.
So I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the current EMD to delegate authority as proposed to Chris Fellows and Evan Martin.
And I second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of delegating Mark Fellows and, oh, wait a minute. Yes, Mark Fellows. No, I'm mixing up names. Chris and, remind me.
Evan,
thank you. Evan, Chris and Evan, thank you, to the EMD position temporarily. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So,
And now, oh, go ahead.
can I presume that Laura's going to sign this document?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. It's in your mailbox at the office, Laura.
Okay. I can
Only
probably
requires
swing
a
by
single
tomorrow.
signature, I think, right, Karen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next on our agenda is fire warden approval. This is something we actually already approved, Mark Fellows and Russ Ellis. We just need signatures. Is that correct, Karen?
That is correct.
Okay. So my understanding is, David, you've signed, Josh and I are the negligent parties here. We need to get in and sign.
Well,
Okay.
Is there?
yeah, the documents just came like last week in the
Okay.
mail. And then
Okay.
we had to have Mark and Russ sign them. But you guys did approve the fire wardens with the slate of appointees back in March.
Yep.
So.
All right. So we're not in trouble, Josh. So we'll get in and sign those. Karen, when do you need those by? I'll try and get in tomorrow.
So they terminate on June 30th. So.
Okay.
So it should, yeah, July 1st, they'll start their new term.
Okay.
So those are in your box as well, Laura.
Fantastic.
And then if we can get Josh to come in over the weekend.
Okay. Well, we all have to sign warrants too. So.
Well, they designated you as a signer.
That's true. That's right. So, just I have to make sure I get in tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the East Putney Brook Road Bridge discussion.
So I put this on the agenda only to bring it back onto the table. As you all know, the bridge has been shut off with the Jersey barriers because it's unsafe for pedestrians, for one thing. And we didn't want any vehicle traffic going over it, not knowing, the integrity of the bridge. So Bryce Hodgson had approached me over the phone and said, hey, what's going on with the bridge? Is it ever going to open again? And I'm like, well, I really don't know, Bryce, when that would happen. And he says he offered to pull the materials together for the decking and volunteers to redo the bridge. And I'm like, all right, see, if you can do that, let me know. So he has secured black locusts for the decking. He has secured volunteers to take the old decking up and put the new decking down. And he's also has a friend who is a state of Vermont project engineer, and she is actually project engineer on the Route 5 bridge right by the G store. So she went with Bryce and looked underneath, and she asked Bryce if there's any structural reports on that bridge. So I'm going to touch base with Renee, and because it's over a stream, there might be certain permitting that we would have to get, but I would like to talk to Brian Harlow first and foremost, because it is a trail. We don't have to maintain the bridge, but if we have somebody willing to replace it and they have the material already, is that something the select board would be interested in?
So Karen and I had this discussion earlier, and I find it interesting. My one concern is that the discussion on the other end of that trail was that Westminster wants to close it. And so if we approve the rebuilding of this bridge, even at no cost to the town, and it's for vehicular use, where are cars going to go? How are they going to turn around? Those are questions that came to mind for me.
So can I just also add that Bryce did mention that if the town could purchase the hardware, to put the decking down, and I don't know what else it would require. But in any event, if it doesn't open up to motorized vehicles, like passenger trucks and Jeeps and that kind of stuff, that deck still needs to be, something has to happen because people are walking on it. And
there's a safety issue. Yeah.
That's the liability that I'm worried about. And dirt bikes are going around the Jersey barrier now, and four-wheelers are going through the brook to get to the other side. So they're finding means and ways to get around the Jersey barriers. And it appears, and I have not been out there, but it appears somebody has hit the barrier. They must not have known it was there because there's broken glass and the sign is knocked over. So somebody was out there and had a small accident, but it is a liability to the town, so we have to make a decision. And Laura, you're right, because Westminster does not want to open their end because all that traffic is going into their town forest, and they're trying to alleviate that. But we definitely need to make a decision about this bridge.
How soon do you need a decision from us?
Well, it's been a while now, but we can bring it back onto the table after I talk to Renee and after I talk to Brian Harlow, because I think it's important that he's involved as the road foreman.
Yeah. I'm curious if we can do a compromise and not allow like cars, Jeeps, etc., but allow four-wheelers, dirt bikes, whatever. Is that possible?
It might be.
I think it would be hard to enforce that. If you open the bridge up for a four-wheeler and someone wants to go through with their Jeep and they see a freshly decked bridge, they're going to drive on it.
Yeah.
And
well, I wonder if you narrow it so that a car.
Maybe, and they could just pull it sideways with their Jeep and drive on it. But, I guess, Mike, I have a couple concerns that come up is that, are we going to make sure that the supports are good enough? I know that it was looked at by a project engineer, but it would really be nice if someone from town looked at it and made sure that we're not decking on something that is wasting their time and energy of whoever's doing it. And if we're going to do it and do it right, how are we going to restrict car usage? And if we're not going to be able to restrict car usage, what does that mean in our relationship with Westminster? And so if we're going about replacing this bridge, should we think about the future too and the development of the land beyond the bridge? There were people that were interested in having us rebuild this bridge so that they could use the land, which might add houses and people to the tax roll. And so maybe we should think about it in a bigger picture.
Right.
Yeah, that's good points, David.
Be a culvert, maybe it finished and done right, even though we can't afford to do anything right now. So I think it's a great idea. It's wonderful that someone's volunteering the materials and the time, but I think we need to look at all those things.
Yeah. Excellent points, David.
I think that as far as Westminster is concerned, I don't remember exactly how long a trail this creates for us on our side. My recollection is maybe a half mile to a mile, but I might be wrong. But not to disrespect Westminster at all, but as David's alluding to, if it does create access to an area of Putney that people want access to, then it's incumbent upon Westminster to close it off at the point they want it closed off. Right. Not that this shouldn't be part of the discussion, but it's not up to us to limit traffic on our trails in order to accommodate Westminster's desires. And again, that nothing against Westminster with that. It's just if it gives people access they want on the Putney side, that's good. I think that we would have to be also sort of to David's point, if it's going to be brought up and we improved or repaired, and we are going to endorse that in any way, basically by allowing it, that potentially opens it up as a liability for us. So we would need to make sure that it was done to the standard that the state would require. If so, and Brian certainly would be aware of what that would be. And I'm assuming, Renee, you're talking about as a state person?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we just need to know that first, what the standard, I mean, I agree, it would be great if this was done, because I think people are using it anyway, and we should do it if they're using it anyway.
Right.
Or if somebody's doing it at no charge, that's great. And I'm certainly in support of supplying hardware, et cetera, but that also probably implies that it needs railings, it needs,
Yes.
there will be more to it. So I think we would need to know what that standard is and the actual expenses to the town involved, even with volunteers. If we were then, if volunteers, for example, just put a deck on it and then we were responsible for railing, what does that imply, et cetera? So
Yeah.
All well-made points, and I think that part of my concern around Westminster is that I thought that we had this conversation with them as we were going through this the last go around, and so I just want to make sure that we haven't indicated to them in any way that, like, hey, we're going to close this off on our end too, and now we're suddenly shifting without communicating with them.
Right. So I don't mind talking with Westminster, but I first want more information on the bridge, because if we're not able to even repair it because of the structures underneath, the rails, because somebody said they were, it's like steel beams from a flatbed truck. So I'm thinking maybe this bridge only becomes a walkway, you know? So, because we don't want to put a new deck on something that's going to fail anyways, because it's still a liability to the town.
exactly, yeah.
My thought is, if it's only going to become a walkway, we really ought to think about what we want to do with that land in the future before we go and build a walkway in a spot where we might actually want to put a bridge someday for cars. So if we build it down and then have to tear it out and build it up again, maybe that's not the thing to do.
Right.
So just a thought. Maybe the thing to do is to take this bridge down and put in a little walkway bridge somewhere else. Right next to it, we still have the site or something else. And that might be.
Yeah. So I think we need to really research this further and look at all the factors and the variables. Because I know the land on that trail, David, there's access from 2 other roads on the other side. So those people already have access. So I wasn't concerned with shutting the bridge off right now. But in the future, we definitely got to think of something and have some sort of solution.
Well, the other thing also to that point is that if maintaining any bridge of any size gives us a grandfather clause in respect to future development, we would want to be cautious not to lose that, because getting permitting to build new bridges is not that easy. So, if it would buy us, whatever, a decade or 2 of time to improve it, well, we see what happens with that land. That might not be a bad idea. But we did also have this discussion and all agree that we didn't really need this access. So, I think the place to start is to explore, if we're going to do something, what has to be done, and then we revisit the conversation. Seems logical.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So moving on, audit proposal results. Recommendation and approval of auditor.
So
you've got some quotes.
Yep. And then I sent you the spreadsheet with all the costs.
Yeah. Thank
Did
you. That's
everyone
helpful.
see that?
I'm only aware of having received one proposal, and I didn't see a spreadsheet, so I'm not familiar with this yet.
Okay, so
I got all the different proposals, but not a spreadsheet. I don't know, maybe I didn't open it right, but I saw the different companies and what their bids were.
So the spreadsheet went out this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
It went out later than the original. We had 1, 2, 3.
Is the
4.
spreadsheet the one that lists all the different municipalities that each firm?
Can you see that?
I did get that. I'm sorry, I got that. Thank you.
Hang on a minute. I wonder if I can share my screen.
Thank you, Laura.
You should be able to.
Hold on.
I'm opening it now. Anyway, Karen.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this. I have to remember where it was.
It's the title is Auditor's List.
Let me see if I can. Do you guys, do you see this?
I see your screen, but holy smokes, Karen.
There we go. Yep.
What? Is it too big?
Make it twice as big. I can't read it.
Hang on a minute. I think I just lost it. I think
Seeing your
I
home
just heard
screen.
Alyssa. Hold on. Something's going on.
Oh, it was back for a second.
Do you see it?
There it is.
There it is. Yep.
Do you see it okay?
I'm not seeing it, but I have it on paper, so
All right.
I'm not sure what's going on my end.
All right. So there were 7, I think I just said, letters that went out. And then we had 2 that responded they could not send a proposal because they were too busy. But we did get 4 in. So of the 4, R.H.R. Smith and Company, Batchlanders Associates, Mudgett, Graham and Graham gave us cost proposals. And as you can see here, I mean, they're pretty much apples to apples, except for the cost. And I want you to, if you notice the hours.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah. Now, R.H.R. Smith and Company are out of Buxton, Maine. I did reach out to Chester, Vermont, Rockingham, and Vernon.
Nice.
To ask them, you know, how the company is. I had a lot of questions just to get a consensus to see, you know, if they're happy with them and, you know, how long they've been working with the firm. But I have not got a response yet. So another point, John Mudgett, who's been with us, with the town of Putney since 2004, and he does a really good job. And with our grants, we're supposed to go out to bid for auditing services every 3 years. So this is why I put this out there, and to see what the costs are and how competitive, you know, are we with Mudgett compared to someone else.
And remind me, Karen, wasn't he talking about retiring?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's but his firm will continue. He himself would, at least mostly. I mean, I've had this conversation with him, so he would mostly retire. But his firm would still have the capacity and desire to do our work, and also is familiar with our situation and our numbers, et cetera. I have also, just on a sort of separate personal note, I have worked with John's firm in a different capacity on a different board, and the other folks in his firm are very capable as well. And not to say that's the way we should go necessarily, but just a comment. My personal feeling would be that it's really important we hear back from those other towns about the folks in Maine before we.
I agree with you.
I mean, it's not a huge price difference. It seems to me it's a big enough price difference, so it's worth considering if everybody says, wow, these guys are great. But if everybody says, yeah, they've been fine, but there's this and that, then it's probably not worth making that change.
And I agree with you, Josh, on that. I want to wait for responses to come back and then make a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with that. So, all right. Do we need to have any further discussion about this tonight, or can we move on from here?
David's got a question.
Oh, go for it, David.
My comment, I'm always wanting to, get the best deal possible.
I can't. David's breaking up for me. I don't know whether he is for you guys.
Yeah, he's breaking up for me too.
On us. David? Oh, we're gonna lose David.
There, that's better.
Oh, he looks like he might be back. Oh, no. Oh, David. Can you type your question in the chat? Can you hear us? I just want to give him a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe you could call Karen on her cell phone, or we can see you, we can hear you. Oh, maybe.
He's coming back, but.
You're very pixelated.
Yeah, I think he's frozen now.
Oh, here we go. I see the phone out. Oh my goodness. He's still muted, his camera, his microphone. Oh, there he is. David, can you?
Yeah, now you're back.
I think you're back.
You had a
spell. What happened?
Oh, there you are. Okay, you're back.
All right, I'll make this really quick. I think trust is hugely important, especially in this, and when it comes to the finances. And if we know you have a really good working relationship with someone that knows our situation, I think that's valuable. And I don't think it's that much money difference. It would be good to know, how other people feel about them. But, when I have, and I know this is not an accurate, metaphor, but when I have a supplier or a vendor that I know is going to do me right, even if they cost a little bit more, the ease of it is worth something. And you've worked with them before, Karen, so that might be worth something to you too. I think.
Right.
I'd like to know what you think about this. But.
Well, I've talked to John, and I know he's, looking at retirement, and he did state, that he would hand over our file to somebody in his office and, get them up to speed. So I trust him on that. But I think going out competitively and just shopping around to see, what's out there is a good thing. And, sometimes it's not bad either to, make a change,
Yeah.
Because there might be something, they have a different style of doing audits, or, they might make recommendations, because we're new to them, so sometimes you get complacent, after long period of time, and it's like anything that we do, so, but I'm going to wait and see what the other 3 towns have to say. And then we can make a decision.
I would just say that this appears to me to have been quite a valuable exercise just to see that everybody, really there's not a lot of variety in the numbers. So,
Right.
Everybody's very much in the same ballpark. So, so that means that's an appropriate ballpark seemingly.
Right.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yep. And if
All
I
right.
have to go by the hours, John's got 120 hours, and he's also got single audit report down, which the
Yeah.
other ones don't, and I have to question that too, especially with R.H.R. Smith, because if we have more than $750,000 in grant money, we have to have a single audit. So, and that's more money. So, but John's listed that here.
Okay, so we're going to come back to this.
Yes,
when
we are.
when you have more information from other towns.
Right. How much of a hurry are we in, Karen?
How much what?
Of a hurry if we make that decision a week or 2 weeks from now, that's fine, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
No, we're okay.
All right, moving on to the Forest for Learning status. And I don't know, Josh and David, we got another email on this about an hour before we went into meeting.
Did you guys see that?
I saw it came in, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
I'm in the same boat.
So I actually think that for this conversation, it's important that we're all able to be on the same page with this. It's not a very long email. Are you able to go back in and give it a quick read?
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, could you share it? That'd be awesome.
Because at this point, it's public information, correct?
I can read it out loud, too. It's not that long. So I don't know how you uptake information, though.
I'm looking right at it now, Laura, so I'm all set.
Okay.
And
okay, great.
Read whatever.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, let me see. I don't know if I can pull it up for you, David.
All right, I'm getting there.
All right.
Just give you guys a few minutes to review this, and then we can jump back in.
Regarding any conveyance. So the veto power that he's referring to would be conveyance of an easement, I'm assuming. Is that correct, Laura? Do you know? I can't remember. I might be able to answer my own question, but hang on.
Yes, that we wouldn't have veto power for conveyance of an easement.
Right.
Which, I mean, frankly, I don't feel the need for that. I just feel the need to secure that it's going to come back to us should anything happen. Should anything unplanned happen, I want to know that it's going to come back to the town of Putney, not go to the state, not go to the county, not go to wherever. Yes.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I mean, I think that my assumption based on Lionel's capabilities and experience is that he's going to seek and get a really appropriate easement for it.
Agreed.
You know, if that appeared not to be the case, I think the publicity from that would probably be something that would end up, for all practical purposes, vetoing that anyway. So I don't think that's a power we need to have, in my opinion. Yeah. I think that's sort of overreach, not necessarily, but could be.
Well, and I just want to state that in these emails that have gone back and forth, it seems that there has been a misunderstanding as to our intentions here. This is not a trust issue. on our behalf. We don't have concerns about how the Forest for Learning Board is going to take action. We're worried about the what ifs, you know, when things don't go the way we plan them to. And so that's really all this is about, is ensuring that that forest stays in the hands of the people of Putney.
Right.
Or for the purpose of the people of Putney. Not necessarily the hands of, but
No, I agree, and I had this conversation with Karen after our last meeting that I think part of the confusion or frustration, perhaps, on the part of the Forest for Learning Board, and particularly Lionel, was perhaps related to the language that Bob Fisher used in conveying the message from Larry, which was basically, it implied that our intentions to convey the land had changed. And I think we tried to make that clear in our statements last time, but I would just like to reiterate, we have all along had the intention, and know that we also have, based on the agreement we had with the select board who drafted the initial suggestion, we're committed to doing this. It's nothing about our intentions or our desires as far as having the Forest for Learning there. It's that long-term assurance if things do not go as intended. Right. So, and the way it was presented in a statement to them, and I don't know whether that was something Larry said that Bob misinterpreted, or that, you know, I'm not sure how that happened, but I don't think our intentions have ever changed. We just needed the sort of assurance aspect of it.
Right.
So I personally feel like these first two paragraphs really cover that. That in the event the Forest for Learning Incorporated fails to deliver on its mission, yada yada, it will revert to the town of Putney. And then within the if there is a disillusionment, then it returns to the town of Putney, because that was where I found some of my biggest concern was the language around it going to a government entity, not necessarily us specifically. I don't know if the rest of the select board agrees with me, but if we can all support this, we may be close to a resolution.
Yeah, yes, I would agree, and I'm supportive of. I think we're very much headed in the right direction. I think that what we don't have, basically, Larry forwarded this to Karen, and Karen forwarded it to us, but I don't see a clear statement on Larry's part that this is satisfactory from him. So I think that for me, that would mean we shouldn't try and take an action on this tonight, which I don't think you're suggesting anyway. But I think we should, you know, just confirm with Larry that this satisfies his concerns. And if so, I certainly could get on board supporting it.
Yeah.
My question was that Larry was really, it seemed quite clear and adamant about it needed to be attached to the deed. And I'm not a lawyer, and these aren't. And so I'm wondering about that, and I wanted to hear from him too. I was hoping there was a letter from him in here. But
although he did also say that it didn't necessarily need to be in the deed as long as I can't remember the language he used. Karen is raising her hand and maybe saying, but essentially,
as long as it runs with the land.
Exactly. So as long as that's the case, effectively, I think it does the same thing.
Yeah.
Karen.
Okay, so I just want to point out to the select board that I do agree, because I was not clear. I think Larry's 2 points in the very first email on May 18th at 5:02 p.m. That Laura just brought up, and David also mentioning that, you know, Larry wanted those in the deed. And yes, I agree with all that. Now, Bob Fisher's letter to Larry mentions a separate document that he refers to as the agreement. And I have to say that if Lionel worked with Bob Fisher, on all of these points in this proposal. It was very thought out. He put more work into this, and it actually made me feel better and more comfortable. So I believe that with Larry's comments and Larry's second email, if we get the right of reversion language in the deed, but also have them draft up this agreement.
Mhm.
Because in that proposal, it gives Forest for Learning 5 years to obtain the easements. And if they don't, then the land will revert back to the town anyways. Okay, so I think we have to understand that it is going to take a little time. It took over 2 years to, pull this nonprofit together. And it sounds like that they have to go through certain steps in order to secure funding and to sell, the easement. So I think we can give them that, but I also feel that this language needs to be in an agreement, and the select board need to be comfortable with that. And it also refers to having a select board negotiate with Forest for Learning, for conservation easements. And I think that's critical.
Yeah, I would tend to disagree with that.
But they're offering it, they're offering it.
I think they're offering us an opportunity to sit on that board, for one of us to be a representative on that board. I think that Lionel's been pretty clear that he doesn't want other people to be a part of the process, that it's a delicate process to go after conservation easements. Maybe I'm incorrect, but what I saw was where was that?
Forest for Learning will welcome a Putney Select Board liaison to its board so that there is openness and transparency in how the organization proceeds with the management of the property pending the sale of the development rights.
And I think, personally, I think that's a great thing for us to secure. I don't know that any one of us should feel obligated to do that at this point, but there may be future board members that would want to be a part of that and to sit on that board. So it would be nice to have the security of, we can have a place at the table if we want it.
I don't hear that offering a position on that board. I hear it offering a position as a liaison.
A liaison, yes. Yeah.
Which I don't think the select board needs a position on that board. If there were any select board member who were interested and wanted to be a part of it and was able to contribute, I would assume Forest for Learning would welcome that anyway. So I don't think that needs to be sort of a guaranteed position. But I can understand Lionel's point of not wanting the select board to be part of the negotiation of an easement, because easements are complicated and they're time consuming and so on and so forth.
Right.
Honestly, it's not really our purview. I mean, we don't, I think that we should be informed. We should trust, because, because that's the nature of the beast. But I think that if we are signing this deed over to these folks, putting trust in them to do what they're intending to do, then we're saying, yeah. And as long as we have that assurance that if it doesn't go the way they think, then it comes back to us, I think that's fine. And they're gonna do the right thing. And if for some reason it doesn't work out, then we get it back, then that's what it is. But I don't feel like I don't think we need to micromanage that in any way. And I think that's what Lionel's concerned about, is that, if it becomes a select board issue as well, suddenly it becomes, a constant source of discussion, et cetera, that they have to manage, and that's pretty cumbersome. So I'm fine with.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We can
I,
slow
I
the whole
would,
process down by, I mean, we already have.
yeah. No,
Um,
again, I would defer to Larry's opinion on the appropriateness of the proposed inclusions, et cetera, that Bob is proposing, and I think we see what Larry has to say about it, and then go from there.
Well, in Larry's email on May 18th at 5:02, he did make a statement, your suggestion, meaning Bob's, of an agreement which would survive the deed and be recorded in the land records is a good suggestion.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
So what would the select board like to do at this point? So it sounds like everybody's agrees that moving forward, and I mean, from what I've read, I feel comfortable.
So I think at this point we need to have Larry give feedback. If Larry is comfortable with what Bob has proposed here, then I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that we could move forward with this process with Larry and Bob making an agreement on that, making the additional updates that we would need, and then it could come back before us. And as long as Larry and Bob have come to a full agreement on this language, I'm comfortable with this. It sounds like the rest of the select board is comfortable with this. We just need to hear from Larry that this is good enough for him. And if not, why? Like what would be
what's missing?
Where yes, exactly. So and then if that can happen I mean, we're already looking at 3 weeks behind, almost 4 weeks behind where they expected to be at. I would love to push this. If Larry says tomorrow, this is great, I would love for us to try and reconvene very quickly just to make this happen.
Yeah.
Or to say now, well, no, because we agreed on a different document, and this would be an additional document. So we would have to meet again. We would have to call a quick emergency meeting to just all come together and agree on it, and then we could sign it and be done with it.
Or, I mean, if we're intending to meet next week anyway, I'm not sure.
We're not.
We're not. Okay. So
no,
yeah,
we were gonna.
I think that
2 weeks.
In order to be assured that this is the case, and that Larry agrees, et cetera, before we vote on something, my feeling would be we need final documents presented from Larry and or Bob that they both agree to and that we can essentially endorse and agree to. So I think we have to have the documentation, and that may be the part that slows it down a little bit. But as soon as Larry has a document in front of him that he can get on board with, I'm comfortable getting on board with that. So
Agreed. And from the language that I'm seeing in these emails, it looks like they're really close. The two of them agree that they're really close.
Yes.
So I would love to see this resolved before our next meeting. I know that Forest for Learning would love to see this resolved before our next meeting, but we will.
So it's not going to happen this week because Larry was prepping for a Supreme
That's right.
Court. So
priorities, Karen. Come on, push the guy a little bit.
Hey, I got all of this from him this week, so it's all good.
That's good. No, I think we're definitely headed in the right direction.
Moving in the right direction, and a lot came out of this, so everyone's done a good job. So I'll touch base with Larry, and Monday's a holiday too, so that's going to be another day delayed. So we're gonna have to be patient, okay?
Yeah. I guess my point to the board is just that if we get this, I would love for us to be able to call a quick meeting and resolve it for these folks. So, all right. So we're moving on. We added the conversation around masks to the agenda. And I don't know, David and Josh, have you had a chance to see what the town of Brattleboro chose to do regarding?
No.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of that. Last night, the town of Brattleboro chose to basically require that face coverings are required in all public premises. And so it reads that starting May 20th, 2020, all establishments located in the town of Brattleboro that invite the public into their premises for the purpose of receiving services, purchasing products, or otherwise transacting business shall require both staff and customers or visitors to wear cloth face coverings or face shields over their nose and mouth while inside the establishment. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on a young child under the age of 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And they have posting requirements. This is an ordinance that the effective period is that it shall remain in order until the Brattleboro Select chooses to amend, rescind, or suspend this order, or until the governor declares an end to the COVID-19 state of emergency in Vermont, whichever occurs first. So the governor has, in his wisdom, decided not to make a decision on this and to kick it down to the towns and put us in this position. And I reached out to our business owners today, as many of them as I could speak to, and got most of the responses that I got from our business owners were that they would appreciate us passing something like this because they feel like they are in a really hard position right now. Some of the feedback I got was, we're afraid that if you do something like this, we'll lose business. And so they would rather us make it a recommendation than a requirement. I will say that was the first business I spoke with that was more like, hey, recommendation, not requirement. 3 of the businesses I spoke with after that asked very clearly that we make it a requirement. So I'm just curious as to how the select board feels about it, and I wanted to bring it up because it feels important, and in light of all the discussions that we've been having, like something we should really be thinking about.
I'm happy to comment, but David, you want to comment first or not?
I'm still chewing on it.
I mean, you know, I think that as we always discuss in situations like this, we have no ability to enforce. So for all practical purposes, it's really just a recommendation anyway. I think actually of somebody in a business like David's, where if we were to say all businesses in town are required to do this, David runs a business, and we shouldn't bias our decision based on David's business, obviously, but the nature of his business is that, he's got a big open door, there's airflow, so on and so forth. So a requirement would seem to me to feel a little bit overly stringent as far as that's concerned. In an enclosed space where somebody's coming in, I think it should be. I guess my feeling would be, if there's any way we can word it so that it's required based on the desire of the business owner, that might be the best way to do it. But I don't know whether that's something we can do and or whether that's helpful in a way that is at all meaningful. I guess that depends a little bit on whether it's a business owner or their clients who are resistant to do this and what the feelings about that are. I mean, obviously somebody who's going to a business can either choose to, they can choose to go to the business or not, but but the business owner can't choose who they allow into their store or not. So we want to give the strength to the business owner to say, you have to wear a mask if you come into my business. But I don't think we necessarily want to say that that applies to all businesses in town. And I'm not sure how we do that. So I guess.
So my thought was that we switch the wording. Instead of saying required, we request. So I think that, at first I had been talking about with Karen earlier this morning, we recommend it, and recommend it doesn't feel, request feels like it's a little bit stronger language than recommend. We're actually asking you to do this as a town. And whether or not businesses or individuals choose to uphold that becomes their choice.
So I guess, yeah, I agree. I agree that sounds like a good way to do it. I guess I might, if possible, strengthen it a little bit more by saying we request that businesses require masks, both of their employees and of their clientele.
They're already required by the state for the employees.
It is in all,
yes.
In all settings, or I mean, I know it is in retail.
All settings where you're serving the public. Yeah, even nonprofits. In all settings where you're coming into contact with the public are required to wear face masks.
So what I'm trying to think of, Laura, is there a way that we can leave it up to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they require it of their clients or not? I mean, if we can present it as a request from us and allow businesses to have the extra teeth of saying, yes, I'm allowed to tell you that you have to have a mask if you want to come in here, I think that would be ideal. So maybe we should allow them to do that if they choose. I mean, I think it should be any business owner's choice not to not have masks at all. But if they don't want somebody coming into their store without a mask on, we should allow them to be able to make that statement if we can.
Yeah. I think that some of them feel very comfortable in that, as we've seen the Putney Co-op has already done this. They've implemented it, masks and gloves, and they're providing them. But I think that what I've heard from a couple of our business owners is that it's hard enough at this point to interact with folks that are choosing not to do this, and then to not have something behind them saying that this is, and so that's what they're looking to us for. And so I think for us to, I mean, maybe we request and recommend, and you can put on your signage that the town of Putney requests and recommends that.
Well, except again, if we said the Putney Select Board requests that all customers wear masks, and we leave it to the discretion of a business owner as to whether they want to actually require it, then that gives those business owners the ability to really say that. And maybe that's too, I don't know whether we can word it in a way that makes that makes it viable, but I very much think we should allow business owners to make that choice if they want to. That it's not just a request from us, that they have the legal right to require it if they so choose.
Is that true now? Can't they do that already, even if we don't make it? So, and it's still all, like Tom said a long time ago, it's the honor system, basically. This is all, basically.
Right.
So, is our statement helpful in any way because there's no enforcement?
Yeah, because it's a statement of, we hold positions of power, David. And in those positions of power, we actually were able to influence in a different way. And they're able to also point and say, it's not me, it's them.
Exactly.
And I think that's important to empower them in that way, that they can say, this isn't my rules, because they're trying to do business during a really hard period of time, as you understand. And to be able to kind of scapegoat us, I feel pretty strongly about that they are able to say the town of Putney is pushing this on me.
Right.
Whatever their personal feelings are, I think it matters for
But
them. At least that's what I'm hearing. And
but I do think it's also important to allow them, if they want to take that. I think the request is exactly what you're referring to, Laura, of, hey, the town requested this. But I do think it's important also that we allow them to make a decision to go further if they choose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, frankly, if it wasn't for one business saying to me, I don't know that I want you to go as far as requiring it, I would probably be asking a very different thing right now. I would probably be saying we should be requiring this of all businesses. But because one business said to me, I'm really not sure that I'm nervous about what this will look like for us, I feel less comfortable with that. I don't want to do anything that's going to negatively impact any business in this town at this point. And I recognize too that though I feel pretty solid about the science behind masks, it isn't necessarily as, and I'm going to try and be very careful about how I say this. The WHO has not come out and fully endorsed this yet. The CDC has. So there's conflicting science at this point. And there are also some people that really struggle with the idea of wearing a mask for many different reasons, whether they have breathing problems or they have, sensory issues, or so. I would like to leave it up to the discretion of the owner and give them the support of the select board.
Great.
In that choice.
So are we trying to take action? I mean, do you want me to try and verbalize a motion, or are we discussing this and trying to come up with an ordinance that we would adopt soon?
I think it would be great if we could come up with something tonight, just because we're not going to meet again for 2 weeks, and this is rolling fast now.
Yeah.
We know that we have our seasonal folks coming back into town. From what I heard from the few people that I spoke to today, I spoke to 5 different business owners total today. From what I've heard from them, they are definitely seeing that, and they're seeing a change in masking, and it's making them a little nervous.
Yeah.
So I would love to be able to do something about this tonight. And whether we choose to adopt the Brattleboro Select Board's language, switching it out from required to recommended, I'm pretty comfortable with that.
Karen's raising her hand.
I can't. You're all frozen on me, so definitely shoot me a message if
can you hear Karen?
I can hear y'all. I just can't.
Okay.
You're all
Karen,
froze.
question.
So can I just make a comment? Josh, you mentioned ordinance. So an ordinance has to be heard. You have to have a public hearing.
Warned, etc. Yes, right.
Yes. So
that's what
you're not referring to an ordinance though, right? Is this a temporary situation, Laura?
Yeah, so the way the town of Brattleboro did it, and they did it without, and they caught a little bit of flack for it last night, but they said they'd own it because this is emergency circumstance. They did it as a resolution. It does. So I misspoke when I said ordinance. It is a resolution.
Okay.
So I will make. I don't have the Brattleboro one in front of me, so I can't base language. But I will make a motion to adopt a resolution to request that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and allowing business owners to require clientele who are attending their business to wear masks.
Can we encourage businesses to do that?
Encourage them to require it?
Encourage
That's
them
fine.
to require it. Yeah.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
David's not sure about that one.
I think it's the nature of my business is so different than most retail or service business that there's always room for me to say, could you just make sure you stay 6 feet away?
Right.
And I frankly talk so much all day on the phone and to so many people. It's a steady stream, and it's almost impossible for me to do that with a mask on. And I have a serious hearing impairment, and it's really hard for me to hear people talking when they're wearing a mask. So seeing it from my perspective, it seems restrictive, but I know it's honor system, and I know there's no enforcement. I know my clientele is smaller and really well known to me, and they leave their cars and they leave. So I don't deal with them for any period of time, and they're not inside my building. So there's lots of needs that retail people have, and concerns that I don't have. So I think it's important that, we recommend it, and I think it's important that they get to require it, but I don't know if we need to go any further than that.
Okay. So that's Josh's motion pretty much said exactly what you're saying. Are you seconding Josh's motion?
I'm seconding that motion. Yep.
Okay.
And then you asked about endorsing it. So I thought you were heading towards changing the motion, I wasn't.
Well, no, I did ask that we endorse it so that we encourage it. Not saying that we require it, but that we encourage it.
Okay.
Encourage wearing of masks or encourage businesses to require masks?
Encourage businesses to require masks.
I think that's fair. I mean, we're not, I mean, we're not telling them they have to, but encourage. I'm okay with that. David, you okay?
I think encourage people to be safe in any way they can be safe and try to keep this spreading.
I will accept as a friendly amendment the inclusion of the word encourage businesses to require masks.
Okay, and I'll second that.
So if you could read that back, well, yeah, I don't know, however you want to run it, but if you can read it back in full so that we know exactly what the language is, that would be great.
Okay, so I did not. Karen, did you catch all of this?
I did not.
Okay.
I can repeat it if you want.
Please repeat it, and I'm going to catch it now.
Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt a resolution that requests that all clientele visiting businesses in Putney wear masks, and that would allow business owners or would encourage business owners to request their clientele to wear masks.
I think that covers it.
We can always amend it later if we find that something's wrong with it. Laura just disappeared.
Uh-oh. Laura? Laura? Hopefully she comes back in.
She put in a landline to try to improve the connection, didn't she? That she said.
I think they were working on it.
But they hadn't done it yet. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's also, I mean, I think it's great that Laura reached out to, oh, Laura's back in.
Yeah, she's coming
Yes,
back.
that was
Weird.
that was like that was really weird. Josh got stuck on mask and it just kept repeating and repeating and repeating.
Weird.
I can't see it.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Now I have to be on my phone because my computer froze with Josh just repeating over and over and over. So,
Ask.
it was pretty bad, Josh.
A little bit. What was that? What was that show? The Talking Head. Anyway, never mind. Max Headroom.
Oh yeah. That's what it was like. That's exactly what it was like.
Okay.
So we're requesting that all clientele that visit Putney establishments.
Maybe
Is that what
Karen,
you were?
did you get it down, Karen?
I got most of it. So adopt a resolution that requests clientele in Putney to
visit
wear a
Putney.
mask, and that would encourage businesses to request their clientele to wear masks.
To require. So we're requesting, but we're allowing businesses to require.
Okay.
With the exclusions that Brattleboro put forth. So the exclusions were, hold on one second.
Yeah.
That
Fine.
Children under 5, where is it?
Yeah, people with difficulty breathing, unconscious, so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The exceptions are cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children. And it could be face coverings or face shields. So all clientele to wear face coverings or face shields.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to read this back just to make sure we have it. So
David, hang on. I showed David as paused. David, are you there? Yeah, I think he might have bio broken.
Oh no.
I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you.
All right.
Okay. All right. So this is what I have. The town of Putney requests that all clientele that visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields, and encourages all clientele or wait a minute.
Businesses.
Encourages businesses.
And encourages all businesses to require clientele to wear face coverings or face shields. Exceptions, cloth face coverings should not be placed on young children under age 5, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone who is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the mask without assistance. And then they have a posting requirement. I don't feel like we need to do that. I think that we can leave posting up to the businesses.
Yes.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of would go without saying, but I don't know whether in those exclusions there all should also that it should also say, and at the discretion of the business owner by request of a client. Sort of, I mean, if somebody comes in and says, I'm phobic about masks or something like that. Right. So, but that maybe that doesn't need to be there. That might be overkill.
I feel like I'm just trying to, now I'm using one device, which I feel like that's kind of covered in this with the.
I think it's implied, so it's probably fine.
Yeah. I mean, anyone who has trouble breathing could be somebody that has sensory issues or that has
Yeah.
PTSD or asthma or no. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's been moved and seconded. Do we have any further discussion on it? David, are you still with us?
I am with you, and no, I have no more discussion for me.
Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, then it has been passed to create a resolution that requests all clientele to visit Putney establishments wear masks or face shields and encourages all businesses to require their clientele to wear face coverings or face shields with exclusions as laid out.
I guess now we've already voted, but it probably should say encourages and allows.
And allows. So friendly amendment to that?
Yeah.
Or do we? Okay. Was that a motion for a friendly amendment?
I don't do yeah. Yes, I guess. So we'd have to.
Are we all in favor of amending this to include the words and allows?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So be it.
Retroactively.
Yes. Okay. So that only leads me to one other thing before we move on. We had talked about signage, and I don't know, Josh, you had thought that maybe the Putney School might be able to help with some signage. Did you have a chance to follow up on that?
I have not done that, but I am meeting with Emily tomorrow morning, and I will ask about it.
Okay. All right. And if not, then Karen and I had found some signage that might be appropriate. And we can discuss that at another time. Okay, so town manager's report.
All right, I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can, okay?
So I have faith in you.
All right, Route 5 State Bridge project, as we all know, it started up on Monday. And in your packets is the schedule and the announcement that has been posted on social media and iPutney. The schedule has not been posted anywhere, but has everybody taken a look at the schedule?
I quickly reviewed it. I didn't spend a lot of time on it.
You know, I don't have a whole lot of concerns because Renault Brothers is a really good firm. And so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain the current schedule and the original schedule. So the bridge will close June 15th and then reopen on June 29th. Just from the schedule, it looks like most of the startup was April 6th, but it's just basically getting, you know, everything in order for them to start construction. But so I'm confident that they'll stay on schedule. If anything changes, I'll let everyone know. On June 2nd, there's going to be a virtual public meeting. We will get that notice out to the public. It will be at 5:30. And I think it's just to touch base with the community and let us know what's happening and, you know, what it's going to look like down the road. So, and you will see things happening down by the mill. So they've had a boom truck. They're working underneath the decking right now to stabilize things so they can work under there. They're marking sidewalks too. You know, I don't know what that's all about. I will find out from Renee, the project engineer. But so that's moving ahead.
I noticed that. Is that are you referring in front of the? I noticed in front of the Catholic Church they were marking sidewalks. Is that part of that?
I think it's part of that project, but
I couldn't quite figure out why that would be, but maybe it's just a reference.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question because I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a point or something that was surveyed.
Exactly. That would be my guess. That's probably what.
Right.
So it's come up several times through the public, and my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but the state route for diverting traffic from the bridge is to go to 91. Our local route is over Sand Hill. Is that correct?
All tractor trailer trucks will need to take I-91 north to Westminster and come back down Route 5 to the mill. Unless they're turning on to Mill Street, but no tractor trailer traffic is going to be coming through town when the bridge gets closed. Okay, so for a while there, that bridge will be one lane.
But when it's closed, local traffic will have the option of Sand Hill Road as long as they're not driving a tractor trailer.
Right. So the local bus, the current will be running on Sand Hill, and UPS, FedEx trucks will be running Sand Hill, and then all local traffic. And I've already talked to Brian about detour signs when the bridge is closed. So basically it's, up Kimball Hill, over to Sand Hill, back to Route 5. And I suspect, Laura, that most of the traffic you're going to find is from East Putney, because we can't ask them to go all the way through Westminster, get on 91, and then come down. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm in East Putney. It would be a nightmare for me. So, I'm very grateful.
I would think the other exception to that, to the use of Sand Hill would be, I mean, it's limited by the weight limit on that bridge on Sand Hill. So, for example, a concrete truck, I would guess, would have to go around, even though it's not a tractor trailer.
Right.
So, that would be either tractor trailer or subject to the weight limit of the road, of the bridge on Sand Hill.
Right.
Do you remember what the weight limit is on that bridge?
No, I'd have to look it up.
That's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I think like your oil trucks too, propane, I think they would be okay, but we're going to have to monitor that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we do have a public hearing on public informational meeting on June 2nd.
June 2nd.
It'll be virtual. Okay.
And Karen, presumably either the state or Renault is going to take care of all signage related to that.
They are on Route 5. They are not on our local road. So Kimball Hill, Sand Hill, we have to do the signage for those two roads because we know the roads and Brian will know where to place them strategically. Okay. Because if anything happens and the state doesn't want the liability on a municipal road.
So we probably ought to just remind Brian, he may well have already considered this, but that weight limit posting should be at the ends of Sand Hill as well.
Yeah.
You don't want to get somebody getting to that bridge and having to back all the way out.
Right. Yeah, good point.
Isn't there a weight limit sign? Doesn't there need to be a certain distance from the bridge?
Probably. We should just make sure that it's there. Yeah, I'm not sure how that. I can't remember whether it's at the end or.
Yeah, and I can't remember.
That's a really good point.
I'm sure they're.
No, I don't either.
Just like speed limit signs. I'm sure they're there, but.
Yeah.
But you never.
Exactly.
He never pays attention to them, especially when she's in the convertible.
You're right, I don't. It's
Aren't they
like,
just suggestions anyway? Isn't that? They're just suggestions, right?
Not enforceable.
They're
yeah,
recommendations, not requirements, right?
yeah. All right, moving on. Tax sales status update. I sent you the list. I don't know if you all looked at it, okay? So just a quick update. There's $95,063.46 outstanding in delinquent taxes. The letters went out to the property owners. I've already had one property owner pay one of their 2 delinquent years. So it actually got them off the tax sale list.
Good.
So now they're only 1 year delinquent. So I'm going to pursue, more, hopefully. I probably won't see more until, maybe the first week of June.
Closer.
Yeah. But so people, I'm confident they're going to do the best they can. And I will make payment arrangement plans with them. So
On the two properties that are listed that went to tax sale, but we could not sell, why couldn't we sell them? What happened there?
because nobody bid on them.
Is it? Okay. So
But
desirability of the property.
right. But it's okay because one of those 2, David, I have a neighbor that's interested in one of them, which is a good thing. And then the other one, I had somebody interested, but it doesn't sound like that's going to go through. But again, I'm optimistic. So people, they're calling. And once this list is posted, people will call because they're going to want to know where the property is. And I've already got calls about some of them anyways because of the condition of the property.
Okay.
So the mobile homes are going to be harder because they're personal property and they don't tend to sell.
Right.
And they are all in on Locust Lane, which is owned by Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. So the land is owned by the trust, and then the mobile homes are personal property to the people living in them.
Well, that was really complicated. I can see that. Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a mess, but I'll do the best I can with that. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are delinquent in water and sewer. And of those 6, 3 of them I'm going to call and try to make payment arrangements with. And then the other 3 are going to end up going to tax sale. So, I mean, we have people that haven't paid since 2016 on utility services.
We had this discussion in a meeting before about the enforceability of that. I mean, some of it, we can't deny people septic, but we can water. We can shut the water off, but not the septic, right?
Correct.
Right.
And we can put a lien on the property, but every time there is a change in the amount, you have to, record it again with the land records. So, I'm hoping, a letter that, your property's going to go to tax sale will prompt them to at least call me and make some sort of arrangement.
Have we already, if any of those are related to water, have we already shut off their water, or are those all just related to sewer?
No, they're water and sewer. And we have never I don't know if you guys have ever shut anyone's water off.
Right. I'm not aware of that. Also, I mean, I know that during a pandemic is not the right time to do that anyway. But
right.
but it seems like a better option than going to tax sale. But maybe it isn't. I don't know. I guess you post them for tax sale and see what happens. But
Well, so on the list, there's one property that owes $8,341. It's water and sewer. It's water and sewer. $8,000. That's
that's
right.
a lot.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can shut their water off, but again, you can't shut sewer off. So
We don't really want to shut either off. We just want to get them to pay.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the past, going up for tax sale has been a great motivator, at least to a high percent. Correct? At least that's what it seemed like last year. A lot of people responded to that. Almost everybody.
Well, I'm going to explain one thing too. So, and I don't know if like this particular $8,300 property for water and sewer, I don't know if they have a mortgage on the property or not. So if they do, the bank automatically will get involved because they're not going to want to lose the property to a tax sale. So they'll pay it and then they just, deal with the property owner.
Right.
Right.
So that applies to
that particular property has been in arrears for a long time, but we've never taken it to tax sale before. Is that correct, Karen?
That's correct.
Right.
And that's because they're only behind on utilities, not in taxes.
Correct. That's correct.
Yep. Okay. Well.
So when we revisit our policies too for water and sewer, maybe we can put something in there that reflects a better way to collect for utility services. If people there should be like 2016 is a long time. That's 4 years in arrears.
Right.
And if the users are paying for the system, it's not fair to the other users that, there's almost like $20,000 in arrears for utilities.
Yeah, no, and I mean, again, I would just say that I think that, going forward, when we do revisit that policy, maybe we look at, at a year out, your water gets shut off because you got to pay it. Mm-hmm. So, because otherwise you're going to be we've talked about this before with the tax sale concept, and maybe the shutting off the water is the carrot or the small stick before the big stick, right. Of saying, hey, we're not mucking around. And if you don't want to go to tax sale, you got to pay this. So we're going to shut your water off until you do. And if you still don't pay it, then you're going to go to tax sale. So,
yeah, right.
And we got to do that more quickly too, because like you said, if a bank is involved, then it will get paid more quickly.
It'll get done.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's really actually in their best interest too, of course.
Right.
So we lost Laura again.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Not on film. Okay.
So anyway, we're at about $116,604 in revenue right now. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And I'll keep you posted as I go through the process. And again, I'm optimistic. Broadband status update. In your packets is like a 32-page feasibility study. I don't really want to talk about it tonight because it's going to take up some time. So I think we should table it. And just some short notes that I spoke to Sue West at Wyndham Regional today. There's going to be a webinar in June. We are moving ahead. We're still on schedule. There's 10 towns now in the Deerfield Valley Communication Union District. And, oh boy, what happened? Whoops. Sorry, guys. I got distracted here. I thought I lost you. So there's 10 towns now in the new Communication Union District, and it looks like that's going to be the district for the entire Windham County, which is a good thing because this allows municipal select boards to vote whether they want to join or not instead of having a town vote. So
my recollection is the last time we talked about that, there were only like 2 or 3 towns involved in that. Is that correct, Karen?
yeah, there's
Yeah.
10. There's 10
Great.
now. So the business plan is going to be the next step. And that basically is going to look at how this district will work together, the cost to build the infrastructure, and then the fundraising in order to build that infrastructure. So there's a lot going on with that right now. And like I said, we can talk about it more in detail after we go through the feasibility study.
When is that meeting, Karen? In June?
They haven't set a date yet, Laura, but I will keep you posted.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. And by the way, there's supposedly some funding that's coming out of the CARES package because of the COVID-19. So Windham Regional is looking at that, and the other towns. So they're trying to secure some funding right now. So this might move a little bit quicker than we anticipate it. So that's my spiel on broadband for tonight. You all set, David?
Oh, I could give you a list, but anyway.
I just wanted to let you know the listers have sent out change of value letters. There were 161 letters. This gives people the opportunity to grieve if they choose to. The lister's grievance has scheduled May 27th through GoToMeeting to do all their grievances, if any come to them. I don't even think they had one last year, so I'll keep you posted on that.
That's unusual, though. That was a first. I think that was a first for me.
Yep. So, and then let's see, abatement. There's an abatement meeting. Jonathan has set that up for May 28th. That is basically with his abatement board to kind of go over like the go-to meeting and how they're going to handle abatements. We already.
But that includes us, David, if you're wondering.
That's right. So the
I didn't make
select
it
board.
last year's abatement meeting, but I wanted to this year. Yep.
Yeah. The select board, JP, the treasurer, or I should say the interim treasurer, Lissa Harlow. I'll be in that meeting too. Then I believe he's going to schedule the abatement meeting for June 11th, which is the last day for our tax sale properties to respond to me. So the timing of that coincides. So I'll keep you posted on all of that. Any questions? Okay. Beatrice Aiken Trail cleanup. So the Beatrice Aiken Trail is off of Old Route 5. We've had some complaints. So people have been using the trail, but they noticed a structure that was being built out there, kind of like a wood structure. And there's been a couple fire pits and there's empty beer cans out there. So I asked the deputy sheriff if he could go up there and just kind of check it out. Dana Shepard did walk up in there. There is a four-wheeler trail, and it looks like it's coming off of Shagbark Hill. but because there's a couple homes up there, we're not really sure who is driving down there and who is hanging out and building structures. So Anne and Lionel and Ellen Strong, maybe a couple other people went out on Sunday. They cleaned up the trail because there were some trees down. They took down the structure, and they did post some signage stating that this is Town of Putney property. It is for public trail access, but whatever you take in, you take out. So,
And
hopefully,
presumably no motorized vehicles.
yeah, none. There's not
with the exception of four-wheelers.
No, I don't think they're supposed to be.
They're not supposed to
Oh,
be.
okay. No, I thought you meant, all right. I misunderstood your question.
Yeah. So, we're going to monitor that a little bit because we don't really know who they are or where they're actually coming from. We can presume where they're coming from, but because the trail leads right up to Shagbark Hill. Josh? Do we have?
Sorry, you froze up a little bit.
Oh.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Karen froze on.
Well, yeah, I think it was you freezing, but
Oh.
yeah.
We all take turns.
Yeah.
I know, right? Technology. So that's what I wanted to let you know about Beatrice Aiken.
Thank you.
Census, I had something on that. So
we're over 50% now in the state. We've gotten up over 50%. We've gotten up over 50% participation in the state. I don't know about Putney particularly, but I know in the state we finally gotten over 50%. It was
right. So we
pretty
want to
dire.
encourage people to, fill out the census. It's very important because we do get funding, and at this point, every little bit's going to help. So Jonathan was on a webinar today for census, and the two takeouts or the two takeaways that he got out of that was Windham County only has 35.3% response rate. Chittenden County has 70%. And then the census does not mail anything to post office boxes. So anybody with a post office box is not going to get a card to remind them or tell them where to go to fill out census. And I don't know
Laura,
how many.
I can't remember whether we talked about this before, Laura, but if there's any way, if you're in communication with the Putney Mutual Aid to encourage them to encourage people, that would be great.
Yeah, I can do that. I know that like the organization I work for is actually working with the census to encourage folks through our organization to do it. They've really done a great job of trying to outreach. It's just unfortunately, I think in part this is the COVID crisis has really impacted their ability to reach people the way they normally would. And so these numbers have kind of stagnated because of that in some part. But yeah, I will encourage anybody and everybody to encourage folks to participate in the census. It's so important towards our funding. And in this state, not so much towards our federal representation, but it does indicate our state representation. So like right now we have 2 representatives for Putney, Dummerston, Westminster, if our population is drastically changed through this, we could see that representation change locally. So
Right.
could be revisited. So please, please, please go fill out your census. It's really easy to do online. You know?
Green Up Day is May 30th. So we are doing Green Up. We do have bags at Town Hall. We do have them out on the front step near the front doors. There's 5 to a roll. So if anybody wants to stop by the Town Hall and just grab, some bags, we encourage them to do that as well. We did talk about, and I know we don't do this, so Brian Harlow always puts a truck down at Town Hall, and everybody brings all their Green Up bags and tires and whatever to the dump truck at Town Hall. Now, this is an idea, and maybe we can implement it next year, but and this may encourage more people to participate, but if we were able to do Green Up on all the roads and then possibly put the bags down at like major intersections and have the highway department pick them up on, the following Monday, that may get people to participate a little more.
Just because of visibility, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe like bus stops.
Yeah, bus stops,
like school bus stops.
At any intersection on any road, because like Hickory Ridge, how many side roads you have, if those bags were all on Hickory Ridge, truck could go up, pick everything up, and then, go back to the highway department.
Right.
I think also, like I was on River Road the other day and somebody like dumped a television, one of the big tubes. There's a TV laying out there, and I'm like going, really? I'm like,
Bummer.
What is wrong with people, So that too, if somebody's walking down a road and there's, a big stuff like that, you put it in a pile and perhaps maybe we can get the highway department to pick it up. It might be too late to do it this year, but it might be something we should consider for next year.
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'm curious, I have not dove too far into Green Up Day media, but is there an educational campaign happening to help people understand how to safely handle sharps that are found? Because we did have last year several incidents of people finding sharps throughout the community. It's going to happen. It's a part of, frankly, it's a part of the opioid crisis, and I would really love to see education around that so people know what to do when they find them and don't feel panicked in the moment.
There is education on that, Laura, and I can have Jonathan. So Jonathan is our Green Up coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have him get information out there.
Fantastic.
There's a couple posters that are going to be posted around town too, one at Town Hall and at the co-op and at the post office. So maybe we can get information on our website too for the sharps. But there is a special way to handle those.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not that complicated, but it should be done with caution.
Right. Education
and care.
Well, and making also, if we're having highway folks picking up bags, you can't have sharps floating around in an open bag.
No, and that's why it's so important that it's done properly, that, it's ideally folks are educated in advance so they know to have some kind of plastic container that's lidded that they can tape and mark that this has sharps in it. And then I know that the dump takes them for free. So, or the I call it the dump. That's what I grew up with it being called, but the Waste Management Center.
That's true also, just since Karen mentioned it, for televisions, I believe virtually all electronics they take for free as well.
They do.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right.
moving on.
You had Landmark, Recycling, Library, and Putney Public Pool still.
Yeah, so the library, Momini Painters has their sign out in front, so I called Emily, and she's like, yes, they already washed the building. So the building's been washed. They plan on staining it next week. And I already talked to Emily about doing one coat. She's going to ask Mo to give her an estimate to do 2 coats just on the south side of the building, like we discussed.
Right.
So she's going to get that, and then and I'll let you know what it is. So we'll have to compare that with the 2 coats for the full building and see what the difference is. So hopefully I can get that before our next meeting. Well, I'm gonna ask for it before the next meeting, so we have it. Landmark College, they will be doing a virtual commencement on May 30th, which is a Saturday. I spoke to John McLaren, and he also mentioned that their high school program that they usually have in the summertime, they won't be holding that because of the COVID. Their hopes, like any other school, is that students can return in the fall, but everybody's trying to be optimistic.
Sorry, Karen, did you say they're having a commencement ceremony in person?
No, virtual.
Oh, okay. Same, same for Putney School. That there will not be an in-person graduation this year, and also they are not running their summer programs this year.
Yeah.
So same story, but also hoping to be in person in the fall.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
The school district, the greater school district, sent out an update saying pretty much the same thing. And they're planning for many different possibilities. So they're planning for the possibility of partially returning in the fall. They're planning for the possibility of remote learning in the fall, and for actually a full returnage. So fingers crossed.
All right. So Putney Public Pool status. Because of David's business and having fiberglass in the pool, I asked David to go look at the pool. Have you seen the pictures, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have a big problem.
Yes.
And I don't know how to tackle it yet. I have a call into Carol Lalott down at in Brattleboro. I'm going to make a phone call to Falvey Pool. Twin State that Joe had spoken to, they're busy until July. David did go inspect the pool, and David, you want to fill us in?
Yeah, we need to refiberglass the whole ramp, basically, from down from the top where you start in down to where it connects with the bottom, and then about 2 more feet and a strip the width of the ramp. It looks like water infiltration between the fiberglass and the cement underneath it, starting at the top of the ramp between the wall, the ramp, and the way you walk on the ramp, above the 2 suction inlets for the recirculation system. And it's lifted. Basically, we're going to have to cut through the fiberglass with a grinder at the base of the wall, strip all of it that's loose off, rough it up, clean it, and refiberglass it. So,
what kind of expense is that, David?
You know, I put in pools when I was 26 for a year, and We did. That was a very long time ago, and it looks like, you know, and I'm guessing, and it's been a long time, but because I don't know the cost of materials for this, I'd say two guys who work hard could get this stripped and cleaned in most of a day, and then reapplied and down and painted in most of a day. So that's what it looks like to me. As long as there's nothing underneath there in the cement that I haven't seen yet that needs to be dealt with, and then we've got to jackhammer out any cracks in the cement, and then hydraulic cement that and let it dry, and then fiberglass it to make it bigger. So I think basically it's unusable the way it is. It doesn't seem safe the way it is, and you're letting water in under to damage the rest of the liner. And so it's time to fix it now. You know, get the fiberglass, get me a grinder and a young back.
My understanding, though, is of the governor's restrictions currently that, you know, when I read them, I questioned it's so incredibly restrictive for pools. Are we going to, is it realistic for us to even open?
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Karen and I had to talk about that. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen, and probably this is the thing that, you know, goes on the back burner. And there's as she was saying, most of the pool companies are, you know, backlogged right now anyway, because everybody wants to get their pool up and running. And so, you know, and we haven't got a estimate or a contract with anybody yet. And who does our maintenance? Do we have a maintenance contract? Who do we?
Dalby, right?
No. Simon's operations, Joe, has always been taking care of our pool.
So does he just do that? He keeps the pumps running, does the plumbing and that stuff, but not the rest of it.
So I had Tim Carrillo. He has his own pool company, and he patched it last year, the small crack, and he said, yeah, this job is way too big for me. So he's only one person, you know, and they're all busy doing other things right now. So I'm gonna look into a couple different companies, get an estimate, and see what happens. But given that the governor is restricting and you can only have like 10 people, you know, in a pool area, I mean, it limits what we can do anyway, like with swim lessons, open pool, movie night, all of that. So, you know, we talked about a GoFundMe page too. And, you know, I want to talk to Larry about that some more, because Ruby, who has left our meeting, she had brought it up 2 years ago, you know, because of
I think it was Jamie. I actually think it was Jamie that was pushing for GoFundMe for this. I could be mistaken, but
no,
I thought
you
it
might
was
be
Jamie.
right. Yeah, Jamie and Ruby have both been in on the pool thing anyway. So
they have pretty, close goals.
Right. You know, and maybe this is a, you know, Putney mutual aid thing that can get off the ground, you know? But we have to be careful when we start, you know, doing GoFundMe pages and having other people, you know, I don't know what the liability is to the town. And I just don't want GoFundMe pages popping up for things in Putney that, you know, we're not aware of.
Yeah.
No, I do think I'm guessing it's important though that we, regardless of what the pool schedule and opening ability this summer is probably important to do this repair regardless, because I'm guessing it's not something that's going to improve with time if we try to ignore it. So.
Right. So let me get some prices, and I'm going to do my best to get them as quickly as possible. and then we can make a decision on how to address this. But I definitely agree with everyone that it needs to be dealt with now.
So we store the pool empty in the winter, right? We drain it out.
No, there's water that stays in it. It's gross.
So, and
it's really gross.
the reason behind that is, the reason we don't drain it is?
I've never understood it.
It's drained now.
No, so Joe drains it down to the jets. You know, where the jets are, where the water comes out. So he drains it down that far. And then he winterizes everything in the pool house and, you know, shuts everything down.
It's a less common practice, I think, now, David, than it used to be to drain it all the way. And I don't know what the reasoning behind that is, but that totally anecdotal, but I feel like I've seen it's more usual to see pools filled now than it used to be. And I don't know why that is.
So they're usually covered though. We don't cover ours.
Yeah.
It's really, it's weird.
Yeah.
The
way we treat it.
Because the area that's affected is above the water line, quite a bit above the water line now.
Right.
And even though rainwater will make it worse, it won't be as bad as if it's filled with water and we don't repair it. So I don't know how much damage will happen from this point forward if we don't use the pool and don't fill it. So I mean, it definitely needs to be done, and the sooner we can do it, the better, but I'm not sure how much worse it's going to get. You know, it might progress another foot and might not, you know. I don't know how much water is in there, but
my concern would be if we go into next winter without repairing it, freeze thaw damage and cracking of the concrete. So I think at a minimum it should be done. And you know, again, I'm just talking. I don't know for sure, but I think we should be aware that that's a possibility of a risk. So
that makes sense.
I've never really worked on a pool this design, a fully cement poured pool sprayed with fiberglass. It's interesting. I've never seen one. It looks like it would be really prone to cracking because of the movement of concrete.
Yes.
Most of the pools we put in only had a concrete ring and the top 3 to 4 feet. And then they were sand filled and had a vinyl or plastic liner, which move, tend to not crack, are much more easily serviced and don't pose this problem. You know, gunite's the best, but it's so expensive, you know, sprayed gunite. But I don't know.
And that's what, Brattleboro uses that gunite.
Yeah.
Josh, historically, how often does this pool crack?
I don't really know. It's not a problem that we've I mean, there's often sort of small repairs, but not anything of this scale that I'm aware of. And I don't know whether I'm just not aware of it, but you know, we're also, I mean, I can't remember, Brad did a bunch of concrete work on it 10, 12 years ago, something like that. But previous to that, I mean, that pool is, you know, age is catching up with us with the pool also. I mean, it's been there for a long time now. So, you know, we may at some point be looking at a more expensive decision-making process, and maybe we're getting closer to that point. I don't know.
This problem, looking
it's
at
got to be at least 20 years, right?
So
20 years old? Oh, it's more than that. It's pushing, probably pushing 40, I would think.
Really?
Yeah, you might be right, Josh, because my husband used to swim in that pool when he was a kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea it was that it had. Okay, that's interesting.
So
that's
I think
really
the problem's been happening for a while. Looking at the fiberglass, it's been leaking between the fiberglass and the cement for quite a while, but we weren't aware of it because the weight of the water held
the fiberglass down. Right.
And then you put in the water and it pops up, and when it pops up, it cracks. Or as it gets loose enough and people walk on it, it cracks. But I can't imagine this problem just happened. This has been happening for a while.
Yeah.
Right. And Beverly Wright, who is in charge of the pool during summer, she said it's been like that for at least 2 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, Brad would have more history on it, Karen, if you wanted.
Yeah.
He would know,
Okay.
because again, he definitely did concrete work on it a while ago. I can't remember when. And I think it was his dad who poured it originally, so he probably was in.
Maybe I'll talk to him. He might know how to handle that. Or maybe he has some connections. He knows somebody that might be able to.
Yeah.
I'll call Brad. Good recommendation. All right. So on
The
that
only
note,
thing we haven't covered, Karen, is recycling. You had that on your list.
oh no, that was supposed to be Green Up Day. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I meant to say green up, not recycling.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole nother topic.
Oh gosh, yes it is.
So warrants.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $12,849.62.
I'm pretending to sign it.
And that was noticeably less people, Karen. Is that just, have we shifted? I mean, I know we have less people working, obviously, but it felt to me like we've had a number of employees listed on the past payrolls, but with zero payment to them. And this time it was a smaller number of people. Is it the same thing? Just now we're not.
No, that was a very good observation, Josh. So we did not get timesheets for the fire department prior to Tom going on vacation.
I just wondered if we were so far down in accidents, and I mean, I know we've had a few doozies, but I was wondering if the calls were so far diminished.
No.
That we weren't seeing hours.
No, we requested timesheets to be submitted prior to departure on vacation, but it's an oversight, and unfortunately, the on-call personnel will have to wait another 2 weeks at this point. So, accounts payable warrant dated May 16th through May 22nd, 2020 in the amount of $46,745.52. So David, on that warrant is Keith Short Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, I noticed. Yeah.
I just read that, yeah.
So
That's for the shower?
That is for the decontamination shower at the fire department.
Got it.
That is a reimbursable expense through COVID.
It is, good.
Did we ever get the FEMA question answered?
The grant?
Sorry, David, you have a question about the warrants? Yeah.
I do. We paid Bob NASA $140 for something.
Yeah, we did.
What's that?
So those were for PPE for masks.
Doesn't Tom get masks through the, what's it called? The reserve?
Yes,
or
the state
whatever.
stockpile. Yes.
Stockpile.
Yeah.
So tired.
So,
Right.
I can't answer your question.
Are these special? There's just curious about that.
Well, there's
I can't answer
lots of different PPE. So was it necessarily masks or?
No, they were masks. It's on the invoice.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Let me see if I can find it.
What is Endyne Incorporated?
Endyne is a lab. It's a testing lab for our samples for water.
Okay.
Very expensive. We might have to start looking around for other contractors or labs. I've been monitoring the expenses at the treatment plant, and every year they keep going up. And I have to believe there's other companies out there that can do the same testing for less. But
Do we have anything else?
I don't. Karen?
I'm all set.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to.
So Laura, the answer to your question, so the FEMA grant through the firefighters, I ended up going through a different portal. It's a grant portal specific for PUA. So that's the one we're gonna utilize that grant.
Nice.
Great. So we will be able to get some back.
Yeah. It's still a lengthy process, but I'll work my way through it.
I'm sorry.
The other thing too is, I'm just going to mention this, that any expense that we ask for reimbursement has to be directly related to COVID-19. You know, I have about $5,000 in expenses that state they're COVID-19, but some of them are not going to be reimbursable. So COVID-19 means PPEs and overtime for personnel, like first responders, okay? So all of Tom's time, he's a salary person, so we cannot get any reimbursement for any of his overtime. Even though he put in 200 hours, he's a salaried employee, it's already budgeted. So, you know, on call is on call. I mean, they can work 40 hours a week and, you know, if they're on call. So it's going to be really hard to get reimbursed for labor for the first responders. So anything that we ask for reimbursement is going to be basically an expense item, not a labor related item.
It would seem like, though, if you could show that they were coming in for something that's directly COVID related rather than their regular duties, that should be reimbursable. And I also get that that's not always the way it works, but.
You know, we can try to submit what we think is COVID related, and the worst that can happen is they're going to reject it.
So would they, the only concern I would have is, would they reject the whole claim or pieces of the claim? Will they itemize their rejection?
I think they're just going to itemize the items and then, yeah, not the whole request, but the thing is, if we drop underneath the $3,300 threshold, they're going to kick it out anyway.
So before you go through all the work, how do we go through the list to make sure that we have fairly confident about what we submit being accepted, so you don't do all the work for nothing?
I've been through the list, and there's a lot of it that's not going to be reimbursed. So
Do you feel
70
confident about 3,300's worth, though?
No, I
Oh,
don't. So,
Well, I mean, to David's point, if it's a whole lot of work, then maybe it's not worth it. If it's not a whole lot of work, maybe it's worth it. And if they don't kick it out and we get $3,400 worth, great.
right.
Yeah.
But if it's
It's kind of the conversation we had last week.
If it's $3,800 worth of work to get $3,400, then don't bother, you know.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And we're only going to get reimbursed 75%.
So it begs the next question: if there's a lot of stuff on that list that you don't think we're going to get reimbursed for, then what were we spending $5,000 on, and should we look at that?
Good question. That's a very good question. And I have a list, so anytime you want to stop in, I can.
Okay. All right.
We can go through that list.
All right. Thank you for going over that with us. Other business. It has come to me through a few different folks that the parking situation on Kimball Hill and in front of the Putney General Store is less than desirable, that folks are parking overnight, sometimes taking up 2 spots, sometimes leaving their vehicles in front of the Putney General Store for long periods of time. Karen and I talked about this a little bit today as far as the Putney General Store is concerned, and I passed along what you had said, Karen, to Mike. And he said he was going to try and think about ways to do some positive signing. He doesn't really like the idea of putting up general store only, but he would like to find a way to positively message that these parking spots are really important for them. And then as far as Kimball Hill goes, I don't really know what to tell folks when they are upset that spots are taken up the way that they're being taken up, and I don't know that there's really anything we can do about it. So I guess I'm just bringing it up. Josh, I know you have a ton of experience with this and our parking issues in Putney, and I'm curious as to what the conversations have looked like in the past.
There's very little we can do. I mean, there are, the landowners have specific rights to specific places, but we have no authority to enforce that for them. There have been agreements with various different parcel owners in different capacities, and sometimes they hold for a while and sometimes they don't. It tends to be, in my experience, pretty cyclical. It tends to be a problem for a while, then tends to sort of seem to go away for a bit. And, it's related to occupancy numbers and the particular occupants, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not aware of any time that we as a governing entity have had a whole lot of success in trying to manage it for anybody much, because I don't think we have either the legal right or the personnel to do much about it. I think probably positive signage would be the best way to continue to try to manage it, and maybe we're willing to participate in that in some way if there's a sort of proposal brought before us, but I'm not sure.
I'm curious on Kimball Hill, so if you're headed towards Putney Central on the right hand side, those spots that are in front of houses that are marked out, are those spots actually technically do those buildings have ownership over those particular spots, or are those town spots?
I don't think they own them. It's the town right away.
Yeah,
Okay,
but there
that makes
are
sense to me.
but there are agreements. Yeah, it's definitely in the right of way. But for example, I mean, this may have shifted since Neil Maddow, he owned all three of the buildings up Kimball Hill from the general store. And there was an agreement, and I don't know where you would find this, Karen, if you were able to. There was an agreement at some point about allocation of spots for those apartments versus allocation of spots, because since he also owns the what used to be the pizza parlor, there's space behind in basically in Christian Square in that parking lot area behind there. And there was an agreement with Neil as to capacity for parking, but I don't remember the details of it. But we might be able to find that, and that might clarify a little bit of it. I would guess, the person who might know more about this than others is Lisa Papazian, because she has tried to manage it for the Historical Society, and I think she was on the board when that agreement with Neil was made, perhaps. So might be worth asking her if she has any memory. But yeah, the only thing I know we can mandate is no parking from whatever it is, November 15th to April 1st, or for the snowplows.
For
overnight parking.
Exactly. Other than that,
And
I don't have jurisdiction.
And that's the only time overnight parking is banned, is during those winter months, correct? Okay.
Yes.
There's some confusion on that as well. So I will clarify that.
It's mostly about courtesy,
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Neighbors being neighbors.
Yeah.
I think we can bring that up.
Yeah, right.
It's been complicated for as long as I can remember. I mean, it just, again, sometimes it rears its head and sometimes it doesn't. And
Well, just to, let you guys know, when the Route 5 bridge construction actually starts, the general store is going to lose those parking spaces on Route 5, for the construction. So it's going to be even harder. So
yeah, they might want to consider signage before that happens.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good recommendation, to just point out what the schedule is to them and okay.
Yeah. And of course, the other thing about that, but I mean, it's sort of irrelevant right now, but Next Stage has an agreement with Basketville where they use their parking, but there's no events, so that's irrelevant. But Basketville isn't going to be available anyway because the bridge is going to be closed. So that's also.
Yeah. The timing of all of this, I have to say, is actually shaking out kind of well. Traffic is reduced. We're, that's as far as like doing this to the bridge and all of that. It's not too bad as far as timing goes if we're going to have a pandemic. But I did point out to Mike the history of Baskerville supporting community parking, and he wasn't aware of that. So,
but it also would be worth reviewing if you could find it, that agreement with Neil, because it does allow for parking. The whole concept was that tenants of those three buildings above the general store, in theory, are supposed to park behind the pizza parlor at least some of the time. And I again, I don't know the details, but reminding people of that. Neil is no longer the owner of what used to be Mellon Store, the next one above.
There's 4 apartments
Jocelyn,
in there. Yeah.
Jocelyn, yeah, but there's a number of apartments in there,
4.
and there's
4.
competition for those spots. So, and I'm guessing she inherited the agreement that Neil had, but I don't know that. So it would be worth looking for that.
But during the wintertime, they have to park behind the old pizza place. But during the summertime, it's, they can park on Kimmel Hill. Now, Neil also has apartments in that green building, and he's got parking behind the pizza place as well. But again, during good weather, they're all parking on the street.
Right. So that's more about messaging and speaking. I mean, like, talking to Jocelyn and asking her to ask her tenants to park behind the pizza place. And, it's all about neighbor stuff.
Right.
Are people going to quit? Not all the time, obviously. So.
And Mike and Kim are being really lovely about the parking in front of the general store. Their feelings are, as long as we're closed, it's open to anyone. They have no problem with folks parking there when they're closed. They just really ask that folks don't park there when they're open for long periods of time, especially in this time of doing curbside service. They need those spots in order to be able to serve people well. So, but I think that they're being very thoughtful in their approach to it. And so I will pass along some of this information. And then just a friendly nudge to you guys, we still have to schedule time to do Karen's review. So, I'll just keep reminding you, we'll get there. I'll send out an email again. So, all right, so the one other thing I was going to bring up is we have been doing executive sessions in the same go-to meeting that we're doing our regular meeting in. And I noticed when I was reviewing Brattleboro's protocol, and it makes sense to me, that we should actually be jumping out of this meeting and going into a separate one so that nobody could accidentally come into our meeting during an executive session. Though we would notice somebody coming in, there's a chance that we could miss it.
Yeah, but you can lock the meeting.
That's what I was going to say.
Come in.
Okay, are we doing that?
Yes, during our executive sessions, yes. We turn off the recorder and then I lock the meeting.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Then let's not worry about it. I just noticed that and was like, oh, we haven't been doing that. So that's good to know.
No, BCTV showed me how to do that.
Well, thank you, BCTV. They are wonderful for so many reasons.
Yes.
All right. So unless we need an executive session.
No, we do not.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, our next meeting date. I know you're excited. We're skipping. We're not going to do a emergency management meeting next week. We're going to take a week off and regroup. And our next meeting date is June 3rd. And then we will go back to the emergency management schedule until it is no longer needed. And now, please jump all over that motion.
Motion to adjourn.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone. Thank you
Night,
so much.
Right. Be well.
Good job.
Yep.
So enjoy the week off.
It is 6 p.m. on Monday, May 18th, 2020. And this is the Newfane Select Board meeting. We are meeting through Zoom tonight rather than in person. And I would just like to say a few things about how we're going to work with Zoom. And first of all, if somebody wants to speak, please raise your hand a little higher than normal so that I will be able to see your hand, and then I can call on you. If somebody else is speaking and you raise your hand, I will just ask you to wait until somebody else is finished speaking. So that's it. We have Winetta Powling, Administrative Assistant. We have Melissa Brown, Newfane Treasurer. Angela Sanborn, Select Board Member. Shelley Huber, Select Board Member. Jay Wilson, Road Foreman, and I'm Marion Dowling, Select Board Member. So I'm going to call the meeting to order, and the first item on the agenda is additions or amendments to agenda. Yes.
I didn't see any executive session follow-up from our meeting on May 12th.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't we do that right now? Or we have, do you want to proceed, Shelley?
My understanding was that we were going to make a public announcement or a decision of the board.
Well, we're just reporting what the last item was that, I mean, we didn't vote on anything, but we agreed on something. So would you like to tell us, everybody, what we agreed on?
Don't recall. That's why I wanted to bring it up again.
Okay. Well, what we agreed on, there was nothing to vote on. What we agreed on was that we wanted to all move forward and to work well together. And that was an agreement that everybody said that was the right thing to do at that time. Angela, do you have anything to add to that?
I agree to that. I think I was overvoted.
Angela?
I agree on that. I would just like to re-stress on the point that we work well together and set personal biases beside, and that we conduct ourselves professionally and help move the town forward.
Right. That's what we said at the end. Okay. Anybody else? Shelley?
I wasn't in agreement with that, so I guess that's why it seemed a little odd that we weren't. I think we were advised by the town attorney to make some sort of statement.
That was the statement that we agreed on, to move forward and to work well together and to say what Angela said about.
Okay, again, I'm not in agreement with that. I wasn't in agreement.
You might have not agreed, but then it must have been everybody else agreed. I don't remember that. But there was no vote taken on anything. So then we have to say that the majority of the people agreed, as actually was recommended, that we want to move forward, working together well, being respectful with each other and being supportive. And then there were one person who didn't agree, but that was the result. Okay?
Well, I'm not saying that I'm in disagreement of that statement. I'm in disagreement of making that statement out of the executive session.
Well, that was the last item that we talked about.
I mean, I've always, honored that. I don't think that's anything that we should. It's always something that we should be working on.
Absolutely.
So we had an issue, and I'm not happy with the resolve of it.
Okay. Well, there was no vote taken. We didn't take any vote. So,
Well, I'll check in with the
3-1 with
attorney
one
about it.
abstaining.
I'm sorry, we're not a what?
It was 3-1 with one abstaining to report to the public. Outcome of executive session.
Okay.
Well, I think that vote is, or that is not correct.
I have Marion, Angela, and Chris voting to agree.
Okay.
You were not in agreement, and
Okay.
Mike abstained.
Right.
Angela?
May I ask that when every board member is available that we readdress this? If that's what needs to be done? No? Okay.
No. You know, first of all, we have to remember that the executive session is a private session, so we're not going to get into what was discussed.
Correct.
And secondly, at the end of the executive session, we had an agreement. We were asked to agree. Some people agreed, and that was a majority of people. One person didn't agree, and one person abstained, and the meeting was over, and that's the report of the meeting.
Okay, so I will just continue to discuss it with the town attorney then.
Okay, you do that. That's a good idea. Okay, let's go on to approval of minutes, please. Is there anybody who make a motion to approve the minutes of March 27th, emergency meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve them.
Any second? I'll second it. Is there a discussion?
The discussion, this is on the March 27th minute.
Mm-hmm.
So what was amended?
Yeah, under new business, the town operating business as normal under conditions, I got 2 italics, and then the amendment was in italics. Discussion by select board to temporarily postpone holding any unnecessary gatherings or meetings by select board, DRB, Williamsville Hall Committee, or other organizations during the governor's executive order.
Okay, so that was something that was added. We had to talk about it at that previous meeting, but it was added in by whom?
It was taken from the remainder of the notes. I was asked to make it as simple as possible, but it was part of the notes that I had taken.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes of March 27th, please say aye.
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 And aye. So the ayes have it. Thank you. May 4th, 2020, regular meeting by Zoom. Does anybody make a motion? Angela?
Oh, I have discussion. I'd like to correct something.
Oh, okay. Well, do we have a motion to do that?
To make a motion to correct something in the report? I'll make that motion.
Okay. Second, and then we can have a discussion. Shelley, do you want to second it so we can have a discussion?
Sure.
Under additions and amendments to the agenda, it talked about having the administrative assistant to return to work, and I don't see where we actually did take a vote at that, either at that time or during her report that we voted that she didn't have to return to work until today.
No, May 15th.
May 15th, yes, Friday, right?
Right.
Yes.
So that vote is not in there.
That's the only thing I saw that needs to be changed. So we have to have a sentence in there about the vote.
Are you talking about under additions and amendments to the agenda? It said, take a vote to have administrative assistant return to work. Is that what you're reading, Angela?
Yes. At that meeting, we took a vote for when she needed to return to work.
Okay. And you're saying that's not in the report?
On the May 4th regular meeting by Zoom, in the administrative report, it says that I have returned to the computer and printer to the town office in order for select board to continue having meetings and to comply with open meeting laws. I have been working from the office since then.
Well, what she's stating is that we did take a vote.
I know, but we did take a vote on that.
That's not noted in the vote. Who voted for what?
I believe I made the motion that she returned to work on the 15th.
Renetta, do you have those notes?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I can find the notebook. I will make the correction.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now, we can't vote on accepting the minutes until that's corrected. Is it
amended?
Amended, I'm sorry.
So I make a motion that we table the May 4th minutes till the next meeting so that can be corrected.
I second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of amending those minutes until and approving them until the next meeting on June 1st, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and there are no nays. So that's amended. Okay, Winetta, you have that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, so next item on the agenda is road foreman's and road commissioner's report.
Can you hear me?
I forgot to say something.
Sure.
I forgot in the beginning to mention that Mike Fitzpatrick and Christopher Williams are absent tonight, and therefore we only have 3 people on the agenda. And so the road commissioner is not here to add anything on. Okay, JM, go ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we have the pre-bid meeting for Monroe Bridge on May 26th at 9. We started replacing culverts in addition to the normal grading and graveling. And the guardrail work was set to begin today. They had a slight delay because one of their workers had a fever. So they're hoping for tomorrow, but I don't know yet whether they'll be down tomorrow or not. Car tree service is going to be setting a crane up on the top of Newfane Hill to remove a tree. It's scheduled for May 28th. That section of road isn't, it's closed all winter anyways, so it's not a road people have to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
So how far up on the Newfane Hill is that?
The very top, the last house on this side of the hill.
Just past the cemetery?
Yep.
Okay.
The access permit for Browns Road has been reviewed and that can be approved. There was no problems with that. And I received 2 prices for crack sealing the pavement to extend the life of the pavement until we can resurface. The first was from Nikon at $4,250 a day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day. The other was from Gorman Brothers at $14,250 to $19,950 per day. They estimate 3 to 4.5 miles a day. Both included traffic control in the prices. I would recommend Nikon for up to 3 days of sealing. We're going to start at the Dover line and comes back towards South Newfane, since that's the last section that we'll be paving. We've got a couple more years of paving kind of on this side before we get over there again. So that should help to keep it from from getting worse.
So Jay,
Yes.
how many miles of road are we doing this?
Paving, I mean, excuse me, sealing?
Sealing, yeah.
Well, there's pieces of, there's Dover Road down to South Newfane. There's a little stretch of Auger Hole Road. And the pavement from, I believe it was 3 years ago on Depot has a crack in it that we're going to try to seal, because that'll be another probably 8+ years before we can get to that again. So altogether, you're probably looking at for 6, I'm guessing close to 6 miles, 5 point something miles. And the amount of miles they can do all depends on how severe the cracking is. So there'll be sections they can cover fairly fast, and there's other sections that are going to take a lot longer. So they both do a price per day.
Yeah.
And the variance on Gorman Brothers is they keep track of how many gallons of material they put out, and that's how they charge. Whereas the other one just has a set figure per day that it covers everything.
Have you worked with either of these?
Both of them do good work. I checked on both of them. There's a number of companies that do it, and it doesn't stay in very well. Both of these come highly recommended, and the one we've used in the past was Nikon.
So for NICOM, you're basing it on a per day, and they estimate they can cover 2 miles of road per day.
Yes.
So how much is that total amount compared to the other one?
That would be, well, if you do comparing it to 2 miles,
624.
They're about 60% of the cost of Gorman Brothers.
There's 60% less?
60% of the cost, so 40% less.
40% less, okay. Okay. So they'll do I saw you had a traffic control and all that.
They do everything, yep. They blow out the cracks with high pressure, and they heat them as they go, and then they put it's the same thing they did on Route 30 last fall or summer.
Yeah. And do you have, I'm sure you keep track of it, and you have a ledger or something about which roads, just, so that we have a idea,
For paving, you mean?
No, for any kind of road work, when you're doing the sealing, you got like a sheet that says we've done this X amount of these roads, and these are the roads that we have to do next.
Right, we try to do that with paving. We've been working on a plan, and it gets redone almost every year because some roads the pavement lasts better than others.
Yeah.
So you can say 5 years from now we're going to do this road, but that changes.
Yeah.
So we had the states working with us to try to come up with a good plan of, if we can do 1 mile per year, this is how we make it. And then every few years we get a pavement grant, so we cover a bunch more and catch up a little bit. I think if we don't get it this year, the next year we'll be eligible for a paving grant.
Okay.
So
pretty much.
When do you want to do this?
They thought they could do it during the month of June.
Mm-hmm. And by when do you have to?
Sorry. I'm hoping to get it done before they put the yellow stripe. The state redoes our yellow lines every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to get it sealed before they come around and paint the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never know when they're coming to do that. It's just random and they show up. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
So do we need to vote and make a motion on accepting one of these bids right now, or?
Sure, if you'd like to do that, that'd be fine.
I'll make a motion to use Nikon for the ceiling.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of hiring Nikon, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so
Good.
the ayes have.
Thank you.
And then you have one more item, Jay, right?
Actually, I have a couple more because there was some stuff that happened since I did the report Friday.
Oh, okay.
So I have a meeting with Northeast Municipal scheduled for Wednesday to go over the plan for the hazmat and safety procedures for the garage. They finally felt comfortable coming out, so we're gonna figure out how to meet, you know, across the garage or however, outdoors, something.
It's just an annual inspection.
No, this is the company that was gonna come up with a plan for us as to how to implement all this and train everybody. We have to have, everybody has to be trained in hazmat because we have stuff we use around here that's, and so they're gonna come up with a plan, and then I'll bring that back with a price for you guys.
Okay, and you'll probably let us know if there's any grants available.
Yep. And then, so we had that little storm Friday night. We had some trees down, a little bit of washing, but pretty much we came out of it good. We were very fortunate. And then the stone wall repair on Cemetery Hill is nearing completion. It's coming out really good. And I figured maybe every couple of years we should look at if another section is bulging out or whatever, and maybe catch it before it's down like it did this time.
Yeah.
But he's done nice work. So if you get a chance this week, take a ride up there.
Mm-hmm.
And the sidewalk repair, the cracks in the sidewalk were done last week. So that's all done.
Cracks in the sidewalk.
That was one of the things that the insurance company was after.
Okay.
And that's it.
Well, thank you so much. And
Sure.
thank you for coming out on that Friday. Yes?
I have a question.
Sure.
So the cracks in the sidewalk, aren't those sidewalks part of the village?
No, this is our walkway into the office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, not those. That's the village part. No, it's just our walkway to I guess the insurance company was worried about somebody tripping on the cracks.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So the only other thing you have to do is approve the access permit for George and Cena Friend on Bruce Brook Road.
All right.
Browns Road.
What's happening there?
They're putting a house in that field. So their access, I think, was, I don't have the papers in front of me. I dropped them back at the office, but I believe it was 60 or 70 feet in from Route 30. They're going to put a driveway into the field.
Oh.
Where their barway is.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering what's going on there.
I'll make a motion to grant the access permit for Browns Road for them.
So second. Okay, Shelley, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the ayes have it, and they may proceed. Thank you, Jay, for all the work you have been doing, and thank Chris also.
May I also make a motion to approve the road foreman's report?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? No. All those in favor of accepting the road foreman's report, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thanks, Jay. Great.
I just have a question. I just want to, everyone's well and good on the road crew? Yeah.
Good.
You have to unmute to do that.
Yes.
Everybody's fine.
Good.
That's great. Good to know. Okay, next item on the agenda is treasurer's report. And that's Melissa. And you're on, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
So last week I had mentioned the 5 CDs that are with Bradford Savings and Loan. I received the interest for the CDs. They totaled $2,034.31 for all of them. They've been allocated accordingly. I've also completed the rollover for the new CDs for the 91 days. Next, we have a town-owned property. Last year there was a tax sale held on February 28th, 2019. The property was bid on by the town and is now town-owned as of March 3rd, 2020.
Can I ask what property?
The owner of the property was unable to redeem the property. What's that?
No, I'm asking Shelley, can you wait till she finishes her report and then you can make
Okay.
time for questions? Go ahead, Melissa.
All right. So the owner of the property was unable to redeem the property within the 1-year time frame from the actual tax sale date. The property is located on Glebe Road in Williamsville. This is not actually the first time that the property has gone into tax sale, but usually the mother pays for the taxes so the owner doesn't lose it. I've had a couple of calls from people asking when this property will be going up for sale by the town because they are interested in buying it. And I have recently had a call from the previous owner's mother, and she's interested in buying the property back for her son. I did speak with Bob Fisher in regards to the matter briefly. He said that we have 3 options as to what we can do with this. If the mother wants, she can write a letter to the select board letting them know that she's willing to bring the property current. The board would then have to decide whether they want to sell it to her. If they decide to sell it to her, they would have to advertise it in the newspapers in case anybody wanted to challenge it. The second option is we can advertise and set a date to auction the property off. Third option is we can advertise and set a date to bid the property off by like a silent auction where everyone would send in sealed bids. So with all the options, I would calculate what is owed currently on the property along with what went into tax sales so we can recoup all the taxes and the attorney fees. If you auction the property, the starting bid would be for what is owed, which is currently $3,543.71. Anything above that goes back to the previous owner. If we do decide to do any kind of auction or sealed bid, I would like to add in a couple other properties. These 2 properties were also in tax sale and neither owners redeemed them because they both passed away and neither families are interested in the properties. You want me to keep going or you want to?
Yeah, no, keep going, then we can talk about things.
Okay. Next I have FEMA property. I have received a phone call from a gentleman who is interested in leasing property on the Dover Road. This property is in the flood zone and was part of the buyback program during Tropical Storm Irene. I have asked him to also write to the select board with a proposal as to what he is looking to do. He stated that he is an energy healer and wants the property to have a quiet place to sit. He also mentioned that he wants to put up a teepee or a tent there. I did also speak briefly with Bob Fisher in regards to this, and he advised me to look in the land records to see what stipulations there may be on these properties. I did search it out, and I do have some deeds that I can go over with you guys. Other than that, everything else is the same. Doing the payroll, the accounts payable, taxes, and I'll complete the monthly reporting soon. I do have the special appropriations though that I've done some calculating on, and let's see. Special appropriations that were approved at the town meeting are a $2,000 difference from what I'm calculating, and we're going to be short if we pay everything for the special appropriations. I did call Garrett Baxter today at VLCT, and he advised me just to pay it if the board wishes to, and we'll just go over budget.
You have a spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you want to go over that spreadsheet or.
No, but just, I mean, I don't know if people had a chance to read it before the meeting, but the bottom line is you're saying that we are $2,000 short. And didn't we vote on this in the past now that we were going to pay that $2,000 so that we could keep our word to the vote that was taken at town meeting?
No, I think you guys tabled it.
What, Shelley? Shelley?
This hasn't been handled. It hasn't been
No, I believe
decided on.
it was tabled at a previous meeting to discuss it another time.
Okay.
So I'd like to go back to the start of her report so we can go through the report.
Okay. What part do you want to talk about?
So back on the town-owned property, What is the address on that property? Is it just Glebe Road?
No, I do have the exact address. I just didn't know if I should put it out there, but I guess it doesn't matter. It's actually 16 Cramp Lane, which is off from Glebe Road. It's kind of a private road.
Okay. So I think we need to think about, make a vote, take a vote on how we're going to handle this. As far as an auction.
Well, there's, looks like we have a few options, right?
Yeah.
Melissa, one is that the mother would want to pay the back taxes.
Yep.
But they would sell it to her for the back taxes, correct?
They'd sell it to her for the back taxes that were in tax sale, the attorney fees, and then whatever anything is owed the 2 years after that. So he actually owes 5 years now.
So how much is that? Is that 3,000?
Yep. Yep.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to make a decision as to how we're going to handle it as far as auction, you know, or I think by rights, we have to do it, you know, legally in an auction. It hasn't been paid. It continues to be unpaid. And the mother would have the option of, you know, being in that auction.
She could, yep.
You said that she had paid the taxes before. This has happened before. How many times did that happen?
I've seen 2 other times in the records.
Mm-hmm. Does she have the right of first refusal in this?
No, she's lost everything. Everything's town owned now.
Okay.
It's kind of up to you guys how you want to handle it.
So it's owned by the town now?
Yep.
It's not a personal property?
Right.
Right, it was owned by somebody in the town, yep.
Right. So I think the fair thing to do is to put it up for auction.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, especially
That's
whereas there's other people that are calling about it and have been calling and waiting for this property.
Mm-hmm.
So I make a motion that we set a date to auction the property off.
I'll second it.
I don't know if we okay. That's a live auction.
And I would like to add to the motion, if it's okay, to combine this, that Melissa said if we do put this on auction, she would have 2 other properties to put on auction also at the same time.
I did find out about another one today, so this morning or this afternoon. So can we make that 3?
Can you give us the addresses on those?
One of them's on Depot Hill Road. And the other one is out on South Wardsboro Road.
So Melissa, would you be doing a tax sale the way we've done it in the past? Where
they're already tax sale, they're already town owned.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, who would be doing the auction?
Bob Fisher would have to be in charge of it.
Okay. And it would be held at town hall?
No, you can either do a town hall auction or you can do it kind of like you do the bids for Jay's stuff. Have a sealed envelope.
Oh,
you kind of set that base amount that you need or want, and then they'll just bid above it or that amount, whatever they want.
Okay.
I mean, I guess Ellie, you know, the other one, the first one I was talking about, the mother could bid like $50,000 and just pay off that $3,500 to win the auction, and then anything above that would actually go to her son.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the Glebe Road, Camp Road or something, Depot Road, South Wardsboro, and where else?
The other one's up on Hunter Brook Road. And I'm going to have to talk to Bob about some of this stuff because the first one that we talked about, the guy is still living there and has all this stuff there. So find out who's going to be responsible for removing him, removing the property. I don't know who's going to be in charge of that. If the new owners will have to take on that responsibility of getting him out of there or what the deal is.
Well, we're the owners right now. We don't sell a property with people on it.
Yeah, I know. Some of them did state, though, the ones that we're calling are willing to take on that issue.
And keep them as a tenant.
Well, I think we have to.
I was saying, would they keep them on as a tenant?
No.
They would purchase it with the person in it and then deal with it by themselves.
Yep.
Well, I think we need to talk to Bob Fisher, how that is handled.
I think so too.
Yeah. So, is anybody wanting to make a motion to plan on an auction for all of these properties at the same time using Bob Fisher as the person?
I will amend my original motion and include that on there for all of the properties.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? So Melissa, I just want to make clear, you would be calling Bob Fisher and setting this all up. Okay.
Yep. So you want me to set up when to do the auction?
Sure. I mean, you can work it
And
out with Bob then, right? Bob is the one who would be doing the auction.
Yeah.
Is that normally something you do, or would they are mid, one now to do this?
Honestly, I don't know. There's quite a few town-owned properties, and I don't know if you guys have ever really sold them or not.
So I would think the administrative assistant should handle the, and then work with you to coordinate it.
I can do the postings and the legal notices, but I believe in the past it was the delinquent tax collector that actually operated and worked the.
Now it's not really delinquent anymore because it's now town-owned.
Well, it would be a great question to find out the answer to and
Yeah,
then move forward.
The first thing you would do is talk to Bob Fisher and he can guide you. And then we can decide who's going to.
It might be a little easier for me because I do have all the figures and I'm going to have to do all the calculating anyways than having one header do it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, work with her as far as making the postings and all that.
Making the what?
Having the postings, the announcement.
Do you guys want a public auction or do you want the sealed bids?
I think, why don't you talk to Bob first? And then,
You said it was up to you guys.
oh, okay. Well,
Yes. So I make a motion that we have a public bid, a public auction.
wait, we haven't finished. Don't we have a motion on the table already?
Yeah, we have to vote on the original motion.
Right, we have to vote on would you like to repeat
Repeat the motion?
Yes.
I made a motion that we do the auction on all of the properties, and Melissa was going to talk to Bob Fisher.
Exactly. Okay. And you second that, Shelley. So now we're going to vote. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it with that. And now the second part is that Melissa will contact Bob Fisher. No. What are you saying? No.
I'm just saying that I think we need to make a second motion that it would be, the sale would be done by a public auction. I make
Can
a
you
motion.
do public auction right now?
I don't think so.
That's why I'm wondering if it should be sealed bids, just because you can't get together with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would go with sealed bids if we vote.
Yeah.
So does anybody
So
want to make a motion? Shelley, you want to make a motion on that, please?
I make a motion that we do a sealed bid auction
I'll second
for
it.
the tax sale
Good.
for the 4 properties.
Yes, 4 properties.
Okay, so Angela
I'll second that.
seconded. Any further discussion about that? So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So though we're going to put the 4 properties up for auction at the same time, and it will be done by sealed bid, and Melissa will contact Bob Fisher for further information and advice. So you'll get back to us, Melissa, right?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. So next part of Melissa's report. Shelley, you wanted to talk about something?
No, I have a question.
Oh, Angela?
Yes. Where on Dover Road is this, are we looking at for this next part?
FEMA? For FEMA?
Yes.
Oh, for the FEMA?
Yes.
You know where the red barn house is? That corner right there? Or you know where Sharon Newell's is? Probably not.
Yes. Yes, I know where Sharon's is.
Right across there. Shelley, if you're going through that covered bridge from Williamsville to South Newfane,
Yeah.
you keep going up Dover Road and there's a house that looks like a barn.
Yes.
It used to be a barn.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right up after that. You go around that corner and there's 2 houses and then there's that open land right there on the right-hand side next to the brook.
Oh, well, wasn't that where the trailer had?
Yeah, one trailer and one house was there.
Okay. So we own that, correct?
Yes, that was part of the buyback program through the state after the flood.
So I'm sure that has a lot of restrictions on it.
Well,
has Bob looked at it?
Did what?
Has Bob Fisher looked at it?
No, I didn't have Bob look at it. He told me to actually go into the deeds and look up to see what the restrictions were. I tried to email these to you guys today, but they wouldn't scan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I actually did find compatible use. The property shall be dedicated and maintained in perpetuity as open space for conservation of natural floodplain functions. Such uses may include parks for outdoor recreation, activities, wetland management, nature reserves, cultivating, grazing, and camping, except where adequate warning time is not available to allow evacuation.
How much land is there?
One of the properties is a ½ an acre. Actually, they're both a ½ an acre.
There's 2 properties there?
Yeah, there's 2 properties, 246 Dover Road and 236 Dover Road.
246 and 236?
Yep. So then I found also in part of the PTTR in the transfer section, it said the grantee may convey a property interest only to a public entity or a qualified conservation organization. However, the grantee may convey an easement or lease to a private individual or entity for purpose compatible with the uses described in paragraph A, which is what I just read you.
Yep. I know how I think about it.
What do you think of?
Well, I think that it should remain as a public entity, and my understanding at one point or another there was some discussion about making a community park there and keeping it as a public area.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it would be to have a teepee or a tent, maybe put a picnic table as a place to sit or something.
Right.
You
I
can
would
put like
not
a
lease
public
it.
restroom or something in there too, if you wanted to.
Yeah. I would call it at like a pocket park. And to, you know, look at some financing, you know, to support doing a bathroom or something, you know, for that, for the community out in, you know, that area.
Mhm.
And other, you know, tourism, stop along the road, enjoy Newfane.
Is this
South
something
Newfane.
we can vote on now?
What about parking? Is there
I
like an area for parking when people stop right there? That's another concern though, because that's another zippy part of the road where people
Right.
just tend to speed like crazy. So I'd
Yeah.
be concerned myself with having it as an open public place for someone just because people don't follow the traffic
I would
laws.
put, yeah, but I would put in the pocket park, you would want parking, off-road parking. So with, say, bathroom or whatever, it would be designed out to accommodate that, not parking alongside the road. And then there's people that live right there too. So, I mean, they all each have driveways. It's not going to be, I don't, it's 0.5 acres. So it's, you know, combined, it's going to be an acre.
Right, but people's personal driveways shouldn't be brought into the, how do I say this? That has nothing to do with the other side of the road pocket park. You'd have to have adequate parking for that specific spot.
That would have to be all studied.
Right.
Yeah, I think it would be important to go and look at this in person and see how it's configured and what
Well,
possibilities might be.
I'm not a specialist on pocket parks, but you know, a land designer would have to figure that out. But I'm not into having that leased out to a private person. So
Maybe I can steer him out to that, sorry.
Go ahead.
That South Wardsboro Road has like 5 acres and it won't park. Maybe I can suggest if he's interested in something like that.
Well,
purchasing it if we sell it. He can
he'll
put his
have to
TV out
find
there.
it on his own, I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of effort into trying to find him a land in Newfane. He can, you know, find that out. But what I think right now we just need to make a decision on this property, and I, you know, make a motion that we do not, you know, this guy's come to the board, and I make a motion that we keep it as a public property.
I'll
not
second
with a
that.
lease.
I'll second that it remains as public entity.
So just, he's supposed to send a letter to one at a care of the select board. So I'll just you want her to respond then?
Well, let's vote on it first. If any further discussion, or we can vote on the motion to keep it as public land.
Vote.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So vote is to keep it as public land.
Yeah.
I think it would be appropriate for Juanetta to receive the letter and then respond with the board's decision that we voted on it this day.
Right.
Okay, Juanetta?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last item was special appropriations. Any discussion?
I would say we pay it because it was voted on by the townspeople at town meeting and we have to do it, and we'll, I guess, figure it out. And
well, that's what I meant before when I said we voted on that before we discussed it. So I agree. Well, it was voted on town meeting that we pay. And
as an added note in our, I just wanted to bring in addition, I just got this out of my box. It's been there, I don't know how long, but in our Town of Newfane 2021 expenses, we had a decrease in the Wyndham Regional, or the waste, what is it, Wyndham
Solid Waste Management
District.
Waste Management. So there's a savings of 504 that was not included in the original budget. So, or savings.
I can't pull from one line item to the other, though.
Oh, okay. So how do we find money in the budget?
It's going to be one of those things. It's going to just go over budget, and that's going to be the end of it. You know, other things will come under budget, even though we're not taking it out of the line item. You'll still have the money in there to hopefully pay for it, which I don't foresee a problem in paying that $2,000 anyways.
Well, we have to, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, so at that time, if we go over budget and the bill comes through or something, then we just approve it, correct? We make a motion on it if it's over budget?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's going to be just over budget by $2,000 for that whole section. The only other way to do it is appropriate each one to come up with that $2,000 difference. But whereas the town voters voted to restore everything back to last year,
Yeah,
the
I think it's
VLCT
very
attorney,
important. We have to honor that vote from the
the
town.
VLCT attorney advised that we do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I voted for it. I just was asking where we get the money, that's all. I'm just.
No, I know. So we need to vote on it though, and make a motion to vote on this so we can get it handled.
I make a motion that we pay. I mean, the townsfolk already did it. We're just discussing what happened and what's going on. So
okay, we don't have to make a motion. Right?
I don't think so.
No.
It's already been done.
Okay. So that's it. Melissa?
I will make a motion to approve the Town of Newfane Treasurer's report, though.
Yes, absolutely. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So that passes. And Melissa, I have to say that it's really great when you come to our meetings because you help us understand things sometimes, which at least I can speak for myself. Sometimes I don't understand everything you're doing, and it is really great to have you here in person so that things get clearer, and you're doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, administrative assistance report is next.
I've completed 5 high-weight, overweight application permits and mailed them out to the respective businesses. Updated insurance certificates have been coming in to be added to the files. I have answered 4 different animal control calls since last week. With owner's approval, I chose to keep 1 dog overnight at my house. The owner had been transported to Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center from Grace Cottage. They were reunited on Friday night. Windham County Humane Society wanted a checkup on elderly couple that might need assistance with caring for animals in a rabbit hutch or cage. That was done and nothing was needed. A missing small dog on Baker Brook Road is still missing. The golden retriever has been reported lost and came home on her own. There has been a complaint of somebody picking up firewood off of property along the new road. A phone call was made to the individual to avoid sending the Vermont State Troopers out. I received a call from American Legion. They will not be holding Memorial Day celebrations on the Newfane Common due to their elderly ages and current COVID-19 conditions. The fax machine in the town clerk's office is old. I have not been able to find a replacement ink cartridge. We moved an additional machine that was in the office and that one is not receiving or sending fax based on the tests we made. Would like to order a new machine from Staples. In addition to all of my other duties, I've been cleaning the town hall while our building is still closed to the public. Sierra has not been in since the executive order was placed.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And she wouldn't even accept help. She wanted to do it all by herself. And you do a great job, Renetta. Thanks. Do we have to vote on getting a fax machine, or do we have the budget for it? I'll be with you in a minute, Angela.
Okay, thank you.
It would be under office appropriations, wouldn't it, Melissa?
No, I'd go under small office equipment.
Okay.
And is there a budget to get a new replacement machine?
I'd have to look at the budget.
Okay.
Shelley, I think you might, oh, you probably don't have it in front of you.
Well, Angela, next. Wait, Shelley, wait 1 minute. Angela had her hand up first.
I just wanted to know, Juanetta, if you and possibly Carol had looked at them and found prices.
I did look at the ones at Staples, and they range from the low 100s to over 400.
Okay.
It would not need to be an expensive one, just to use several times a year.
Okay.
Shelley? Shelley?
Are people still using fax machines?
Oh, yes.
For what, legal stuff? Real legal stuff?
If there's a document that needs to be signed or added to something, it's sometimes easier to send it via fax.
Yeah. So you said Carol could look up prices, or she did, or you're doing that, Juanetta?
I was doing it.
Okay. So
yeah, I would just get a cheap.
What, Shelley?
I said I would just get a cheap one. I do a lot of business, signing back and forth. We do it all by email. But how often do you fax?
Not every month, but it could be a few times next month.
But it would be for everybody in the office, not just you, right?
Right.
In the town clerk's office.
Well, it's probably best if you, perhaps you and Carol can look up different machines, what the different machines offer, the different prices, and then just decide which one would work the best for all of you joined together, and then check with Melissa on the budget for it. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We don't have to vote on this.
No, if we got money in it, it's only if we don't have money, I guess. Then Melissa will tell us where we can get it.
Yeah, I'll find a spot for it.
Okay, can we have a motion to accept the administrative assistant's report, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
I would like to add one thing real quick. I would like to thank Juanetta for taking the animal control officer calls. That is above and beyond your duties, and I appreciate that so much.
Well, there's vacancies still open. If anybody is available, I will give them your numbers.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. And we have to keep.
Yeah, we're still looking.
What, Shelley?
We're still looking for an animal control officer.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's vote on accepting, when I just think we all said aye. And that's done.
Aye. Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Thank you, Juanetta, for all the work you're doing and going beyond the call of duty. Definitely. Okay, we are up to unscheduled members of the public, and there are none.
Oh, I have one question.
Yes.
What are the hours for what are your hours? What's happening as far as for the public, they have to make an appointment to come in still?
Yes. Yes.
And what are the hours of operation?
I went back to the Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5, and then whatever balance is on Friday, I would leave half hour or half day. I'm the only one in the office on Friday.
I'm sorry, it's blinked out. What did you say?
She said that she's there from Monday to Thursday from 9 to 5.
8 to 5.
Yes, I got that.
And half a day on Friday. And at that time on Friday, she's the only one in the building.
Okay. So by appointment only?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we don't have any unscheduled members of the public, so we will go to the next item, which is old business. The first one is about an appointment and reappointment of town forest fire warden. And Winetta, would you like to talk about that, please?
We received a request from the Department of Forest, Parks and Recreation asking to have a reappointment before June 30th of our current fire warden. It's a 5-year appointment, and I contacted Todd Lawley to see if he was still willing to serve in this capacity, and he agreed. So I emailed him the form, he signed it, accepting the appointment, and all it needs is for the select board to, the select board to approve the appointment.
I make a motion to approve the appointment.
I second that.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay. I just have one question, Winetta.
Yes.
Given that we're all over the place, how do you want to do this? Do people come to the town office and sign this for you, that we can get to Todd?
I already have the original here, and if at some point you drop in, that would be fine. We just need a majority.
Okay.
I will do it tonight when I come over for pay orders. I'll sign mine.
Okay, and I can sign it. And Shelley, if you come over.
Is Mike going to be there?
No, I'm sorry. He had other commitments at work.
Okay, so are you two signing the pay orders tonight then? I'm sorry.
Well,
you and Marion?
I said I would volunteer unless you want to do it.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm going to do it with Angela then. I'll go over to the office, and then I can sign this.
Okay.
Angela can sign it.
Sign it. Angela, and then you need one more.
Yeah. If you want to come over.
I probably can run over.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll get this signed tonight. Is that good? Winetta? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So where are we? We don't, do we have to vote on that appointment, Winetta?
I made a motion. Shelley seconded it. Now we need to vote, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. So the ayes have it, and Todd Lawley will continue being the town forest fire warden. And we thank you, Todd. You're always great, and you work so hard, and thank you for doing that. Okay, VLCT procedures for COVID-19 safety and health work plans. And Winetta, I'm going to pass that on to you again.
It was suggested that I go on to VLCT and see what safety and health templates they had. What I came up with is what you have in front of you, and all I did was fill in the blanks. I did put administrative assistant for the town office and road foreman being responsible for following these procedures at the different locations.
That's good. That makes sense because you're at the town office Monday through Friday and Jay is at the town garage, so you guys can manage the buildings to make sure everything's good. I
Right.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you guys have all, I know the town crew has taken the testing, right, Jay?
Yes, we have.
Yes. So, and then Juanetta, did you take one too? Did you do it too?
In the town office, except for Frank and Dennis have completed the testing to return to work.
They have certificates.
Okay.
Yeah,
Juanetta.
in the employee file.
Yeah.
I did one for the town of Newfane.
And then Melissa, did you do one?
I did one. Yep.
Everyone's covered.
Juanetta, I'm just asking logistically, this also has to be signed. So if you have the copy for the forest warden and this at your desk tonight, we can sign both of them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a
So
motion
I'm definitely
I'm sorry, is there a motion to accept the town of Newfane COVID-19 safety and health work plan?
I'll make that motion to accept the town of Newfane COVID safety and health work plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Business.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You can tell. Okay, new business. I forgot about that. The State of Vermont Troopers contract expires on June 30th. And so, whenever you have the paperwork for that, we can go. No, I know why you know what, Winetta, I didn't get that in my package. That's why I skipped over it.
Yeah, you don't have it.
It's on the agenda to be discussed whether or not you want to make an appointment to.
Oh, we don't have the paperwork right now.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You want an invitation to increase the hours, or do you want to have them come to the office to discuss the additional funds and where the areas of need are?
I do remember that you and I were discussing that this week, and we were thinking perhaps we should postpone this for discussion tonight and put it on the next week's agenda for June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a new contract yet from the state police?
No.
Okay. When are we expected to get a copy of that?
The current one expires June 30th, so I would expect it by the end of the month.
I'd like to see that too before we make any decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, I think we had also talked about considering splitting those hours with the Wyndham Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, we would have to talk to them and see. Right now, the Sheriff's Department is paid by the Village of Newfane, the incorporated Village of Newfane, just to do Newfane. Yes.
But in order for us to make a decision, we need to get it in motion. Like, we should probably contact them and invite them. What's our next meeting date?
June 1st.
So I would invite the Wyndham Sheriffs to our next meeting to discuss about using them throughout the town,
or instead of?
In addition, because to see if they would work in that manner.
Well, we'd have to know if we have budget for both organizations. Melissa?
Shelley, didn't we at the budget meeting do like $10,000 for Vermont State Police and another couple for Wyndham maybe? We're rolling just extra hours for Vermont State Police.
I thought it was all extra.
Was it all
Sorry.
extra?
Sorry.
It was an additional $2,000 that you increased the
line item.
Right, but it didn't specifically designate where. I remember when Sheriff Anderson came after his first appointment. He came in and said it would have to be a agreed upon sharing of that, and you would have to discuss it with the State Troopers Association as well.
Right.
Would you like to invite
So
them?
Yes. I think we should hear from both of them and see how they could work together.
So invite both to the next meeting?
Yes, and I would also let them know that we're inviting both of them, and we would like to look at a shared plan, and if they could put their heads together on, you know, looking at how that could happen.
And what, so we would need a trooper contract, and we would need what the sheriff's department would want to discuss for a contract too, because we'd have to put it together to
Right.
equal each other.
Yes. But I would give them heads up that we're looking at doing that, because sharing, you know, using both of their services.
So I'm assuming that we would have to send them an invite via Zoom unless you're going to meet in person at the town office.
Appointing for a lot of people when they cannot get any, you know, they can't speak to a problem with the Wyndham Sheriff. Wyndham Sheriff is right here in our backyard, right in our front yard, basically. And I think we should take advantage of them and, you know, look at their services. They're a contract service for people that don't know.
But I believe they mainly do speed traffic control.
Yeah, see, the thing, Shelley, is in the past, the sheriffs didn't do things like patrol the roads outside the village.
That's what
No, they do, but they don't do the major investigations.
Right.
Right. So if
they were limited things that they did.
Marion, if there's any real concern, the troopers are called. So I'm saying, and I think a lot of people would be interested in having the Wyndham Sheriff's Department handle the concerns for the town. And then if there's a need for the troopers to be called in, you know, we just contract them for speed control. So they're also there just by the state mandate that if there's something larger than a speed control issue, they're called. Any family disputes or anything large, you know, anything, they're there. So we don't necessarily have to contract with them for traffic control. I'd like to see the Wyndham Sheriff, and I believe there's other people on the board that would like, who are not here, that would like to be able to contract with the Sheriff's Department.
So I think we should table this for our next meeting with an invite to both agencies to have a discussion with them about what they do and don't do and what their contracts would be for.
Right, and we would have, we're inviting them to the meeting. We have to ask them in advance to please write a letter saying exactly what Angela just said. We need to know what they are able and willing to do, and there are things that they're not willing to do, each party.
Right.
So to have that.
So that's what we talked, that's how we started this conversation, and for the next meeting on June 1st, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, well, Nana will do that for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, under new business, there's also town office building permit process. And the committee consists of Winetta, Mike, and Melissa. And the first thing that they did, I think, was to meet with David Cotton to discuss hiring David to do plans, and he also would be the one to get all the permits. And I think, Winetta, would you like to talk about that for a minute, please?
I had an email from David. In order for us to obtain his services for not only the building permit and the processing of getting all of the permits, we do need to have a $15,000 retainer.
We have a purchasing process, and I think we need to follow that. It has to go out to bid. So I make a motion that we put it out to bid.
I second that because that's correct according to the purchasing policy.
Exactly. Anything I think over $3,000, it goes out to bid.
I would like to make sure, though, that when we follow the purchasing policy, that it's not just for the lowest bid. It also has to be the ability of the person's record, and
that's all stated. That's all stated in the purchasing policy.
Yes, I know, but sometimes with the bids, people are just concerned with, well, that person has made the lowest bid and they should get that, and it's forgotten, or there are other qualifications that we need to look at. Well, I'm just reminding everybody.
Yeah, we'll have our purchasing policy procedures out.
Yeah, good. Okay. So you made a motion and you second. So is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes. What?
Who is going to put the bid together to for this building project?
The building committee, I would assume. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay.
So Vanetta, Mike, and Melissa.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it, and Vanetta and Melissa and Mike, if you could please make a scheduled meeting for the three of you to discuss this, that would be great, and let the board know that when you're going to do that, please.
Hey.
Thank you. Okay, now we are up to correspondence, and there, if you have your packet with the different correspondence letters, I will read them.
I just have the rare plant and Christopher May, maybe.
Right.
And Newfane Garden Club. Okay.
And then there's one that just came in, and that is from Nancy Rees. Do you have that one?
No, I don't.
I didn't make copies of that one other than the one that I gave you, Marion.
Oh, okay.
So that should be copied for all of us.
Yeah, she'll give you copies.
And for the record.
Yeah, it's going to be in the record. Okay, Winetta, this one about seeking permission for rare plant survey.
Yes.
I personally find it difficult to read it. It's very light and small print. Is there anybody who's willing to read this letter?
I take my glasses off, I can read it.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, so seeking permission for rare plant survey from Hannah Hartman to Town Clerk of Newfane. Hello, Miss Hasselbach. On behalf of the Native Plant Trust, formerly New England Wildflower Society, we'd like to request permission to conduct a brief survey for a rare plant called Northern Tuberculode Bog Orchid, plant Atheria Bavia, on property owned by the town of Newfane near River Road on the banks of West River. Our field methods, including counting plants, measuring population area, and taking notes on ecological habitat characteristics. Surveyors may also take photographs of plants and habitat. The information from the visit will be shared with the Natural Heritage Database to update their records of plant populations. We hope the information gathered will help us better understand the biology of the species and ultimately develop better conservation strategies. We can contact you on the dates we plan to be out on the property, and a report of our findings will be sent to you at the end of the year. The Natural Heritage Program in your state maintains detailed information regarding population location, species biology, conservation status, and beneficial management practices for species listed as threatened, endangered, or of special concern. If you'd like more specific information about the populations located on your property, please contact your state Natural Heritage Program. If you could respond with 1, your permission for us to send volunteers, 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey, and 3, if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season, that would be great. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. We look forward to your response and thank you. Hannah Hartman Everett, Conservation Intern from the Native Plant Trust in Framingham, Massachusetts. And what they do is conserving and promoting New England's native plants to ensure healthy, biologically diverse landscapes.
Thanks for reading that, Shelley.
I think that's great. I think the only question I would have is if they have insurance to be on the property. So if something were to happen, they had their own insurance.
And also, where are they going on the property? It's by the town, owned by the town of Newfane near River Road. So where is that?
If you look to the next pages, I've attached a screenshot of the parcel that we're looking to talk about. I spoke with Doris, the lister, and she claims it's a no man's land. It should have been added to some of the other properties adjoining Sawmill Road, but when they did a subdivision, it was not included.
So it's the northern part of River Road?
Yes.
Okay.
It's above Cannoli, but at the beginning of Sawmill, out to the end of where the Green Iron Bridge is.
Oh, okay.
So it's right along the river?
Yes.
And that's town of Newfane property, I guess?
According to the listers, it was not added to the subdivisions of the parcels.
So we might need to let the property owners, there's 3 houses out there, let them know that there might be people on the banks of the river.
I think water banks of the river are public domain as long as they're in the water or on the bank.
I think the water is, but not the bank. Water is public.
Some people think that that's their property.
Yeah.
Whether it is or it isn't, some people think that it's their property. So it's nice to let people know if something's going to be happening but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Good turn.
Just need to figure out whose land it is and notify them. So I make a motion that we follow up with this letter. Have Lynetta follow up with the letter and see if we can identify the properties and have them be able to do their research.
And also ask if they have their own insurance policy.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
And then find out a date when they're going to want to do this.
Yeah.
What were those 3 questions? It was 1, your permission for us to send volunteers. 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey, and if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season. So I think our permission is to figure out, we would allow the permission if the property is identified as public property. Otherwise, I don't know, do we go ahead and contact the owners of that property?
Like the abutting landowners?
Or would they have to do that?
I would think they would have to contact the landowners if it's private property. If it's our property and we give them permission, that's fine. But if it becomes private property, they need to contact the landowners.
Right. And then preference for being contacted before the survey. That's, I guess, we definitely want that. And if you would like a report sent, definitely send a report if it happens.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion about that? So the next letter we have is a letter to the select board from Chris Mays. And he wrote to Annetta that he has attached a letter to the select board after getting guidance from the zoning administrator. And that letter says, does everybody have a copy of that letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It says, to the select board, the natural slope of a few parcels of land in our neighborhood on Dover Road is slanted and goes past our neighbor's house at 273 Dover Road. Since our neighbor has owned the property, he has built a barn on one part of his land and is planning to build banks, which would impede water flow and cause water buildups on our land. I believe our riparian rights are being violated because our neighbor is impeding the natural water flow. We invite you to visit our land whenever it is convenient. Thank you, Erin Robinson and Chris Mays from 275 Dover Road, Williamsville. And Juanetta, did we just talk about the fact that maybe Jay would be involved with this?
Yes, it was recommended that we should have the road foreman take a look at the property to see if there was any damage or potential damage for our right of way or our road access.
Well, wouldn't this normally be handled by lawyers if they're having an issue? Wouldn't they have to hire a lawyer? Yes.
Hey. Jay.
Yeah, I did go over and look at it. It doesn't affect the road drainage in any way. The drainage has run behind those properties for years. And I assume that's a thing between the landowners. I don't know. I know it's against the law to impede the water to adversely affect your neighbor's property. But I think, I'm not sure that the town has to be in the middle of it. I think it's probably up to them to work it out between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a civil matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're right, Jay, with that.
Thank you for going out there and looking at it.
Yeah, really. So Juanetta, maybe you can write a letter back to Chris Hayes saying that it was discussed, his issue was discussed at select board, and it is recommended that because it's between he and his neighbor that they really should be working it out on their own. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next letter. This letter is written by Alice Friedman, corresponding secretary for the Newfane Garden Club, and it's dated May 8th, 2020. To the Newfane Select Board, It is with great reluctance and regret that I write to let you know that the members of the Newfane Garden Club are no longer able to keep the upkeep on the flower gardens in front yard of the town office building. Our membership grows older and sparser with increasingly limitations on our physical abilities. We hope that you are able to find younger persons who would like to continue the garden's care, or perhaps hire a professional gardener or landscape care firm. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Alice Freeman, corresponding secretary of the Garden Club. And personally, I want to say thank you very much to all the members of the Garden Club. They have been working diligently for many years to make the town hall look very attractive on the front, at the front of the building. And yes, unfortunately, just some of us are getting older and can't do that kind of work anymore. So perhaps we know of people who are interested. If not, and if we have the funds, we might choose to hire somebody. Shelley, are you raising a hand or just?
No, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. So does anybody have any idea of somebody? Angela?
I think now that it's been publicly known and everybody who watches and sees, if there's somebody that would be willing to donate a portion of their time to the town and want to plant some flowers or take care of it, or anybody who works at the town hall or any one of us that wanted to put in a few minutes. I mean, it's great to beautify the front of the building.
Yeah.
And they have done an amazing job for so many years.
They have, absolutely. And we thank them very much.
Yes.
And,
it's a great group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that if people, anybody who's interested, you can come to town hall. Excuse me.
Call Juanetta.
Or call Juanetta or call Carol, the town clerk. And we all would welcome you to come into the building and offer your services if you so choose to. And in the meantime, thank you again to Alice Freeman and all the members of the current Garden Club.
Because they just donated all of their time to do it, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So wonderful.
Okay. The next letter is from Nancy Ann Rees. Is that how you pronounce it? Rees?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Rees. Okay. This is to the written on May 12th, and you didn't receive this until today. Is that correct, Juanetta?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we should get copies of it, please.
Yes, we said. You asked that, and I said she'll get copies for you. To the Newfane Select Board from the Peter W. Rees family, Nancy Ann Rees, to Christopher Williams. I mean, not to, I'm sorry. It says Christopher Williams, excuse me. Okay, my description of this person would be divisive, manipulative, petty, jealous, harmful, control monger. The negativity and harm he has caused on our family goes back 30 years when we were remodeling our home at 65 Baker Brook Road. We were using his brother-in-law to help us and had to let him go because he was being dishonest. After this, we started getting stop work orders generated by overdue complaints.
Yeah.
By Christopher Williams. I had all the paperwork from the lawyers and meetings. We were vindicated as there was never any reason for this to happen. And it was so very unjust. However, he has continued through the years to cause us much harm as possible. One more recent, very harmful example was the intimidation of people working on our riverbanks. After Hurricane Irene, our home was on the endangered list, and due to the devastation, chaos, and mistakes made afterwards concerning the management of the assistance given by the towns and agencies involved, we still have problems. We worked on permits for 4 years. The permits were posted, and his uncalled for interference caused confusion, upset, poor work, and loss of money. Again, so unjust. I would be of our opinion that Chris Williams should not be involved in any aspect of town business, as he is a liability and harmful to its residents. A second homeowner who had hired him to do work for them has expressed to me that he was expensive, didn't do an adequate job, and they would like to let him go, but they were afraid of retaliation through the town or otherwise. As someone who has experienced upset, negativity, tragedy, and monetary loss over the 30-year period of time, unfortunately, I have to admit to them that their concerns could indeed be valid. That's the end of the letter. Okay, so we have read all the correspondence, and
So no discussion about the letter?
you have something you'd like to say?
It's a pretty heartfelt letter, I'd say. And I think it's disconcerting about Christopher Williams.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so we read all the correspondence, and we are up to pay orders, which means that we're going to have a few of us gather at town hall now. So it would be Angela and myself doing the pay orders, and Angela and myself and Shelley coming together to sign the two pieces of paper, one for Todd to continue being fire warden, and the second one was what? I already forgot.
The COVID-19 safety and
Thank
health
you.
work plan.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
I guess I'll second it.
We don't need a second for adjournment. Okay. Thanks a lot,
you.
Melissa, Winetta, Angela, Jay, Shelley. Have a good evening. We'll see some of you in a few minutes, and the others have a peaceful night at home.
Bye.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Marion. You too.
Thank you. Great.
Shall we continue, Chair Briglin?
Please.
Okay. So we're in section 2 now, or better said, the section 2 list of bullet points here. Yeah, so I think we have dealt with the funding issue now several times. You see the ranges here from 85 million to 293 million. This can be a little complicated, so please bear with me and ask as many questions as you need to until we have clarity. In the plan, we contemplate this mechanism called the reverse auction. And that reverse auction says, bidder, if you would like to get funding in order to bring access to 25.3 broadband in a particular area of the state, here are the conditions that we've set up so far that you need to meet. One, you have to be, the end result of building your project has to be that in a given town for which you're bidding, or a county in which you're bidding, when your project is built, there's nobody left in that designated area who does not have access to 25.3 broadband. Your job isn't to improve broadband for people who already have 25.3. Your job is to bid such that everybody in that designated town or region, if there isn't a town that's big enough, or we have to look at the details, your job is to make sure that your bid is prepared such that you'll be constructing a broadband solution for anybody in that designated area that doesn't have access to 25.3. Secondly, there are two mechanisms in the plan that we have put on the table for how you would disperse the funding from the auction. One is an outright grant mechanism, and the other is a mechanism that tries to leverage resources with the help of VITA. If you go with the outright grant mechanism, the range of funding that we estimate that's needed for this universal broadband access project to be built is between, I got to go find the numbers here. The top end number is 293 million, and the bottom range number, I think, is something like 93 million. Clay, did I get that right?
85.
Yeah, it's roughly 85 to 300 million.
I want to be absolutely clear about this, so bear with me for a moment while I go through the plan to find the right numbers.
The cost would be, I think, 296 if it were straight grants. So that is if the government, the state subsidized to the $4,000 $250 per address amount for the full 69,899 addresses that our data show lack 29 or 25.3.
Yep, that's sounding correct to me, but I just want to make absolutely sure, because there's also the $122 million figure on page 7. And that's because of the VITA funding mechanism.
That's right.
Okay, so let me continue on my track then. There are these two funding mechanisms. One is the outright grant, and the amount of money necessary for the outright grant mechanism would be $293 million. If you were to go with the VITA leveraging mechanism, you can drop that price down to a range between 87 million and 122 million. Did I get that correct, Clay?
Yeah, that's correct. The range drops for two reasons. One is if you rather than straight grants, implement a VITA loan program like the one we described. And then the other is if you exclude from the state auction those territories, the census blocks that are covered by RDOF. So if we exclude those locations, then the amount is further reduced.
So I'm going to go over that again, because as you can see, we authored this plan and I have to teach myself every time. Again, these are moving parts and I apologize for that. But the reason why we have these two funding proposals is, don't forget, my operative premise in designing this plan was, how do we make it achievable and affordable in an acceptable time period? So this was not designed to be a moonshot. And my thinking was, $300 million is a good chunk of change, and it's the easiest way to administer the program. But if I can't get 300 million out of Washington, D.C., and I can only get 150 million, how can I get this done with 150 million? And the answer to that would be, well, you leverage the resources. And so you bring in a VITA type partner and you say, okay, bidder, you are going to get a 10% grant and you're going to get a 90% loan. And then the terms of those loans and like, by the time you're done financing all of that, it comes to $122 million. But now if you think about our state reverse auction taking place in tandem with the federal Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction that is going to take place in October, that auction provides an opportunity for 24,000 of the 70,000 addresses that we're aiming for to get funding to get a broadband solution. That's something the FCC is doing. And if you allow yourselves to imagine that those 24,000 get that federal funding, that reduces our 70,000 to 46,000 addresses that we would need to cover through our reverse auction with this plan. And when you reduce the number of addresses that need to get access, you also reduce the cost of the program funding that's needed, and that brings it down to $87 million. Did that make sense to folks? I'm happy to go over it again.
It did to me. I've got some hands up, and I don't know what those questions are, but I think I understand. I'd like to talk about this some more, but I just want to, I appreciate you taking a pause, and I'd ask Representative Chestnut Tangerman if you had a question.
I did, and it's based on so my understanding is that these numbers come from the Magellan report.
Correct.
And did they include drops to the houses, or was this to build along the roads? Do you know?
Their estimate was last mile. Go ahead, Clay.
Can I address that?
Yeah.
The number that we put forward, the 4,000, I think it's 250 number, includes drops. In the Magellan report, they also included drops, but as a separate line item. The thing to keep in mind about drops is that they're variable. So your cost of drops goes up the more people take your service. You're not going to pay to install service, go inside someone's home if they don't want your service, right?
Right.
That would be awkward. So the Magellan report provided a scale. We used the assumption of a 45% take rate for this area, and that's a generally accepted take rate. So we're assuming in the cost of service, passing every home and having 45% of those residents take up the service. So it could potentially cost more. We're not including that cost. Could also cost less.
Okay, I thought I saw a figure of 3,000 something per home passed.
passing. Yeah, that's
Oh,
per passed, and then it's an additional 1,600.
So 4,240 per location is the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have to go back and find the exact number here
Yeah.
in the report.
It's at the top of page 8.
Yeah. Okay, that
Yeah.
answers my question. Thank you.
Right. So yeah, it because we're reducing the amount from 100% to 45%, really the average per pass the average drop is reduced from $1,600 to something like $700, to include the fact that only 45% are taking it.
Right. Thank you.
The queue is first Representative Antachka, then Representative Pat, then Representative Campbell.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions on report page 8, and that's down at the bottom. You talked about successful bidders having to provide access to all locations in a town, and also to provide voice service. So would providing voice service have an impact on ILECs that are currently serving those towns?
Intuitively, go ahead, Clay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Possibly. Our concern here is that voice service is maintained for everyone. So the agreement there is that they would provide a voice package, because we don't want to see a scenario where we lose the incumbent carrier of last resort for that area or that wire center, and there's no voice option. So there has to be a voice option available to those consumers. And voice is typically something that every internet service provider should be able to provide.
Right. So everybody, correct me if I'm wrong, but almost everybody in Vermont does have at least landline service, right?
They have the option of landline service. That's correct.
So I guess if an ILEC were building out, if they were a successful bidder, it wouldn't be a problem, because they would be providing the traditional landline service as well as perhaps voice over internet.
I think that's fair. I mean, what we're saying here is that the solution that gets built under this program has to have a capability to provide voice.
Okay.
So that at the end of the day, Vermonters aren't left without a voice capability. Okay. And to your earlier question, is it going to have an impact on ILECs? I think the honest answer to that is it could. And the way I think about this is, for a very long time, I think we have struggled to transform our connectivity landscape by doing as little harm to existing interests as possible, while doing as much improvement as is needed in a place where a lot of improvement is needed. But there does come a point where some things are going to need to get broken in order for something new to take hold. And we try to be as conservative as we can without it being to the point where we're holding people back. And so this is a perfect example where, yes, the offering needs to be able to facilitate a voice capability, and then the consumer decides whether they want to continue with their landline if they have it for voice, or whether they want to go with the voice over internet protocol that is provisioned by this new connection. And that's a market dynamic that we're going to have to accept.
I suppose it could also incentivize ILECs to be the provider.
It certainly can. And from my perspective, if they step up and they build fiber, I don't have a problem with that.
Mm-hmm. The other question I have about that same paragraph is, what do you mean by a reserve price?
A reserve price? It's like if you do a bid at Tiffany's, you know, and they put up a 3,000-year-old Ming vase, they have a price at which they will not sell it. And that's the reserve price.
So in a reverse auction,
It's the other way around. Yes, that's correct. But it's the check on the auction to make sure that you don't have yourself in the awkward position of an unacceptable bid being the only bid and therefore being compelled to accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Avram, and then Scott.
Thanks. I've had a concern that I was hoping you might address in terms of doing this through a bidding process. Commissioner, you had said earlier that well, obviously people are going to be targeting the areas where you get the most bang for the buck, meaning an area where there's a significant amount or percent of the population in a community, in a town, that is unserved or underserved, which is understandable. My concern here is that we may still be leaving out a significant number of Vermonters who are unserved or underserved because they live in a town that is predominantly okay, has good service. But there are pockets of towns, even in Chittenden County, where let's say 5% of the people have worse service than we even have here in Worcester. So I just wonder how you're going to have a process that actually gets to all of the people we're trying to get to who don't have adequate service now, regardless of whether they live in an area that's clearly significantly underserved as a general area versus people who are up at the end of the road in a town where